Morning, everyone. Are we all good? Ready for China Grand Finals? Bit of soup warm up. Morning, Fovai, Ondra, Asbo. Boyfriend stole the cat having a lion. My fiance's having a lion. Who was also out last night. She had a, what do you call it? Makeup trial? For having the makeup done for the wedding. She went and had like a trial to make sure she likes it, figure some stuff out. She wants to change anything. So then turned into a night out. Morning, Lemon. Morning, Panda. Morning, Frosty. Akami. Hey, Brown. Height check? What am I? I'm like 5'10", 5'11", maybe on a good day. Morning, Stray Error. As big as your TV? Yeah, it depends on the size of your TV. Don't put me in widescreen, though. I need to fit into my suit still. Are you all ready? Last song, 8:49. I think it was Mr. Daniels by, what was it? The Honey Boys, I think they're called. I think. What am I doing? I'm finding soup. I'm finding a bracket. I'm getting everything ready to go. You're taller than me? Shit. Any interesting soup matches today? I think so, yeah. I think when I was looking at the bracket beforehand, let me show you what I'm looking at. When I was looking at the bracket beforehand, I was actually thinking this lower half of the bracket looks a little bit more stacked. I think New Era Poker Face should be a decent game, presuming. I've both favourites for the slow one. Maybe should meet here. But then, let me bring up the rosters. Alt-Tab and what they call and Elite. So, particularly Alt-Tab, probably have a lot of familiar names for us. You know, people like Attack, FaZe, Opener, Kilo, Addo. People might be familiar with. Less so, like I recognise Swoo. I feel like, did he play in Japan or something last in stage 1? Something like that, maybe? Where am I looking? Maybe in Pack. So I feel like that one should be like a bit more unknown, but interesting. Half of them aren't even eligible. Oh, really? So it's like a full Zuma team. We got a Boomer v Zuma situation in Alt Tab versus Elite. And then Pokerface and New Era, I think people are probably more familiar with. Quite like the look of the Pokerface team. I reckon they're probably favourites to get out of here. And then New Era as well, we saw. That's the Dodo team. Dodo MCD, now you may remember from stage 1 as well. Then obviously we got China happening at the same time. I think the lower bracket, or the third place match, I should say. I don't know if I'm as interested in this one because it's it's a bit of a dead rubber game. There's no stakes. There's no meaning to it. But we're cheering for some of Team. The computer just made a noise, but what was the noise for? Sounded like a device connecting. But what device? We'll never know. But yeah, Team CC versus once again. I kind of expect a once again blowout. I think even though Rock put up a fight yesterday, I think Rock match up better into once again than Team CC do. Because Rock were able to play a lot of this double flex support comp and play a slightly different version of the dive. That made it tricky for once again. Maybe particularly expose some of Mew's limitations in terms of the heroes he can and can't excel on. So I think Team CC don't have that. I think Super Rich and Mew's hero pool is pretty similar, really, where they just want to play Lucio, maybe a bit of Brig, but it's not. They really want to play Lucio in like 9 out of 10 times. When we've seen Super Rich or Hayo Qian playing off, like playing the Kiriko, playing mainly the Kiriko actually, but when he's been playing these sort of like Anakiri backlines, he's looked very much like a bit of a lie. But we'll get that later. What am I doing? I'm going to Overwatch. What do I want? I want live. Bods, not bots. Don't search for WD channel. Go here. New Era also got Kane for this tourney, who was born in 2008. Ooh. This is the one, isn't it? This looks like Badger. Hey, Rogue. That you can hear it as well now, hopefully. We'll keep them on low for now as we're still going. It's going to take a little bit. We're going to do the whole rigmarole of get them out, introduction, walk that through the crowds, do a little bow on stage, do the interviews, all of that. So we still got a good probably like 10-15 minutes easily. Haven't seen Kilo since Timeless Trials last year. Yeah, I feel like it would have been. It was even season 6. Maybe it was only season 5 of Overwatch League. Yeah, I can't remember last time I saw Kilo.
수요일 5시, 6시에 좀 오픈되니까 여러분들 많은 관심을 부탁드리고 이제 오늘 오픈도 역시 오늘 경기 같은 경우에도 9시까지 오픈이 되어 있다고 해요. 같이 하시고 싶으신 분들 예약하셔서 지금 현장으로 오시면 되겠습니다.
So, yeah, so yesterday, because my fiance is doing this makeup trial, she's like, you can't see me all day. Once I've had my makeup done, can't see it. I have to keep it under wraps, a surprise for the day. So, all these silly buggers. Wow. She's going downstairs, so I go upstairs. I just go downstairs. She has to come upstairs. You know, there's like hiding in different rooms from each other all of yesterday. But I successfully avoided seeing any of the exclusive makeup. That's good news. Morning, GB. Wedding stuff, are you excited? Yeah, I think there's still like, well, yeah, we're probably about like 2 months, or almost 2 months to the day out. I think we're going to the venue Tuesday to do like, I guess, like a walkthrough of the day essentially. So that'll hopefully like straighten a lot of things out. So I think now there's still like a lot of like things are still up in the air. Thank you, Porno. Are we invited? No, unfortunately not. An exclusive guest list only. Elite is the oldest player born in 2006. Bloody hell. Bunch of kids. But yeah, I think once we do the walkthrough at the venue, we're gonna trial. We're picking up a food box as well of one of the caterers we're having on Tuesday as well. So once we do that, I'm hoping everything will sort of fall into place. And then we can take it from there. So I feel like I have a moment still apprehension because there's still a lot of stuff to do and to get in. Need to do my vows, need to do my speech. Suit is purchased. I've got like the actual suit itself. I've got a shirt. The shirt is pretty easy. I need tie belt and shoes as well. I know kind of what I want in terms of like the color and the tie. I just need to go try them on, make sure they fit, etc. Maybe wearing the shoes a little bit as well. Morning, Smash! You scrimming today or off day? Weddings take a lot of planning. Yeah. We're getting to crunch time as well. Like, to be fair, when we first started planning the wedding, it wasn't that bad because it was a lot of like fun stuff. Like, do we want this food? Do we want that food? Let's go try some food. But as we get into these final 2 months, it's crunch time for like everything just actually has to be in place now. Do I have your song planned? We have first dance song planned. We need Walking Down the Aisle song, which is her choice really. So I don't have to worry about that. She can just pick one she likes. We know what song we're leaving for ceremony too, like our walkout song, and we have our first dance song. But we also need some songs for like, you know, the bit in the ceremony where essentially you get married, you do the vows, etc., etc., and then you have this bit where people come up and your witnesses sign and all of that. We need a few songs for that, so we're not quite sure what songs to choose for that. We've got a weekend, not a roots anthem. We've got a weekend, maybe 2 weeks from now, where we're just gonna maybe have some drinks and like figure out all the music, because we also need the music for the actual, just when we're having dinner and when we're having like dancing up. When we're having dancing, but like for, I guess, more of a party afterwards. Assume I suit for wedding. No, it's not even SSG colors. It's what color would you call it? It's a green, somewhere between green and turquoise. I guess it's the most accurate. One of the songs from Weekend? No, our first dance song is going to be the 2 songs we have picked are actually both Bleachers songs. So we've kind of just I guess picked one band that we really like. So our there's a song the Bleachers do called Just Got Married, which is going to be our leaving the ceremony song, because it seems pretty fitting. And then Wake Me is going to be our first dance song. It's the song we really like. When we went to see the Bleachers live last year, some of you who've been with the stream for a while might remember when I went to that gig. And they played that song at the gig. It was actually so cool because it's not really one of their, I guess, like headline songs. It's one from their older albums. But when we were at the gig, I've told this story before, so sorry if you've heard it already. But we were at the gig, and we were really hoping they would play it, but we kind of didn't think they would because it wasn't from their latest album. It wasn't one of their classics, etc., etc. So, but then they play their opening song on the gig. They come on stage, high energy, all of this. They play a couple of songs, and then there's a person in the crowd who has a bouquet of flowers at the front, and they throw the flowers at the band, and the band thanks them for the flowers and says, "Do you want a song? What song do you want?" And they pick "Wake Me." Unbelievably, unrelated, complete serendipity. They pick "Wake Me," so we got to see them perform it live as well. So that was like, and we already knew at the time that was going to be our first dance song, so that was really great. So actually, that bit I'm quite excited for. How did we meet? We both worked at the cinema, Cineworld in Nottingham. I started working there because my friend worked there. She'd already been working there for a couple of years. She was a supervisor. I was just whatever it was called. The entry-level team member, I think was maybe the official job title. And we just met through there, through night outs and stuff. We actually worked together for like a year before we started dating or anything. Chinese finals. It's the second game of the day, so it'll be quite late, really. Yeah, midday BST, so like 3 hours from now. Gonna do a Winston leap onto the altar? No. Have you made sure to include a bread to fish reference in your vows? Yeah, I'll work it in. Hunter's flying to Korea today, so he's no Hunter today. Didn't meet him at Nottingham Peters, no. There are who's in the UK? There is, yeah. There's like a few. I think there's been one in Nottingham for ages since I moved here, like over a decade ago. It feels like there's always been a Hooters in Nottingham. They had a few in other places in in the UK, but I think a lot of them are closed down. I think Nottingham is maybe the first and last bastion of Hooters. We used to go after work because it was like, oh, you can eat wings Monday. You pay like £15. You get as many wings as you want. Hey, Mama Hapta. I heard Hooters as Warhammer World. We also have a Warhammer World. If you want, come to Nottingham. You could do a Warhammer World. Go see Warhammer World in the morning into a Hooters lunch. Oh, so sorry, I missed your message. What did you say, Smash? Are you not streaming off day? Easy then. Day out. Hunter's flying today, Smash, so he'll be with you soon. They really don't give a fuck about high five of the fans. I mean, they've not got the experience at the established team. I've never been to Warhammer World. My friends went the other weekend because they came up to do. We were trying on suits. Obviously, everything I'm doing at the moment, it seems to always be wedding stuff. We were trying on suits, and I was busy. I was streaming the Asia playoffs. Maybe it was the Asia playoffs in the morning, and and so they went to Warhammer World without me. They had a grand old time. They had like, I think they said it was like 6 rooms, and the rooms were just like, I guess, exhibits almost, just with. They said each room was like a different era of Warhammer. I'm not that into Warhammer. I played a couple of the games. But all the lore and stuff seemed super cool. A couple of friends who went a bit more into it. And each room was like an era with just like a billion models, an epic battle scene, all of that. So it actually feels like it's actually a worthwhile visit. I think they said it was only like a tenner or something in as well. It wasn't too expensive. Morning, Sanyi. Real question about Nightmare. Will clear to play a map? Very much imagine no is the answer to that question. Expecting Kufa to be in for all of it.
안녕하세요. 서브딜러 도도입니다.
네, 도도 선수 반갑습니다. 자, 그렇다면 알트탭 팀도 만나볼까요?
Is Nightmare playing a Korean team next week? So where we are right now in the grand scheme of things in SOOP is we've got this. We're in this part of the bracket now. where we've got some of the lower tier Korean teams fighting out for a chance to get to playoffs next week. On side 1 yesterday, so they played T1, winner of that plays Nightmare. The 4 teams we're going to see today are going to filter down to 1 team that are going to play Way next week, and the winner of that plays Virtus Pro. Then we'll have a grand final and a 3rd place match as well. What game is first? Yeah, I think it's New Era. New Era Alt Tab is our first game. Three games. Well, we've got like a bit of a mix. So we've got all 3 of these games are going to happen today. And then we've also got the China games happening as well for their grand finals and their 3rd place match. 3rd place match, we'll watch it if nothing else is on. Maybe like when the 3rd place match is on, we'll see how interesting it is versus whatever's happening at SOOP at the time. But for the grand final, we'll tune in for the grand final. Because even if it's a bit one-sided, I think it's still the grand final. Want to see once again secure their 1st seed and all that. What are we getting, an uncoachable team in OWCS? I don't think we don't have the liquid capital to fund a team, unfortunately. Did I say Kilo as in SFS Kia? Yeah. That's the same one. Oh, hold on, sorry. Let me just check. Not working. I missed YouTube chat as well. Hey, Kenobi. Oh, it's daylight savings in New Zealand. Speaking of Cinemas X, have you any interest in watching a modern day Citizen Kane, a Minecraft movie? Looking forward to an uncoachable review. No, I've seen some of it on Twitter. It's been hard to avoid, but I never played Minecraft, so I feel like it's just not for me. It's not for me. I feel like a lot of the jokes that will happen. People were talking about chicken jockeys yesterday, and all well and truly over my head. How much do you reckon it takes to fund an OWCS team? I mean, obviously Blizzard cover a lot of your transport and stuff, so it's mainly just going to be salaries. So, let's say you pay, what's the average? Oh, like you probably get like $2 grand a month per player plus coach, so that's like 5 or 6. I'm doing the math. Where's my calculator? So, 2,000 times, let's say 7 times, let's say 11 months. Oh, not plus 11. That's 11. Times 11. Oh, 154 grand? Like, absolute. That's like do everything yourself and don't take your own salary, you know? Get the coach to do all the swim booking and all of that. Yeah, like 154 grand is probably the bare minimum. So if anyone's got that. Not too bad. A few people considering it now. Yeah, I think most players are probably at least Western teams are probably somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. There's probably a couple of exceptions to that, like above and below, but I think that's where the vast majority are. Yeah, this is with no team house as well. Remember, like if you want to put a team house, food, anything like that, your costs are gonna explode. Have I never played Minecraft? Just never have really. I was always I'm really most of the time I'm like, what I do is I find a game I like and I'll play that game to death essentially, right? That's what I did with TF2. I do some occasional forays into. Like, what was some of the big games at the time? Like, what was it called? Like PUBG and stuff. What was that? Was it DayZ as well? Maybe DayZ is the one I'm thinking of. DayZ as well. So, like, when I would play that for a bit, but it'd always just be play it for a bit, give up. Or, like, you know, the friendship group would lose interest. Haven't played Minecraft in 10 years? You can do a part-time job to cover the rest of the expenses. Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't do a team house and you just salary them, then I think it's really possible. I'm your spirit animal. You've only touched Minecraft for once and never again. Sandbox, not my thing. Yeah, it's never really drawn me to. I guess what really happens is invariably the type of games I play now are, I guess, like the trendy games, or the games that are like big for a short amount of time. Are the ones my friends play. So like played what's it called, Valhelm for a bit, because all my friends were playing. They got super into it for a bit. So anything that my friends get into super for a bit, I'll normally tag along and play that as well. Other than that, I'm actually quite content just playing TF2 and Overwatch. First TF2 mention of the stream. Clock it. Probably about our average today. Do I watch any strategy games? I played like a bunch of Age of Empires 2 when I was a kid, and some of the other like ones in that I guess genre, like Age of Mythology and stuff. I used to watch loads of StarCraft though. I really enjoyed watching StarCraft. Would have been very much back in the day when like when DJ Wheat and Day9 were casting, and Tasteless and Artosis, I mean they're still casting, but we're also casting. I used to watch loads of StarCraft back then. It was really my go-to esport to watch outside of TF2. So especially when I was at like uni and stuff, I got through a lot of that. Really enjoyed it. Still enjoy watching StarCraft, but don't get to as much of it now. This is the second mention? Fuck. Where's Hunter? He's on a plane right now. On a plane to Korea. Hopefully. I wish him safe travels, so I'm sure he will be safe. Is SOOP cut the modern Apex? Not really. I think because it's just like it's more of like a side piece. Apex was like a premier in its day. Apex was the premier event because it was pre-Overwatch League, pre-contenders, pre-anything like this. It was like the biggest event in the Overwatch world. This is more of just like it's more like a little bit of fun on the side, bit of money on it. Do you have any word about partner cosmetics? I think they're like nearly ready. I remember when people were talking about it with the orgs and stuff at the start of the year, everyone knew the partner cosmetics weren't going to be ready until like a decent chunk through the year. But I think we're close, or we're like at least on track. What's the difference between the Asian, OWCS, and the rest? They just, rather than having just a regular season into a playoffs, they have a regular season into a seeding and last chance qualifier into a playoffs. And also, they do that in Korea, in Japan, in Pacific, which all feeds into one Asian playoff. So there's just more regions, more steps that all sort of combine to get through. Whereas EMEA and North America are a bit more self-contained. Alright, should we lock in then? Get some game volume? Clear my throat, goddamn. So, Alt-Tab, first look at Alt-Tab. Well, first look at Alt-Tab as a team. We've very much seen a lot of these players before. New era on the other side of things. Going to be Kane starting this one. Couple of early dinks. Attack in as well for Alt-Tab. Few people remember from NRG last year. He's on the Ramantra here versus the Hazard. They've stabilised, but he's used his form timing, so Slash comes in from Ruler. Oh, come on, SOOP, not already. They backed up to point here, Alt-Tab. Kilo still threatening the flank a little bit. He's going to get chased out by this Genji. Oh, not aware. Dodo just gets that one for free. Now they push attack all the way to the coast here. Dodo's going to keep flooding in all over the Juno, looking for this kill. Can't get enough meaningful damage, but they cleared him off point. Alt-Tab are trying to turn us into a disengage after losing Kilo early. They're trying to regroup the choke. Whip shot is good. Looks like they've just about weathered the storm for now. Alt-Tab, they've managed to disengage. Attack is still backpedaling. Will die, but Kilo finds a trade. He's on the flank. Dodo's tried to respond to this. Deflect is out. Hard one for Dodo to fight. Gonna get swung into here. Still battling away. MTD will come over and help him deal with that one eventually. And they will all be okay. A new era. Concede only 7% before taking care of that one. Opener. You can see how much damage they took on that coast and trying to rotate back out. Opener's actually got Rally already, but Blink is closer to Ray. But if they're quick with their Alt-Tab, they can really just start this fight with Rally. You see, Opener's already walking on the flank. He's getting quite aggressive. They're poking out Dodo at the same time as well. They've cleared it all the way back to point. Opener still has the Rally. Wall comes out. Rally's available if he wants to go, but it is a Ray possible in the back as the Hydun in the front. Now the Ray comes out, trying to walk forward, and the Rally. Opener's going to get bashed, deleted by that. Dodo over the top. They've just thrown everything into this new era. Downpour comes through as well as the Blade. Double support ult. Attacker's got the Annihilation. He's actually still finding kills behind. He's found two. Surely Attack can't do it all by himself. He's actually got some help from Addo. Ruler's getting hit from both
이렇게 되면은
sides, trying to keep
뉴에라는
point
처음
contested.
변수를
2v2 on point as respawns are going to be flooding
잘
back.
가져오고 있습니다.
Dodo down to half HP. Attack has another form timing, goes for it, takes down Dodo with a single punch. Now focusing on to Ruler, got him pinned back, slow on top of this as well. Ruler needs help from his supports. Opener's going to throw, sorry, MCD's going to throw every pack onto him. They managed to stabilize, and I really have to question, Achieved is about to have his first Ray of the game. It's been an outrageously slow charging Ray, but what it has provided is ult tab with an ult that's just out of sync of everything else, so they have this Ray advantage here. Have to be careful with this walk up. They're swinging with high noon, but a chance to push with Ray. Ult tab, they're playing it slow. They've disengaged Coast. They want to come closer. Again, Dodo finds that kill on Kilo on the flank. Now it comes in. Ray push from Achieved, walking forward, play a disadvantage, but Addo behind, attacking the front. Trying to find these kills, but nothing has come out. Speedring goes down now. Opener swinging forward, but Opener's stranded. No one was walking forward with Opener. Attack was playing it slower, and this Ray gets absolutely nothing. Addo still has the pulse bomb, and they still have control of point. Dodo's invested the deflect, goes for the Juno, has another dash to get out, dashes in. Pulse bomb's available for Addo, but just goes for it, misses. Doesn't find it, will get caught on the way out. Needs to be careful about their late kills. And all of a sudden, into last fight territory, ult tab, low on ultimates, Addo going over to the Genji. Kilo again playing a lot of independent flanky positions right now, but Dodo has been able to snuff a lot of them out. Riddle with a wall out of choke as they try and swing through coast instead. Attack's gone through main, but they'll group up. Heining's going to be dropped on the point from Kane. Dodo with the blade also. It looks like a whip shot onto Opener. MCD with the brig gap. The blade will finish everything off, and New Era will be good for the first point.
도도 선수의 겐지가 정말 동해 번쩍 서해 번쩍 사이드를 돌거나 돌출된 인원들에 대한 킬 캐치가
Greencast is a bit loud. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no clean feed for these things. We'll have a clean feed for the Face It games. I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but we're going to do the Face It finals of EMEA later tonight as well. That starts at 7 BST. Yes, it's the same Addo and Alex from Shanghai Dragons. Yeah, his ult tab team is is a real retirement home type thing. You can tell Dodo never had a real job by how he plays Genji. I mean, what more work experience do you need than several years on Genji? Addo gonna take the Genji battle. D.Va this time from attack. They're taking over the right-hand side of the map quite early here, New Era, or left side from their perspective. We're going to try and put some pressure onto attack, and Kilo's pretty contained at the choke. They're trying to play a little bit more through point, but Opener's bashed onto point. He can't bash back across. He doesn't have the cooldown yet. He's just going to get traded. They get Buller on the other side, though, so a positive trade, but Kane gets one back. Kilo's sent there. Addo's going to have to dash out if he can. We'll be able to reset, but this should be first flip going the way of New Era. If they're quick ult tab, they can contest this. Kilo's going to go over onto the Sojourn as well. Kane certainly had the better of the hit scan battle so far, but mostly just from the amount of work Dodo's been able to do onto Kilo. Now coming out, Attacker taking so much damage. He's just off the map as well. Kane with the whip shot kill. Come on, Overwatch HUD. We know it's not a whip shot from the Cass. They're going to get a lot of cleanup off the back of that as well. They have lost someone, but they'll be able to clean up the Juno, and New Era good for a second fight in a row. Contained out the choke. Ult charge looking a little bit prettier for New Era as well. Heineken will be the first of the ults we have to throw into this one. Kilo has full rail. Always used it actually. Didn't find anything. Gonna keep swinging coast. Try and use this angle to leverage their way through this choke. Ruler is keeping that one contained. Obviously can wall off as well. Instead it's going to be Opener and Addo moving over to play through objective as well. Dodo's going to come mirror that one. But he is outmatched here. Even with big support, it's a 2v3 on point. So they have to be a little bit careful here, New Era. They don't want to take the fight. They just want to keep it contained. Attack is going to group up with his team. Now it's going to retake. Kane's going to fall. Player advantage now. Kilo sliding around on the roof. Will just get killed by Dodo. Looks a little bit lost in the source. Downpour comes out from Ruler. Just catch the D.Va. Separates everyone else. But the rest of the Octave backline, they've rotated away. They're very separated from attack. But they're just on this coast area. A treacherous platform. And MCD will come swinging through with this rally. Clean them all up. And New Era are in complete control of this one.
진영을 반으로 갈라놓은 다음에 어느 부분을 먼저 잡을 건지에 대한 판단도 굉장히 소통이 좀 잘 됩니다.
Big ult fight for this final one. OWCS do have that advantage since they didn't use that rally in the previous fight. They can double support ult at choke. They've even got Kilo potentially going left, but it's going to be an earlier array coming through from Blink. Achieve doesn't quite have it yet. Opener has to rally, and oh no, Achieve caught up by Dodo. No chance. Opener is back on the Mega. Supports went different ways. Couldn't help each other. Bash onto Dodo right now. Still battling away in the back, but they've had to touch for the point, so Attacker's gone forward. He has for self-destruct. He's getting swung on by MCD, desperately trying to get back into Mech. Opener's killed Dodo and spawned. Kilo's found a pick as well. Attacker's back in Mech. Ult tab, they have a chance. They had to burn all five, or all four ultimates they had for that one, and Achiever's going to come back on Kiriko. Ado has for Blade, so they do actually have ult advantage to snowball into this next fight, but now with the Kiri instead of the Juno. It's not too bad, I think, in the neutral, but once we get over to the ult side of things, the Ray will outvalue the Kitsune Rush. Wait, did he Rage Axe? Oh, never mind. I'll come back to it. Dodo swinging around right now. Early Blade comes in from Ado, trying to roll back for years with this one. Eyes on the Sojourn. Will take down Kane. Will be able to dash out with that dash reset as well. Comes back over. And good conversion with the fight. New era in there. Kind of just swung into the Blade. Made it easy enough for Ado. They all walked up on the choke. Could force the... Oh, did he pop it when he was trying to Blade? Oh my god. No way. Yeah, because I was surprised to see him swap afterwards. I thought he still had Ray, but I can't believe he would try and use it in that situation. Actually insane. Attack now containing the bridge. Dodo's got a bit of an angle and they're swinging for free. MCD's got his second rally. Pressure onto the Diva. Bash onto the Brig as well. Opener will jump over the whip shot but gets hit by the downpour and finishes off. And it's just an easy rally retake for New Era in the end. They've just swarmed them. Ado is the last one alive. He's going to die on point. It's going to be a desperate touch situation. Self-destruct and rally close. Kilo onto the Tracer. Kitsune rush close, but they're not going to get anywhere near to actually touch him the point. And New Era will take the first round. Yeah, is Ado from back in the day. Don't see merit in someone stick together. Yeah, but my best guess, and it is just a guess, would be they just both end up on Falcons. I think it came out, but then he swapped. I don't think there's like a... Can I rewind on this?
맞습니다. 짚어주신 이 두 딜러의 맹활약 그리고 그 뒤에 좀 이어지는
I don't really know the...
꽤나 든든했던 듀에라.
I don't really know the functionalities. They have like, you know on Twitch where you can essentially start watching the VOD live. I can rewind on my own YouTube stream. Good shout.
맞습니다. 자, 그럼 두 번째 세트는 어떤 팀에게
You guys are probably right. I kind of didn't expect him to use it because it felt like such a hot take to use it. Which one was it? It was before this. Oh, he did use it, didn't he? Pardon me. Actually, inconceivable. He used it. That's for, like, he's actually just pressed it with a Genji in his face. I mean, I know it's last fight and stuff, but it's just, fuck me, just, I mean, one, don't get in that situation. Because again, you've got Rally, right? They're going to Blade, you've got Rally. If they're coming to Blade you, try and be in a situation where your Brig can do something about it. Opener's over here. Unbelievable that he pulled Bray in that situation. Achieved nothing. Oh, he actually's got a replay of it live as well. Nothing beats an early morning sandwich. Yeah, I have my sausage sandwich already. I've got a second one, but I'll save that a little bit closer to lunchtime. Winning comms was a pretty straightforward. Nice. Yeah, I mean it was a pretty underwhelming underwhelming map from Alt Tab. It's 7 people per team max. Yeah, I mean if they want both of them, they'll just move Magic to like a streamer position or a content creator position or something. Looking forward to your daily dose of financial advice on the stream today. Only the best financial advice here. If you like Overwatch and increasing your portfolio's value, this is the place to be. Ever see too much value in someone? Nah, someone probably is. In terms of like complete pool, someone probably is the best tank in the world. I mean, I know he's not played for a stage, so, but on paper, he is. On paper, he is. What if Fighter someone merit just form a new free agent team? Why would they do it for free when they can do it for money? I mean, we did the math earlier, right? If anyone's got 154k plus a little bit of change, you could make the team happen. Who's on alt tab? A series of familiar faces, actually. I'll bring up the full roster for you, but it's like Addo, Opener, yeah, Kilo, Phase and Attack. We obviously saw attacking at first map. Dukes, Wednesday, and Chief, who we saw just play there, who players I'm much less familiar with.
네, 말씀하신 대로 딜러 쪽에는 웬즈데이 선수가 이제 좀 있고 탱커 쪽에는 인터뷰를 했었던 플레잉 코치 푸사제 선수가 있는데
Outside of Gooshway, who have a good Winston's, Donghack, Jumbin. Yeah, Donghack probably the best. Jumbin in and around there for sure. I think someone's is up there too. What do I consider a complete tank pool? I mean, it doesn't need to be like perfectly complete. Right, obviously someone has his heroes he's not as strong at. But I think a lot of the time when you see most tank players have one or two heroes where they're world class on, then they can kind of play the others. Whereas I feel like someone, you look at like Winston, Sigma, Rosaria, even the Junker Queen. Like, there's so many heroes he's actually just at a top level at. I mean, Hanbin also falls into that same category, right? A different hero pool, obviously not the Winston, but like Diva, Junker Queen, Ram, Rosaria as well. So obviously there is some overlap there, but I think having a Winston player still so important.
야타를 보겠다는 건 어느 정도 이제 화력이 센 조합을 좀 억제하고 싶다라는 뜻인데 어떤 조합을 쓸지 좀 봐야 될 것 같고요. 뉴에라는 일단 야타를 배네 혹시 민스.
Whenever I see SOOP Cup, I half expect to look away for 5 minutes and come back to a team with Hagopen, Kaguri, and Kaiser or something. Real retirement home. Which is a bit of fun, isn't it? Imagine, get your mates together. Should we go play the SOOP Cup at the weekend? They'll let us play the SOOP Cup. We've been invited. Should we get the boys back together? See if we've still got it. I can see the appeal. Obviously, then you get there and you get hit by reality. Now all these kids born in like 2008 and 2009 are just smoking you on the game, you know. But it's nice to have that, you know, relive your glory years for a little bit.
자, 양팀 마찬 두 번째 주장 블리자드 월드입니다.
자, 겐지가 밴 안 당했으니 도도 선수 자신 있게 또 겐지를 들었고 아나벤 또한 서로 이제 걸지 않아서
네.
아치브
We got someone as
선수도
well.
이제
Where do you rate Donghack in all time? I don't know all time. There's always like the modern players are invariably better than the older players. But I think in terms of like pure ability, I think Donghack's the best right now.
유에라가 먼저 공격을
Maybe ever.
준비합니다.
자, 블리크 선수가 준호가
Guys would main tank these kids.
메인 힐러가 준호되는 것도 귀한 메모리긴 하거든요.
Morning Hadouken King.
조합의 전면
Just started. It's actually a pretty one-sided first map, really.
아나 말고 준호부리하자라는 생각을 한 건지 좀 봐야겠습니다.
자, 그리고
Okay. Bottom seems about right. Close the Reds.
포션을 들고 있습니다.
Oh, Juby's got it. Nice Juby.
조합상 키리코도
So we're over to Blizzard World. Alt Tab have picked it. They banned in Yata. New Era banned Winston in response. Attack was in anyway, so I don't know why New Era have banned Winston. I don't think Attack would have gone Winston in any situation. Maybe they should have banned Diva or something. Oh well. It's only the SOOP Cup. Dodo coming over the right hand side, trying to clear Addo out, but doesn't find any meaningful damage. Ruler's going to fly onto that one as well, but Kilo is able to sit pretty up behind him. They've lost Addo. Flashbang out, loads of damage onto Ruler, fanning that hammer, so much damage onto the Hazard. They can push and get that kill if they really want, but they don't. Well, they do actually, but it gets traded out. Dodo back onto the high ground, got Opener isolated underneath, 48 HP, trying to flank the whip shot. Dodo is now stranded behind, and Kilo will clean all of that up. And Ruler just seemed to go up on his own timing, really expecting Dodo to follow up more promptly on that engage. In the end, Kilo's able to find enough damage, gets himself up to this high noon as well. You see attack close to self-destruct. Not the most meaningful ults, but better than nothing. Now the retake attempt again from New Era. Downpour is the closest ult they have. They won't really have it for the next fight, so it's going to be another neutral. Kilo starting on the low ground, trying to apply a bit of pressure before coming back to this high ground. Eyes on Dodo, any damage onto the Genji. He's going to drop this high noon very early. There's nobody even here. No one here at all. He's just looking at walls. New Era are just going to wait out of respect, but that's an ult down the pisser. The Chief nearly has the Nano though. Oh, the deflect, he shoots it. Dodo's going to get the kill. All the good work. Now he's all over this. Nano's going to come out onto Addo. He's going to try and make something happen, but he's stuck just shooting the Hazard right now. Lock it up, dash in onto Opener, Downpour, Bash comes out. No chance for that one. They deal with that Nano, no problem at all. Blade over on top of this rally. Dodo will catch a bash, but we'll just trade Opener right back. That'll be the backline taken down. Ruler has tanked that sleep for him. And all stems from that opening deflect. And they'll clean up on point. First cap will go their way. Was 2.5 minutes off the clock, so not the worst first hold you're ever going to see. But it was a pretty soft way to lose it. Now coming through to the next point, OWCS did invest their double support ult into that. So we're going to have to rely mostly on Addo's Blade when he gets it. On the other hand, New Era can keep this payload moving. They have the Overclock and Ray. Both decent responses as well, can make Addo's Blade very hard when it's not backed up by a Nano boost or anything like that. Kilo over onto the Sojourn now as well, playing on the high ground. The New Era, they're in no rush. They can keep this payload moving for free. Once they get stuck on this corner, they can really just pop the overclock, clear some more space, see what they can find. Payload rolling to the corner now. This is where they're going to really try and contest it. OWCS. You see Addo lurking on the high ground with that Blade. It needs to be cautious about the overclock, cautious about the Ray. Ruler's trying to take some space underneath. Kilo's going to try and force that back. He has full rail. Blade comes out from Addo. Eyes on the backline. Forces out the Ray. You can see he was really just interested in forcing that Ray and getting out a 1-for-1 ult trade. They drop the overclock actually in that as well. Don't know about that one because Kane has found nothing with it. Just difficult angles to find one on the low ground. The nade comes through from Achieve, forcing everyone to deep peek. And this is isolated Dodo, but nade's created so much space. New Era flood back outside, but this opens an opportunity for attack to push with this nano boost. And he has deleted this backline here. Messes up his boosters a little bit, but Addo's good for the cleanup as well. Can help Achieve. Matrix Susanna. Well played by OWCS there. You saw they were patient, happy to trade for Blade for the Ray. The investment from the overclock as well, probably just really a mistake from New Era, using 2 ults to do the same thing, so OWCS gets to trade 1 for 2. Then they continue to hold the high ground. They don't rush for touch, they don't overcommit to drop to the low ground, they just bully him back, try and isolate Dodo a bit, and then once they force them out to try and save Dodo, that's when attack has that nano timing. They're going to let him rotate for relatively free here actually, so OWCS a bit passive on this hold, but Nate's going to go out again but doesn't find anything. Kilo has the overclock. They have dropped to the low ground. He's going to pop this overclock, but he can only see Ruler right now, so damage into that. MCD's going to have a little peek. He's only got damage and opportunity onto it, so a very early overclock from Kyo. Tremendously overwhelming. And New Era can now line up a push with this Rally Blade. Downpour can even get thrown into the mix as well. Opener's going to have to do a lot with his rally to try and hold this one out. Nade comes through onto Dodo. He tries to dash out, but Kilo catches him. MCD's going to rally anyway, trying to save his Genji, but he cannot. Now the Downpour coming through as well. Over it. Dives in deeper for the kill. Ruler can get Achieve. Opener is still battling away with that one. Has the rally going. Attacker's anchored point this entire time. Now he's looking for the backline. Kilo is just slid over the top. He's found 2. He'll get traded, but he's more than done enough. Attack will get the clean up. Should be able to get the hazard here as well. Oh, good wall actually from Ruler. Might just save his life. And alright. Good opening pick. Really saves that one, I think, for OWCS after a tremendously early overclock. Stabilizing on second as we enter the final 50 seconds. Dodo has Blade. Addo nearly has a blade of his own. Achieve not far off this Nano, but there is a bit of a window if New Era want to go quickly, but they probably want to wait for their Ray as well, so it might just be a Nano blade versus a Ray blade by the time this fight actually happens. And because both teams are building ultimates, it will be last fight, or potential last fight at least, if New Era can't win it. Trading damage onto the high ground, trying to take a little bit of space. Dodo's going to come through now. Blade comes out, eyes on Kilo, trying to bait the slash. Deflect on the sleep, takes him down. Achieve was looking for it. No chance to use the Nano, no chance for Addo to get to that. And Dodo is good for it. The Ray on point just to make sure everything's getting pushed over. Achieve felt the need to hit the sleep, but the only person who can sleep is himself. Attack is going to bomb, which is an outrageous take from Attack. And presume he's swapping his hero, because there was no way he was going to win that one with Bomb. He's going to stick on the Diva out of respect, or I guess disrespect for the economy. Achieve now does have the Nano, Addo has the Blade, so we have this powerful combo available. Overclock on the other side for New Era. They can start with Overclock here. If it forces for Nano Blade, if you lose to Nano Blade, you got time for another fight. So I think New Era can be quite happy. Move the cart, Overclock, try and bait that Nano Blade in. Now it is onto Addo. They're all quite far back. Will be dashing through, misses it. Will catch MCD eventually. Lots of damage, but only one kill out of this Nano Blade. This is exactly what, it's even better than New Era wanted. I thought they would have to sort of overclock to bait this Nano Blade, but Alt Tab don't need an invitation. They will just Nano Blade round the corner. They win the fight, but only one kill, a quick reset for New Era, and that was a powerful combo off the floor for Alt Tab. Nade through onto Kane as both teams sit with this overclock. Kilo's going to go first, but come on, Kilo, walk up. You're a Sojin. You have movement. Dodo's going to peek him a couple of times out of respect, so he can get value out of his overclock. Thank you very much, Dodo, making Kilo look all right. 20 seconds left on the clock. Dodo will respawn, and they'll have another crack. Rally available for both teams, but Kane does have this overclock advantage. Luna's been holding on to this downpour for a while. Has that to throw in there as well. Downpour, overclock now, just trying to clear the Diva out. Attack is going to try and give him the slip. The rest of the team is disengaged. Kilo has to be careful. Good kite coming out from Alt Tab. Now they have Rally versus Rally. Just have to worry about this downpour. Rally comes through on the ground. MTD's going to pop as well. Cat and mouse between the two Briggs as they try and find opportunities to bash each other without getting punished themselves. But both Briggs just going to hold the shield, back it up a little bit. Bash is onto attack, actually. He doesn't have the self-destruct. He needs lots and lots of pocket. He will get pocketed through all of that. Luna still has the downpour. Blink clearly has it. Downpour comes out. Opener manages to shield it, but he's caught the wrong side of the wall. Kill for him. Attack is trying to find a trade on the backline in the meantime, but he can't. Attack is in deep, has the self-destruct. Achieve nearly get up to the Nano. Blink nearly up to the Ray. Self-destruct in the backline. Can Attack get back into mech? Attack gets back into mech. He kills MTD and Baby Diva, but he can't get on the point. Oh, the Ray comes through just in time for Blink. They get it, but Attack, oh, it was off screen, but he kills MCD. Kills MCD. Gets that trade. Almost able to touch in time. If he's able to touch and then Achieve drops for Nano, that whole fight could look really different. But in the end, it is a full cap for New Era.
결정타가 뉴에라의 그런 딜러진이나 딜라에서 터져줍니다.
맞습니다. 야, 그러다 보니까 분명히 추가 시간 들어갈 때만 해도 3점 초입에 있던 화물이 끝까지 들어가는데 좀 성공했던 뉴에라였어요.
아, 여기 너무 컸어요.
장면이에요.
Yeah, biggest problem I think really for Alt Tab, we gotta it's just ult investment in some of these situations. We saw a couple really early overclocks from Kilo. We saw that Nano Blade that really just, you know, New Era hadn't done anything. If they're just going to hold passively at the choke and you hold Nano Blade, you're on defense. If they're going to take their time, bloody let them. It's their time they're losing off the clock, not yours. You want that time to dwindle down. So, yeah, weird from Alt Tab because it's a combination of either going too early or pushing around the corner too aggressively too early or popping it way too early passively. So a bit all over the place. Obviously, the impression I get from this Alt Tab team is they're kind of just thrown together for the event. So we should expect a little bit of rough around the edges, whereas New Era, a more established team, played all of OWCS Stage 1, and very much, I believe, intend to be playing in Stage 2 as well. Going to be more of the same comps here. It's actually going to be Opener on Juno here instead of Brig. Was having a bit of a rough time getting caught the wrong side of those walls on occasions. Brig isn't a great matchup into Hazard in the same way it is into Diva, so MTD was gonna just find more value inherently in this exact matchup. But Juno should be okay. Ado's gonna find his opening pick onto Dodo, so that's gonna be more than okay. Attack's gonna fly in, force them all back, and New Era might just be in a quick disengage situation. Have to play for retake early on. Kilo needs to be careful. Doesn't get traded though, so they continue to hold the choke. Want OWCS to take more of an advantage here. He's going to get an angle onto Ruler. Pressure onto the Hazard now as he tries to DP Kilo. He's going to try and get onto Kilo actually here. Clears him out of that position. Ado's hitting a few dinks at the choke though. They need to contest very soon. Ruler's going for it, but he's just 1 HP. Kilo's angle actually got so much done in the end. Now Kane's going to slide onto the high ground. He finds opener. The attack is just smothering him. Kane's actually going to find a second one. Okay. The cap's gone through. It's all fine. 2 for Kane as he dies. And they reset. And it's going to be a 5-minute, 20-second timeback for OWCS as we move on to second. Right back in it. Ruler's going to match for D.Va as well. So an option for opener here. He only has 45% of his bloody Ray. Could just swap back to Brig as well. He's going to do exactly that. Much nicer matchup into the D.Va than it is for Hazard. And they will take this almost mirror. The Chief nearly has for Nano though. Now could be the first big opening for OWCS to keep pushing their advantage. Again, they're trying to play a lot through Dodo. They just caught Dodo again. All of a sudden, MCD, he's stranded on the ground. Full pocket coming through from Ruler, trying to get his Brig out of dodge. Attack is above him right now. Ruler's going to mark that as well. They've successfully disengaged, but twice now they've just managed to find Dodo before the fight starts. And OWCS, they've not used any of their ults yet. Now they have the Nano Blade. Oh, it's a rally. It's so aggressive from MCD. Jump over a defensive Nano onto Kilo. D.Va is all over him as well. Needs more pocket. The bash comes through MCD. Not enough healing for him. Ado's going to come in, pulls the blade. MCD's fighting that one. MCD's not scared in this blade at all. MCD's going to take down the blade as well. Unbelievable. MCD will fight anyone and he'll win. Dodo now coming back to contest for point as they were on point this entire time OWCS. So they got a lot of progress. They'll come back and clean up all the kills here. New Era. MCD dealing with all of it. I was so surprised when a defensive Nano came out onto Kilo and MCD was in his face with the rally. It felt like Kilo didn't get healed for ages. Where was the packs? Where was a defensive nade? A left click, anything. A bit of Inspire healing. It felt like Kilo was on low HP for so long. That allows MCD to turn that kill, and then he even wins the Blade Duel as well. With no rally. So a huge swing for New Era, because this was just for rally they use. And MCD's actually at to 56% of another rally too. Huge for New Era. Now OWCS are going to try and rotate their left side. The saving grace for OWCS is they've got a lot of cart progress, so they can play to threaten the payloads here. But it's an early blade from Dodo. Achieve is right on in there, and Dodo's going to cut through everything. Underneath them, no ults to respond with. Trying to avoid any trades. Clean up there. MCD well on his way to another rally. Kido's going to swap onto the cast. And a nice quick fight for New Era. Again, efficient for the economy. 2-1 fights in a row. Only 2 ults used. Now they have Ray and they have Overclock. Again, a situation with OWCS. If they go for that same rotation through the low ground, the problem is if you get through into the temple, it sort of feels good because you're closer to the objective. The problem is your disengage gets really scuffed. So if they do the same thing again and then they just get pushed by Ray, the rally's probably not enough, but they're not even going to give them time for that. Kane has dropped with the Overclock early as well. They've got some separation now in the OWCS. Can they find the isolated players? Ado's going to dash in, but Kane's going to deal with that one, no problem. Kilo is walking in. Kilo somehow finds the trade. Come on, Ruler. They'll get the kills regardless, and they will win the fight. So again, another one and done situation for the side of New Era. And they can regroup on the high ground as well. OWCS, 3 fights lost in a row. Does mean they are building a decent bank of ultimates. They have double support ult now. New Era also have it. Trying to come through the low ground again. Walking through. It's such a harder rotation to do with an Ana Brig backline. You can see the cart's even rolled back quite a significant amount right now as they try and fight over it. Attack's actually lost his HP trade. Has to back it up and slow it down. Trying to find an opening for Ado, but just going to die. Now they are forced back. Dodo smells blood. Deflect comes out. Has to be careful. He doesn't get booped in there, but Ruler has got his back. They're all going in together now. Dodo's still swinging in, having a bit of trouble with this brig. We'll get traded out. They might be able to get there. They should be able to get attack late here as well, unless he can get over the roof. Ruler's going the other side to try and catch him, but attack is just shooting to slow his fall by a bit more time. We'll regroup, and all of a sudden it was a 5-minute 20-second time back at the start. Remember, we're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds. But OWCS, they've got 5 ultimates. But New Era, they've been so efficient, they still have 4. Really well managed second point from New Era on the defense. Achiever's going to swing. Nano Boost is available. Eyes on that Genji. Nano Blade is out. Ray comes out. Rally comes out to try and deal with it. And Kane's just on the run. The double slide. Dodo on the other hand. He's just killed all 3 with a Ray Blade. Addo gets his man eventually. But 1 kill for a Nano Blade. We need to improve those numbers. And now they're going to stagger out the baby D.Va. Well, maybe not that much, Dodo just can't resist. Sometimes you just got to kill the baby. We're going to try and get a late kill onto Addo as well, and final 30 seconds. Ruler holding onto the high ground. Kilo has for high noon, self-destructive flight. Kane nearly has the overclock as well. Last time Kane was very aggressive with this overclock. The car has rolled so far back, it's nearly at the first corner. This is such an uphill battle now for OWCS after such a good start. Kane putting some pressure onto the D.Va. You can see he wants to go tank side. He wants to take that aggressive angle. He has the double slide available as well. Ruler's pressuring that as well. They're playing this one quite slow though. Bit of pressure onto it. Now the overclock comes through from Kane. Takes a pretty passive one in the end. Tries to catch the Ana. Finds Kilo, but doesn't find anything. Kilo's going to take him down. Opening pick achieved. The defensive nade keeps himself alive as well. Kilo's rotated this aggressive position, and Dodo is coming for him. Flashbang is out. Ruler has to try and remake on the point. Kilo, he's 1 HP again. Surely Dodo will win this one. Just about. D.Va responds, but Dodo's got the mega, and he's got out of dodge. Just sort of dancing around. They C9 out of everything. Out of all the ways it could have ended. Of course it ends with a C9 as well. Disaster second point for OWCS. Absolute disaster.
아치브 선수의 그런 변수를 허용하지 않게 되고 도도 선수가 그냥 솔로 용검으로도 너무나 완벽한 활약을 몇 번 보여주다 보니까 궁극기 순환 싸움에서도 뉴에라가 계속 유리한 고지를 점하고 있어요.
Half of SOOP Cup is just whichever former pros are chilling at the PC bang that evening. Just get a group of mates and sign up for 5-a-side. Am I allowed to root for Dodo even though he's MCD of the roster? You can root for MCD. Don't be scared.
네, 킬로 선수의 그런 날카로움도 있었고 아도 선수도 내가 이제
when it's China finals, it's about midday, so the original schedule was about 2 hours from now. I think the 3rd place game is starting soon. I can probably actually start the DLC if we can maybe get some multi-action going. Double side is broken. He actually you just get to leave. Just leave. Is Nano blading? I'm just leaving. Hope everyone else will be okay. I'm getting out of here. What's the question? Sorry, Andra. Thoughts on Avril saying Jay is extremely overrated, extremely like what has he done in Korea last year? He's not good. I thought he had an okay season in Korea last year, and then he's had a really brilliant stage 1. So I think should be highly rated for that. Okay, let me just check I've got all my layers right. So if I minimize this, you guys can see China. If I maximize this, you guys can see Korea. So we can sort of flick between the two. Yeah, I thought Jay was just like an okay DPS last year in Korea. Obviously, you have to bear in mind Korea's a higher standard of play, right? So being an okay DPS in Korea is better than like a mid-table DPS in Korea is better than a mid-table DPS in EVA most of the time. And then he's had a really good stage 1. Kilo attack and Oather are all 21. Yeah, New Era 1 as well, Juvie, yeah. And to be fair, this series looks like it might be over, right? Did Jay not have an extremely good season? I mean, I think sometimes there's a bit of conflation of when a team has a good season, it doesn't mean every player on that team has like a great season. So like, I think Pokerface had a really good stage 2 last year, but I don't feel like Jay was a carry or a key part of that. I think he was a functional part of that success, right? Oh, thank you, Kaven26. Thank you for Prime. Welcome back. Yeah, I remember thinking he was better than Choi, but also I don't rate Choi very highly. So it's so I think he's better than Choi, but Choi's also a player I don't rate particularly highly. So to me, he just felt like a mid-table DPS, honestly, last season. Has Choi not just had a ridiculous fall-off since Guangzhou? I don't even know if it's a fall-off. I don't think I ever rated Choi particularly highly. Like, not like, he should never play the game, but, he was always just like, I guess, like a bottom half of Overwatch League DPS, kind of at best. I don't think I ever bought into the hype in quite the same way as maybe some people did. Morning, 7M. Who had insane Tracer performances? Yeah, I mean, it rings half a bell, but again, the fact that I'm struggling to pull out the memories or like a clear like carry J performance probably is a bit of an indicator of the impact he did have. Or also a demonstration of my failing memory. Maybe both. Could be both. But yeah, I think he's gone from like mid-table, yeah, like I said, mid-table DPS. Mid-table DPS to actually looking like one of the best players in EMEA in Stage 1. If not the best, honestly. Have I seen Bertlog's Wikipedia? What's happening on old Bertie's Wikipedia? Bertlog was on the team when I first coached. They were called Four Legs at the time, but the team that became Sydney Drop Bears with FaZe. Bertlog was on that team. All golds. All golds. What are you saying? Sorry. On Platch, they were asking about the Rock CC game, and he said Bertie didn't play ball when he played ball half the time. I couldn't even remember what map he played. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, I feel this isn't like a dig at Platch or anything. This is like general esports discussion. I feel like so often is what happens is people have a player or something, they have an idea, they see a player play a few times, they form an idea or a narrative about that player, and then that just gets sort of cemented in their head. And there's no scope for there to be form or good tournament, bad tournament, good day, bad day, strong opponent, weak opponent, you know, anything like that. And people are like very, what's the word? They just bounce from extreme to extreme, you know? Like the number of times I see comments where it's like, it's something like, a player plays well now, right? Like a player has a really good weekend or something. A player has a really good one now. Like a really good weekend, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I can't believe I've been sleeping on this guy the entire time. I was like, have you definitely been sleeping on the guy the entire time? Or has he hit a patch of better form? Has he improved as a player? Because for me, what was more interesting is if you were bad, if you were performing badly and struggling, and now you're good, the improvement is more interesting than just going, oh, I must have just been wrong before. He was actually always his level or something. I feel like a lot of the time people are just, maybe it's more common in esports, but people don't talk about, I'm saying this a lot, but people don't talk about form enough. Like, it's all about form. Any sport, any esport, you'll know it as well. When you guys play Overwatch, you'll have good days, you'll have bad days. You might have a week where you're just fucking on it, you know? Stuff's just working, stuff's just hitting. It's true for everyone. Oh, you think he meant Gaga? Oh, okay. That'd probably make a bit more sense. Serious question, I see our falling off. No, I don't think they're falling off. I think Crazy Raccoon... I think Falcons just... Again, it's like... They just have... Falcons just have a good day. I look at a couple of those maps that Crazy Raccoon lost. It's just fucking impossible they lose those maps, you know? So, I think like there are certain parts of that Crazy Raccoon can cope themselves out of.
더 전개하기 용이한
No, I don't think there's any drops at the moment.
무엇보다 아치브 선수가 아나에 좀 강점이 있는 선수기도 하고.
맞습니다.
My form always improves after a few drinks.
그리고 이제 전 세트의
Maybe that's all they need. A few more bevies to
좀 이제
straighten them out.
등장하는 유에라죠.
Yeah, like if you're a Crazy Raccoon fan, I wouldn't be worried about Crazy Raccoon. You know, like as much as the Asia playoffs is important in terms of qualifying, the actual grand final, you know, it's not really where the money is or where the most important high pressure games are. I think it'll be neck and neck between the two of them again at Hangzhou.
미스턴이 위선 할아버지가
Alright, let me close these breads. Actually 50-50 breads, alright. Evenly split. Well, look in then. MCD is on the Zen. It's a Zen Juno, normally seen as a greedier backline, but it is Route 66, so you can often get away with a greedier backline. Opener is going to be playing the Kiri. They're going to lose their Juno as they come in, so now MCD is very vulnerable as well. And normally we talk about it being more possible to run this greedier backline when you're on Route 66, especially on the defense, you have this high ground to play around. But not if you just end up on the bloody low ground in this sort of dangerous, vulnerable area. No swaps coming through from New Era here. It's worth noting the brig has been banned, so MCD would have to go a different pivot, either onto a Kiriko or something like this. Also have banned the Genji as well, taking away one of Dodo's best heroes, allowing it to be a Tracer matchup instead. We've seen, I think, almost exclusively Dodo on Genji. Might look very good on it. This will be an interesting little look into how deep his hero pool goes. Nade at the choke coming out now is going to be avoided by everyone on the side of New Era. Attack's going to fly in anyway, try and find a few split players. He's going to catch the backline, and this Zen Juno, oh, it's just free for attack, isn't it? He can do whatever he wants in this backline. He's going to clean up Ruler as well, kill the baby, and that's going to be first point already in the bag here for OWCS. The Zen Juno. Can't seem to withstand anything. I mean, particularly against the Diva, it's very hard as well. Really surprised we've not seen a Kiriko or even an Ana swap or something come out from New Era. MCD is 30% away from that front center, so maybe they're playing for that. The problem is, OWCS already have some more ults to throw into this. They get the payload moving, they've got High Noon, they've nearly got the Nano. Nano might just go onto the Diva as well. We've seen the value attack has been able to get consistently pushing this backline. Expect him to do more of the same to an even larger degree with this Nano. 5 ults for OWCS, but Chief has to be careful on the rotate. Attack has just killed Dodo. They've traded Tracers, but the payload has been stalled out during all of this, so Attack don't have to come back. They still have a Nano available to go. No Tracer to follow up this Nano push. But they're going to clear Ruler, gain a few more meters. Kane trying to hold on to this rail. Kitsune Rush and Nano going to be used. Transcendence has been forced. Heavy investment. They're trying to close, and Pulse Bomb is good. Addo's going to connect that one as they try and disengage, and now they are just all over it. Full Matrix. Openers piling in as well. Dodo's actually found a trade with the Pulse Bomb and got an out. Ruler's playing for the remake. Will give a remake. Attack really just wanted to walk in and take a bit of that self-destruct damage. But Kilo denies the remake, actually. They can get the payload moving. Messier fight than they probably would have hoped for OWCS there. So both teams will get a full 5v5 before the end of second. Again, Blink is going to have Ray for it too, so OWCS limited options here. They can move the cart as far as they want, maybe even use the Hydra as a bit of a counter, like a very soft counter to the Ray. Kane's going to fly onto the high ground, Attack is going to be all over that, and Attack has been deadly so far on this Route 66. Anyone oversteps, anyone shows themselves too much, and Attack is just deleting them. Now looking for the backline as well, trying to boot MCD off. He's got him out. Ray's going to come out, so Attack has to disengage a little bit. As for self-destruct if he gets in trouble. The rest of the backline just trying to live. MCD is rotating and floating. He's getting chased by Attack. He will get killed. Attack has the bomb as well. He's going to disengage inside, trying to play around. Dodo can't deny that remake. Attack has got a kill, got himself back into mech. New Era are going to have to rely on this overclock now. All onto Kane, but Attack is just killing the backline more. Openers in deep, but Kane misses the shot. Dodo finishes the kill anyway, but Attack continues to be on cleanup duties. Pulse Bomb comes through, but it's all Dodo can do is get the mech, and Attack will just go swap back and spawn. Second point already secured, and OWCS not going down without a fight. Again, we got to ask questions. Is this Zen Juno? Is this really the best comp here? Because the Diva is absolutely shredding Blink and MCD at the moment. OWCS have both DPS ults to keep this payload moving. Even got a nano boost soon. Again, very much expect this to go the way of Attack, and MCD and Blink's lives are going to be under major duress. 35% for MCD to get the Transcendence to give him that get out of jail card like he had versus the last Nano. Quite a long way to go. Kane trying to swing up a little bit here. Force spin back. He's getting pressure from his Trace from the right hand side. Has to keep eyes on both doors. Has a full rail now to find this side fight. Or most of it at least. Attack though, he snakes his way into the back. He's looking for an opportunity. Nano is available. Not invested yet. Kilo's killed Dodo while attack zones the back line. And they take all the space here, Alt Tab. Slow and steady. Ruler's been forced back. They still have the Nano. MCD doesn't have the Transcendence. 5% short. Achieve still has the Nano if he needs it, but Attack doesn't need a Nano. He's just getting all the kills anyway. Gonna force Ruler back in spawn. This has been an absolute blitz on the offense here. MCD has the Transcendence in 2%. Dodo's gone on to the Venture to increase the stall. Nano available from Achieve. High Noon on the high ground. Nano comes out here onto Opener though. I don't think that's what he meant. Opener's gonna try and take the duel anyway. Come on, OP. Get some shots going. Kitsune rushes on point as well, but Opener's gonna die. Oh no, it's a fumble from Alt Tab. The Nano Kiri at the worst possible time. Attack's gonna get the self-destruct kill and the remake. Gets the better of the Diva. Kane pushes into main, but Cheats winning this duel out of mech again. Attack. He's still got the pocket, but he's fighting free on Baby Diva. Addo is back in as well. They're awfully low. They need to kill the Zen. Addo has killed 2. Blink has to get the touch. Ruler's back now as well. Maybe the Diva can buy enough time. Attack has got himself back in mech as well. Ruler needs all the help in the world. They will get it done, Alt Tab. An ult mismanagement at the start, but they get it over the line. Venture out from Dodo, just find a late trade, but the Captive goes through. Alt Tab will get it. Woo. How do they win that fight? I don't know. Oh, the Nano Kiri into... You can see it as well because we were on a Chief's point of view. He was not looking at Opener at the time. He did not want it to go that way. But it did go that way. And then Opener, you know when you get the Nano, when you're not expecting the Nano, and you're like, fuck it, I've gotta hope I still have hands attached to the end of my arms. See if I can hit a few of these shots. Opener couldn't find any of them. But somehow, some way, Achieve is just alive in that anchor position the entire time. And really, the big question mark has to be, when we look at the comps here, surely, oh surely, New Era are going to change the backline composition. Zen Juno, we saw how squishy it was when they were trying to play the defense, even on first point where they had a lot of good starting positions. Now, all of a sudden, it's going to be even harder on the attack, because now, rather than have a good start position, you have to start below ground. You have to rotate underneath a potential Diva, through nades, through everything like this. So, really expect MCD to swap onto the Ana. He's been great on Ana so far this year as well, so... I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. But maybe I guess we're gonna go for it again. Ruler onto the Diva 2. And we'll get a very similar matchup to what we had on Alt Tab's attack. Diva's gonna butt heads up top as the payload moves to his first corner, and this is where Alt Tab will really have interest in holding it proper. Diva's just fighting each other for now as his payload moves. Get a bit of ult charge. Owner's going to be very much, I think, on New Era to try and make the first move, try and get their Zen into a meaningful position, but they have to be so keen to pocket their Zen. The nade comes through onto Kane and MCD's going to have to rotate back. They have to play so baity here. MCD's life is treacherous, a real glass cannon situation. They want to get into meaningful positions to help Ruler with the dives. A classic Discord, followed up by your Diva. But the more MCD walks up, the more vulnerable he becomes. And here we have case and point. Now Blink is in big trouble as well. No Harmony Orb. Addo trying to finish that kill. He can't, but Kilo can. And with their healing gone, New Era just going to get taken down on the point. They do get a late trade onto Kilo, and they got attacked mech, but they get attacked back in. And Kane's actually walked in and killed the Ana. That last trade is huge. They can kill the baby a little bit late here, but the Ana trade is going to... Two of the slowest heroes walking back have been traded now for Alt Tab, meaning a bit of space for New Era if they're quick. Attack is going to hold forward for now, scout the information. Need to buy time for Nano. Their cast is back now, but Achieve still isn't quite back, which means his Nano isn't building, so they're going to have to rely instead of their Kitsune Rush or High Noon as their first ultimates here on tap. But New Era don't have much more than their DPS ults either, really, and self-destruct. Not the greatest ults to start fight with. You see Dodo trying to walk his way into this right-hand side. Body shot will force him back by Kilo. Kane is trying to challenge that one as well, but can't find any dinks. Achieve is back now, nearly has the Nano available, playing on that far side. Nade comes through, Attack is behind, Kitsune Rush in from opener, and Attack goes behind, the Kitsune Rush in front, Sleep connects onto MCD as well. Nice little clean up. Don't want to trade Kilo if they can avoid it, but they can stagger out the Baby Diva in place by a little bit more time. Nade onto Ruler, he will go down. Could have been a slightly longer stagger. I think maybe he didn't have sleep. He used it on MCD at the start when they rotated underneath. But a nice clean one for Alt Tab. Use the Kitsune Rush. Crushed him on that rotate. This time when they go for the rotate, New Era are going to have the Transcendence. Maybe even the Ray to push. I wouldn't hate if New Era just used some of their ults to take space. Because if they have space with their Zen and they can play around the Discord, their comp can find success. It's one of the strengths of their comp. But if they don't have the space, if they just have to rotate underneath, they're going to be in big trouble. Next from Ado, and it's going to be another reset for New Era here. Dodo's pulse bomb is wide, not even close. Hope for a trade, make the next retake easier. No such luck. Wasn't Nano dropped onto Kilo during all of that. Aggressive rotate, aggressive nade onto MCD, but I don't find anything, so maybe a bit of a waste of Nano. I don't know if they needed it to live. But now we're going to slow it down. Ult advantage for New Era, but Dodo's been forced to recall early. Needs to be so cautious of Attack on this high ground as well. You can see Opener just throwing kunais in. Attack has got this flank for free again. They're trying to rotate high ground. Attack's going to go. Can't connect on the backline though. Attack has to be careful here. He's going to get forced to DMX self-destruct, but they swung into it. Kilo on the other side. Transcendence not used by MCD. Kilo gets that kill and gets out. Ray from Blink. They're trying to turn for 4v5, but they're just rotating away from this Ray. Attack's going to get back out onto the high ground. High Noon from Kane is just thrown in there. Finds nothing. They have killed Achieve. 4v4 situation, but Kane is stranded on the low ground. Full pocket from Ruler and the Mega. Kane survives and they keep the payload moving for now. Attack is stabilized on the high ground. MCD has come back, has that Transcendence floating in, looking for Opener down to half HP. Opener nearly has the Kitsune Rush, but still needs 14%. High Noon going to be dropped from Kilo. They're all quite far back though, so again, nothing to really find from this. Kane's actually found one. They're going to get Kitsune Rush on point now. Keep pushing in. Attack on the other side. Transcendence just in time for Kane. Transcendence perfectly timed. Nade comes through though, catches a few of them, but they turn no kills off Achieve's Nade. Now they'll get the D-Mech onto Attack, and the Transcendence allows them to survive that onslaught, and New Era keep themselves alive.
어택 선수가 한번 뒷라인을 제거하러 오는 거를 케어하니까 역으로 어택 선수가 공격적으로 스킬을 다 써버려가지고 돌아가지 못하고 터지고 야타도 있잖아요.
Now onto second.
이런 구도가 좀 나올
Self-destruct, pulse bomb, a few sort of throwaway ults that New Era have here. Not ones you can really base your fight plan around. Alt Tab on the other hand, they're going to have the Nano. Expect that to go Attack's way and expect him to attack the backline. MCD and Kane trying to exploit the fact that they have a bit of space to work with after winning that previous fight, trying to hold this high ground. Early Discord onto the Diva as well, trying to keep them disengaged. Even hits a couple of orbs onto Achieve. And they just want to keep the payload moving. Dodo is trying to keep that one going forward. I don't think it discorded underneath. And Attack's just lurked into the back and killed Kane. Kane was on the high ground last time we saw him. Why is he on the point? Presumably trying to help the Tracer duel, but he's just been opened up, and now Dodo completely separated. You see it here. Attack, he's not even got kills on the back line immediately, but he's just completely zoned them. Opener's able to take the duel for Tracer at the same time. And Ado from behind, Attack from the front. No escape, looking for a late D-Mech here onto Ruler if they can. Will get it, will force the self-destruct. That one comes out for free. Nano's still available for Achieve. And Attack, he's just the sweeper right now. Anyone splits away from this squishy backline or squishy core from New Era, Attack is all over them, punishing them, getting these kills. So just going to try and snake his way in main. Opener wants to clear him out. Ado is there as well. Dodo will be cleared back to point. Ado though, on the flank, pulse bomb wide onto MCD. Still pressure onto him. Kane will come clearing that one out. They have to be careful with Attack. Ruler's actually going to be the aggressor here. They catch Kilo. Attack a little bit slow to catch rotation this time. He has been nanoed as well, but it's Ruler who's going in. He can't quite find the kill. There we go. Missiles out. He should get all of the backline free for Ruler. Attack needs a trade. Self-destruct is out. Gets himself back in mech. Ado has been cleared and they're playing for retake there. Transcendence there from MCD. Neutralize a lot of that nano. And they even get the late cycle onto attack. This will be second point as a result of that.
모두가 중공인 좀 팀이다 보니까
Well played by Ruler. This time, New Era, not just trying to sit there, play the slow angles, take some initiative. They push out at left-hand side, they clear Addo, they move away from attack as he tries to hit the flank. They set up Ruler for actually an aggressive play. They have the transcendence to keep themselves alive, and they find themselves on third point here. Opener has the Kitsune Rush, Blink has the Ray. Normally we see these two ults go head-to-head, the Ray will win. Attack will get cleared off the high ground. Well, onto the Travelator at least. Now he's going to try and fly in. Kitsune Rush push, and Kane has been deleted. Ray comes out, but not in time. Attack is still on the back line, threatening the Zen, threatening it. They're going to try and get in the Ray here. Attack's just going to give him a little juke. Back on it too. Full pocket onto MCD as he's forced all the way out. Can't get that kill. They're going to turn their attention instead to Ruler, who has killed Opener. Got the end of the world trade-wise. We're going to stagger out the Baby Diva here as well. Now they're going to fly forward, try and catch anyone else who has overstepped while they kill off that baby. Pulse Bomb is good. Addo will get MCD, more time off the clock. A New Era up against it time bank-wise, less than a minute left. Again, we've got DPS ult, self-destruct. These are great ults for the start of the fight. So much of this comp doesn't really have ults that fit into big macro or big team-based pushes. They can't just ulti use when you have the opportunity. Attack is going to get discorded, cleared back to the Mega. Bit of pressure on the Diva. The high noon swing comes out from Kane. Zodo has thrown him a Pulse Bomb off screen. That's gone wide as well. Now coming in, trying to catch Addo on the way out, but they won't be able to catch him. Nano available for attack again, and MCD still 10% away from Transcendence. That's the key timing, but they lose Dodo. Now the Nano comes in, MCD 99%, he gets it just in time. They've lost Kilo, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and the Transcendence allows him to lift this Nano. Nade comes through, Kane in so much trouble, Opener finishes that one. Attack is going to keep going, self-destruct, but Baby Diva gets two! Two for attack behind the pillar for the remake, and the Nano Diva gets it done again. Attack has been a menace on this map, and he's going to help ult tab to their first map win in SOOP Cup, presumably, right? Ruler's actually found a kill here. Kane's got another one, but they can't get the touch. Ult tab will get it. What a map from attack. What a Route 66. Obviously, it helps. It helps when the other team are going to play Zen Juno. Sure, you're gonna feel good about that if you're a Diva, but still have to do the work, don't you? Still have to do the work. All right, should we do a quick swap? Where are we going? Hold on, let me... Obviously, we're going to get more of this action, but we can jump to China quickly because the third place match has started. Hopefully you guys can hear that. You guys can hear that, and we're over onto Lijiang Tower for Rock Esports versus Little Sheep. This is the third place match. Can't qualify for Hangzhou either of these teams, but Rock Esports hoping to at least get third place out of all of this. Gonna see Dive coming out from Rock Esports as there is no touch coming through. These are the type of comps that you're seeing on the screen right now, and this is what we should expect both teams to play significant amounts of. Winston, Anna, plus either Brig or Kiri, maybe Lucio for Rock Esports. Little Sheep, very much Hazard Genji is their go-to. Gonna move over onto Control Center, which if there's any map that might force slightly different compositions out of these teams, it would be this map, but sometimes he's just gonna play the comp. Zebra123 Nietzsche says, hey guys, hot take here. Anyone else agreeing that attack is pretty good on Diva? Almost as good as Pepe on Sig. Another hot take. Don't come at me. I mean, you're really putting yourself out now, Zebra. People will come at you for that one. Anna Brig. Alright, Zarya. So we are seeing something slightly different. Again, the bubbles are going to be poured into Alfari to find this value. The problem they have to be worried about is this Farron, this Winston. Can it cut off the Zarya healing? Can it make them too hard to stay grouped? But they managed to kill actually through that bubble. Whale, Brendan Fraser. Getting two of them here, and they absolutely delete that backline. Late kill onto Bellasria here as well for Alfari.
那其实这一波 RC 跟我预想当中的不太一样啊，就是因为 自己带了很多长手，而且自己的前排又是很
Now going to hold close as a result.
所以在这样的一个情况下，自己一瞬间就被接触到。
Juno Brig as well. With the cast Farrah, it's a little bit hard to have the same type of aggressive dives. You can see Choi's trying to play more of this angle on the right hand side, but Alfari's just going to go deal with him. Belisria will respond, but Alfari is full pocket. It's Belisria who needs to get out of this situation. Alfari dominating that coast. Jai will keep it locked down out on Choke as well. Whale is going to have the first ultimate this high noon. Rock Esports getting close to Nano. That's their big timing. Alfari this time is going to get caught close. Jai has to go on the run now, trying to get out. They need to wait for this high noon timing. Can buy him a little bit more. They can throw bubbles at that. High noon is going to be dropped. Belisria is going to try and DP. Sleep comes through onto Jaya. They kill Jaya. But the high noon is still going. Can't find the meaningful damage. D is going to swing. They guess it without having to use. This is brutal for Little Sheep because Rock Esports, they don't use the Nano, they don't use the Primal. These are the key ults of Rock Esports composition. Those are the ults they normally have to rely on to win fights to get through series. So getting one for free. A free retake, if you will. We know how people feel about free retakes. A free retake is going to be brutal in this situation. Blade available for Alfari. Bray's going to come through from Kim. Nano high noon. Alfari's out with the deflect. A bubble as well. He's going to get cleared out. The chase is on now. Deer will smother that one. And Nano high noon, not what we normally see. Belisria's had to drop the primal as well as a result. Will be forced back. They have Barrage still, but no. Whale's going to take him out of the sky. Kim's been separated. Belisria finds one. Gets traded himself though. And now a full beam Zarya is walking forward. Chu is on the coast all by himself. Rani came out from DMs. Lexus trying to get in there. They do manage to find one trade out of it. Deflect there onto the flashbang. Chu's actually found 2 kills from coast before Kim shuts him down. So Rock Esports can maybe go for this if they're really feeling it, but they don't have heals, so they're going to play it safe instead. Just regroup. Double support ult used for a retake there for Little Sheep. Rock Esports, they invested a bunch as well. They've got Rally and Barrage now. As long as Little Sheep are aware of the Barrage, they can see the Farrah going coast right now. They should be able to keep this one locked down. Rally coming in from Lengsa. There's the Grav. Grav catches everyone. Alfari actually bladed with it as well. I don't think he needed that blade, honestly. It was a really good grab from Jaya. Choi did use the Barrage and all of that as well, so maybe it added enough of a fear factor. We're going to see swaps coming through. Lengsa onto the Juno here instead. Getting pretty close to a neutral of sorts. Whale's going to have a high noon. She was going to be close to that Nano. Lengsa is actually back onto Brig after a bit of decision making. Yes, third place match, yes. Jai's going to back it up to the choke. Chu nearly has that Nano. Whale needs to try and neutralize his Nano as much as he can with the high noon. Alfari is marking the white room. White is going to be popped early. Defensive bubble as they try and swing onto Belisria. Once the damage, Belisria gets the right side of bubble. Deal with counter high noon swing now. Nano onto Belisria as well. They try to disengage this Little Sheep play for their raid. They need 17%. Alfari with the deflect from the top row. Wasn't expecting it. Now Alfari gets in. Keep the point contested and Jaya has killed Belisria as they try and walk forward. Now the rally turn. Not even a rally turn. DMs is just fucking in there with a bubble. He's killed both the backline here. And Little Sheep going to tie us up 1-1 here on Lijiang Tower. There we go, rally to finish it. Belisria can actually get back on with Primal, but there should be no way to lose it from here. It's late staggers on at first. Belisria will be able to get one more touch. Ray comes out as well. Belisria's actually got the health pack as well. Belisria is really getting every last bit of touch and extension of this he can, but it won't do anything to actually change the course of the fight. Little Sheep ties up 1-1.
就是我们说，可能你在那个时候已经算到对面有重力喷涌了，但是还要交这样。
How was my backline dead to a single break time?
刚才就骗了。对。然后还有一波。
When I first saw it, I thought he was rallying because I was like, why would he be literally on top of a backline if he wasn't rallying? But he was just bubbling these brigands of a backline. Get involved, DM.
刚那波如果没看错的话，应该是在被吸入之后，冷萨开了一个叠甲，举了一个小盾挡在前面，然后车之曼在后面开火箭弹幕，但是没有打出效果。
想拼。
Looks like they're going to keep leaning into the Zarya. Yeah, third place match. Third place match.
还有一种可能就是知道对面重力喷涌，然后我这波就。
Expect Alfari to get back to Genji after this. It's going to be Echo, Winston, Dia onto the Sojourn as well. So we're getting a slower version of the dive. We see Rock Esports again want to play these slower versions of the dive, or greedier backline, or double sort of poke DPS. D's going to swing quite early. Bubble comes in onto Whale. He's out in the open. Nicely done there. Easy kill for Dia and Bellasri. And now Kim is very much isolated here. D is just going to zone him back as they turn their attention onto Zarya. Giants pushing forward. Desperate kill attempts. Alfari finds one trade out of it. There won't be a lot more, and they're going to have to play for a retake instead. Nade comes through. Catches Whale in the ends. Alfari's still keeping the point contested for what it's worth. It's really not worth that much. Now swinging through for a white retake here. Have to be very careful because Shu can just sit the opposite side of a map of Little Sheep and just keep lobbing nades here. If he can force early bubbles out, that's one less bubble for Whale, that's one less bubble for Alfari. Trying to swing the corner now, only 17 energy, so just a little bit of chip damage. Now DMs is getting involved, little bubble up the front, but D is going to take him down, and they're just pinned in. You see they can't really get out of this choke point. Lex has actually got taken down in the back, and Bellasri will die. Pretty even trades right now. Whale's going to keep swinging forward. Whale hits the flashbang, and Alfari from the back. Whale and Alfari just get it done. Now all over Choi as well. No recall for Alfari, like very brave to take this fight. Will get forced out eventually. But the DPS of Little Sheep, they just make it work sometimes. They get the flip. Shu is coming back with Nano. DPS ult's available for Little Sheep as Rock are going to try and retake through the bridge area. See Bellasri already with a little bit of space on Dojo's side. They're going to try and swing now. Nano comes through. It's a double Nano sleep onto Whale as well. He has to just get out of dodge with that one. We'll roll backwards. They actually catch Chu as he rotates in him. Bellasri nearly has the primal. Supports down for both teams. Gyra's isolated. Copycast comes through from Choi. Finishes the job. High noon as well. See you later. Just a Tracer left now. Alfari might die late here. Flashbang. Yeah, there we go. Holding up a choke. Rally, nearly a rain, nearly a grab for the retake. Grab is the big one. These are the fights. Little Sheep, this type of matchup, you cannot lose the grab fights. You've got Rally, you've got Ray, you've got grab versus just a primal overclock. Should be more than possible to win this fight. Should, if anything, heavily favoured. If I'm Little Sheep, I'm even wondering if I can just use 2 of the 3. But Alfari dies early. Disaster start. Rally comes out from DMs. The Whale has been juggled in. He's taken down. Gyra finds one trade, but they're still at player disadvantage. They don't quite have the Ray yet. They don't quite have the grab. Gyra's still swinging. Overclock headshots pounding into him. Kim has the Ray. Kim drops the Ray. Gyra needs all of that healing right now. Primal comes out, separates a little bit. Another headshot to Gyra. Alfari is back now as Bellasri tries to get some separation. He's juggling in with Zarya with a grab. It catches all of them. Can they find the kills? They're so low. Alfari on the other side. No kills out of the grab. Lenxa and Chu. The storm has been weathered. They survive a grab. And now they all flood back in. Bellasri is off the map. Will it make a difference? Rally comes out actually, trying to connect onto the Juno. But Juno's giving him the slip. He's going to turn his attention onto the Zarya. Zarya jumps over his head. But Lenxa, he's got the nano. He's got everything. Lenxa will become the raid boss. He'll get it all done himself. Touch is still going to be extended by Little Sheep. Alfari nearly has a pulse bomb. Sleep onto the point though. No chance to get that pulse bomb. And the Rock backline cleaning it up for him, securing him his first map. One more touch? Come on. It is Lijiang Garden, so there's always be a few cosmetic touches at the end. There we go. Rock get it over the line. And now if we're quick, can we do a seamless transition? And we're back. Oh, we actually missed a bit of it. Sorry, chat, we missed a bit of it. Oh, we're back on Esperanza. Non-stop Overwatch action as we split between the 2 games. As we come in, it seems like New Era have taken a different approach here on the Esperanza. Trying to play the Junker Queen, and Attack is playing the Winston, not a hero he's known for at all. He saw Han Winston do it, and now all of a sudden, he wants to follow in his footsteps. And it seems to be going all right. We've missed the first few minutes, but we've got 65 meters. That's checkpoint plus a little bit. Can't be too unhappy about that. Now New Era, about to swing the corner with their Rally. Ult tab, don't quite have the nano to respond with just yet. Kane is on the flag. Opener, the counter bash from MCD, but MCD has that Rally armor, so will live. Now they're walking forward, trying to deal with Kilo on the flank. Kilo finds one. Dodo's quite low, but he has pack support. He is struggling a little bit with this one-on-one on the high ground. Kilo is still there. Now the nano's alive. Attacker's got the nano onto the back line. Has to reload. Pack's coming out onto the Juno. He can't finish any of these kills. He goes back to try and deny checkpoint. Zap onto the Juno. He has the Primal as well. It's a hands test for him. Doesn't land on the high ground. Now the Rally comes out. Ado is helping him. Kilo is with him too. Couple of kills for them. Juggle onto the Genji. Takes him for a ride. Will get dealt with. And alt tab, they get the retake there. Did have to burn the Nano. Did have to burn the Primal.
그리고 결국에 리드를 내주지 않은 알트탭이고요.
And they're right back in it. Now they get to hold the high ground as well, and this is such a strong position for the Ana. The ability to nade these chokes, control these chokes, means any kind of move New Era try and do, where they rotate their Junker Queen to a more meaningful position, is just going to be vulnerable to achieve nades.
맞습니다.
They're going to stall it out at the corner instead, New Era, try and slow it down. Neither team has any ults just yet, so they're both quite happy. It's Ado's actually found himself a bit of a solo flank here. Goes for it, misses. Will recall for free, and they've actually tried to swing on the other side. They've cleared attack out, and Ado is going to stay behind. No recall just yet. Kilo has this off angle, so pressure onto the Junker Queen. Actually a pretty nice hold coming through, and Blink's going to get caught on the rotation. There we go. You see the peril of trying to rotate underneath of a New Era comp. As soon as they do it, Kilo on one side of them, Achieve on the other hand. If you walk, if you hide underneath on the right, you're going to get digged by Kilo. If you try and take cover on the other side, you get naded by Achieve. No way through. New Era really need to try something, make it a little bit more creative, a rotation through a mega or a high ground, some kind of split push. Really push Kilo out of that position. No such luck. They do have ults though now, New Era. So as much as their leaders or their deficit is going to get bigger, they have 5 ults coming back. Ult tab. Going to drop this Nano onto attack. Whip shot comes through, landing on it. Ray in response. High noon as well. Attack is going to get that primal. Drops that primal. Tries to juggle Kane in. Whereas attack, little dink onto Ado. Attack is trying to isolate him again. Behind noon's actually found one. Kilo's got 2 on point for help for this rally. Bash afterwards onto the Queen. Rampage gets nothing. That was 4 of the ultimates invested for New Era, and they are not even close. Was a heavy ult investment overall. Kane finds a late trade. And that might just save them for this next retake. The ult tab are going to be more than happy with that. A huge ult fight. They get more meters on the board. It's at the final corner. Dodo is coming back. Pulse Bomb is missed in spawn. As Dodo will clear that one. He has Blade as well. Sleep onto Ruler, just not a whole lot. Attack's going to get naded. Bubble's going to break as well. Attack might just die for nothing here. Dodo's pulled the Blade, still onto the backline here, trying to fight for Brick, having an awful, just stuck in a room, slashing these demons. Luckily, they got the kill onto Attack and Kilo, irrelevant to the Blade. So they will still win the fight for 1 ult. And they'll get themselves a little bit of a respite here, a chance to walk out. No ults just yet for New Era. No ults just yet for ult tab. Just really a neutral, so a lot of it's going to come down to the nade value they can find in this situation. Ado's going to stall out the payload while Attack peeks from the opposite side of this central pillar. Attack's going to jump in for a little bit of space, takes a bit of poke. Ado is still harassing from the back, trying to catch him, dink from Kane, trying to deal with all these threats. Nade onto Attack. He's going to jump deeper as well, actually, onto the high ground, but it's just taking so much attention. Full pocket from Achieve. Attack, the master of space. He's just taken all of this attention from New Era, allowing Ado and Kilo to get value. Now he's going to dive back in onto the back line. Looking for some of these late kills. He's conscious of someone behind, but Ado has killed Ana. Can really chase these kills if he wants as well. Dodo needs to be careful not to get traded late. Onto the choke. Nano available for Achieve. MCD nearly has one of his own. But honestly, the Nano primal timings have been good for Attack. Here comes the Nano again. They're quite far back, actually. Attack gets slept. So just as I sing his praises, this one is not going to be a pretty one. Jump onto the back line. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's just going to kill the Juno anyway. Doesn't matter. Slept, boot, no problem. Comes back, plays it conservatively. Has the primal if he gets in trouble. Will have to pop that primal. Slept again. Still gets 1 hit though as that lands. So he'll kill both back lines with this series of ultimates. Now eyes onto the Genji. Worried about trade. He will just try and body block this Genji. Dodo's trying to juke him, trying to break his ankles. But Attack, he's got robust ankles. They will not break. Pulse Bomb onto the Junker Queen. Ruler will be sent straight back into spawn. High noon, he'll get sent straight back into the respawn queue. Opener's body block, and it's a full push. It's a map 5. Surely no. Alt tab with a run back.
3분 세트 어택 선수가
Alright, what's happening in China? Okay, nothing. Alright. We might just be at a double break situation, so I think China's next map is going to start first. So let me leave you with that action. But I don't want to miss this map 5, so we'll watch China while it's on. But we're going to jump straight back into that map 5 when we can. I'm just going to
我们
grab
还是要
it.
先看小
Okay?
杨这边会不会去选择到他的这张地图啊，但是感觉大概率是要选，因为这张地图确实 ROC 之前的一个表现不是那么理想，但是小杨这边打的又很好。
看先选这张地图直接打，还是说把这个班位可能班池消耗一下再去选？我们来看一下离江塔这张地图两边的一个数据情况，其实
没差很多，
很接近，真的很接近。阵亡次数也好，还是 KD 也好，没有太明显的这些差距啊。
ROC 伤害多了4000，然后阵亡数只少了4个。
主要原因我觉得还是一个就是 ROC 他们是一个偏集火的一个阵容，
对。
然后Leadership 他们的整体的一个阵容其实
偏接的，
对偏接，而且这个大招运营层面的话可能要更好一些。
对，那 ROC 这边我们看到很多次其实都是激素给到 Bloodsera 去做一个前压的动作，但是今天的激素温斯顿效果，从结果上来看不太理想，第一张图还有失误。
激素温斯顿的效果不理想，但是不给激素，我觉得效果就有。
对，去做隔断的时候有单杀。
对，你看每次第一波团战，Bloodsera 他的这个你杀 Will 也好，还是说这个我们看到特斯拉炮就直接在点里面点掉一个，然后杀2个这样的一个画面都还是比较多的。
对的。
所以在这样的一个运营层面的话，而且我们今天看到很多时候他会给到低压激素，我觉得这个其实也是一个他们的一个方针嘛，就是低压吃到资源之后给到对方很大的一个前排压力。因为假牙我们说了，他在特别是玩到扎利亚之后啊，他的这个资源大部分都是往自己的 C 位身上去支配的，他的这个盾都是给源氏或者说给开50以道的这个卡西迪。我们看到哈瓦那这个其实也是 Leadership 他们最喜欢玩的一张地图，
对，
会去拿到产压塔、源氏。扎利亚，对这样的一个组合，
他们打的是很熟悉的。那这样地图的话，其实 ROC 这边之前也是吃了不少的苦头，这边有一个人上的更换，上科萨利换下 DMS。那刚刚这张地图，其实我觉得班卢笑对于 DMS 来说也是有影响在里面。
直接搬你扎利亚，
对，直接搬扎利亚，命中死穴了。
这个搬掉之后，其实有点难受的点是。其实我觉得在这张地图上太明显了，因为小杨他就是源氏扎利亚，哪怕昨天我们其实看到了有搬过产压塔，就他不要产压塔，这个前2也能打，但是上来之后把你这个前2 2个给你搬一个，在这张地图上。
哇，那这样的话，看假牙就怎么做选择了。
虽然我是觉得，虽然假牙他能够在昨天这张地图上他也拿了奥利莎，效果还不错，但他这个奥利莎选出来之后是在一个残局阶段，就是扛线去接大招的一个阶段，
而且其实压力蛮大的。
对，就是我是觉得可能只有奥利莎这样的一个坦位能够去扛住这样的一些压力，一定程度上。但是一上来之后，你就要去拿奥利莎吗？其实有点不太现实，有点运营不起来，那直接。掏出了 Sigma，
那我觉得假牙他其实是会给我们带来很多惊喜的这样的一个选手，他的一直其实是在持续的扩展当中的。这种情况，有可能会拿，有可能不会拿，到时候看一下。
所以问题来了嘛，假牙你拿西格玛，阿尔法日呢？
但是我感觉
30 seconds. Alright, we've not got a lot of time.
观测下去破堵门的，对面是个堵门阵容。
We'll watch like the first minute or two of this. First couple of fights, and then we'll swap.
那这样的话其实是没有资源往 C 位身上去摊了。那阿尔法日他怎么样去做选择？还是源氏吗？那这个源氏的打法会不会有所不一样？其实这个我们在之前没有看到过。
他们之前在跟这个
swinging out here is going to be Anna, Zen, and Winston still from Rocket Sports. Will not stop playing that Winston no matter what.
而且是4场，如果
说西格玛
算长手的话，
他就Sigma here.
补长了。
长直到用超阵容是没问题。
Can be a little bit vulnerable, cut off with that bubble, and lose that frontline trade. Rock going to catch Bellery early, so he's just going to concede all the space immediately.
是双枪组的一个后排组合。
是的，那抢一下2楼，给个干扰弹啊，两边首先也是不想放。
Slow and steady, lot of space after that initial damage.
相对比较的凶，但是 ROC 这边拉扯的距离也挺远。
对，其实这套阵容给 Winston
no moves yet as they rotate their backline forward.
看能不能吃得住是个问题。
Tricky first point for a Winston, not a lot of great places to stage. You see Bellery, very defensive bubble. Is he going to get a lot out of that? Will be forced back. Some damage onto Jaya. It will slow down Little Sheep. Really Rocky's Esports hoping to get that nano. Another dive in from Bellisria. Not deep though, just trying to hold the front, gets the bubble off just after the rock hits him, so will survive. Nano getting very close to Chu right now. But Kasari's right behind. Gyra's low HP walking forward. Deer is a bit out in the open, but Whale also out in the open falls. Gyra's going to get forced back. Nano available now for Chu. Don't need it though with player advantage, they can just bully this Sigma back. Nano comes through actually onto Alfari. They're going to try and turn it. Can't catch onto Chu. He's thrown his out onto Bellisria as well. Neither Nano finding value. But they're dominating the high ground. They catch Kim and Alfari from that position. They'll be forced back, and that'll be the hole. Quick check. Alright, Van's on the other side. We've probably got time. Was it Suravasa as well? Time for one more fight. One more cheeky fight. Forced all the way back into spawn right now. 2 minutes off the clock already. Bellisria will be forced to back jump. Has primal for the next one. Even a Transcendence if they want to hold more aggressively. Push with that Transcendence. Kim has one to match. Tracer battle over on the left-hand side. Choi will clear out this Tracer. Trying to fight it. Recall has been forced. Hasn't had to use his own one either, Choi, so he can keep pressuring this. Bellisria is there with an angle as well, so Alfari really getting bullied out from this position. Alfari in so much trouble, getting that double pocket, but it's not enough. Choi will kill him through it. Jai's going to get naded in main as well. So slow and steady control of space here. You see that Zen Tracer just dominating Alfari on the flank. They keep pushing their advantage. They force them all the way back. And I think it's time to start. It's time to go back over to Korea. Alright, we have min-maxed our Overwatch. Looking like a full hold situation, honestly, with the old situation back in that third place match. But the stakes are higher here because it's a single elimination in this part of the bracket. Loser goes home. We're on to map 5. New Era had a strong lead, but they're on the verge of getting swept. It's going to be Winston versus Hazard for all the marbles. Attacks Winston for all the marbles and a brig. Going to try and get some early space, clear the Hazard off. Attack has to play this one quite passively. When we watched it play on Esperanza, it was really felt like a space creating Winston. Happy to take these jumps just to the side in these difficult to clear positions, open up opportunities for his DPS. But now though he has been cleared, nade onto Ruler. They have the first flip, New Era. And now they can slow it down. Force Alt-Tab to make the next move. Jump onto the high ground. Ruler again just following this Winston around, bullying him. Attacks Bubble just to the side. 60% on the Nano already. But they caught Dodo during all of this. Pressure onto the point. Pulling them in different directions. Attack back onto the high ground. The Chief's going to rotate to try and mirror that position. The Chief's actually rotated all the way behind. He has a chance for a huge nade. It's a big nade, but he's in such a vulnerable position. He drops down. He gives him the juke. While they were giving him a flip, pulling him in different directions, they actually end up rotating right underneath Achieve, and they will just be forced out off the back of that Dodo pick. Now they have control of a point, and they have the Nano for this next push. New Era's job is going to be difficult. Opener's a little bit close here. Dodo's on the flank just by himself, though, so he's just taking care of Opener and hopelessly out here. The Nano goes out before he dies, though, so no backline for Alt-Tab. Attack has to do everything. He's got one Kitsune Rush in response. Doesn't have the Nano, but he's going to get 2 kills here. Attack. He's going to jump out, trying to live as well. Playing his life, 11% away from that Primal. Kilo is in the back trying to deal with this. It's just for DPS. Dodo cleans up one of them. Addo playing his life, kill also full. Attack trying to stall out point. Will have Primal for this. Bubble as well as his backline regroups with him. They don't want to give him a flip. New Era. They don't have time for another retake. They have to win this fight here and now. Attack is playing for time, playing for his respawns. They have control of the point. Primal will get popped now, looking for it. Boop is good from Blink. Sends him back. Now pressure onto MCD. Forces that TP out. Another boot from Blink as well. Minimizing this Primal value onto the backline one more time. Onto this Sojourn. Will not be able to get the kill. B is good. Sleep onto Blink as he comes flying in. The Chief really wants this kill. Hits 2 on it. Will get the trade. But the beat is enough from Blink. Just got it in time. Catches everyone. Saves Kane's life. New Era do get the retake. Alt-Tab will have one shot at this, but they've got to push into Blade and Overclock. They've got to push into Downpour. So even though they have the rally to survive, the fact that they have to touch the point as well is going to mean Alt-Tab don't have the ability to play this fight as slow as they normally like. They want to try and go early. They're rotating aggressively with this Overclock. It comes around. Opener's going to need this rally sooner or later. They try and disengage it. Rally comes out now, but attack is so low. The Blade in the front. Behind him from Keto finds nothing. They go back to deny the flip too. Addo will be cleared, and Alt-Tab are going to have to give this one up. New Era, good aggressive play. All 3 of their ultimates invested there. They overwhelm the rally though. They catch Alt-Tab. And you see again, no chance to play it slow, right? New Era up in the tempo against them.
각자 좀 이제 캐리력이 있는 선수로 좀 구성이 되어 있다 보니까
예.
Over to point B now. New Era are going to get there first.
세팅해주고 빌드업해주고
No major
이런
ults to
거다가
speak of just yet.
오히려 많은
The
팀이
first major one will be MCD's Kitsune Rush. Pulsebomb comes out, will force that Suzu.
그러니까 알트탭도
MCD at 9% away, they're trying to clear attack. Wall behind attack, he is going to get deleted here. That should be an easy first fight for New Era as a result. Just to make sure Ruler doesn't get traded. He will live. Dodo will get the clean up in the back with MCD. Catches for Tracer. Oh, Dodo needs to be careful. Doesn't get traded. Attack just about does enough to save Addo's life. Attack is going to get cleared out now too. Sent all the way back. And now Kitsune Rush for MCD. Again, it feels like New Era trying to up the tempo. Make sure they don't have time to farm their nano, get value out of their nades, stuff like this. It's going to be a Lucio from opener as well, allowing a Chief to be a little bit more mobile, but still potentially more fragile as well. Attack is really trying to clear this Genji out. Create a bit of space for his team. New Era will take a back step. They have to be careful as they walk up here, alt tab, because that Kitsune Rush is always available. Maybe just to start with Nano. Attack's going to dive in now. Gills MCD as it... Oh, he doesn't even get the Kitsune Rush out. Opener's going to get Nano defensively. They are all over Opener, but Opener's got the Nano. He's going to win that Lucio battle as well. Defensive Nano in the end. Opie's going to get it done. And Chief makes the decision in the moment. Pockets Opener through all of it. The Boostio gets him over the line. Attack though, just that opening pick. Just jumps in. No nano, no primal, no anything. Just lands on MCD, one-shots him before Kitsune Rush. New Era have both support ults coming back very, very soon. They have an overclock as well. I think if I'm alt tab, I potentially even want to go early with this primal. Try and force some of New Era's ults away from point, but they've already conceded a lot of space back towards point. If New Era can use these ults on point, they have a great chance to flip it or even find a kill. Attack's going to go now. Primal to the backline, beat through from opener as well. Attack still has the primal. Overclock is out. Opener's going to try and skate away. He's stuck on a wall though. He's moving in the primal, the bodyguard. Attack protects opener. He not only attacked, he also protects. Now he's all over and bubble on point as Kilo's going to try and take some space. All over it. Pressure onto the backline as well from Addo. Kilo lands for rail. Pulse spawns for back of a hazard. He's solo. Attack has zapped anyone on point. And alt tab get the flip. Great play from Attack, honestly. And I guess if you're Korean, it doesn't matter if you're an off-tank player, a main tank player, a support player. I guess they can all just Winston. Coming back now, Blink has gone. Life Weaver just try and get everyone out to spawn a little bit quicker before going back onto Lucio. But Dodo's going to die early. There's just no touch. They have the ults for the retake, but they have no touch. So alt tab will tie it right up. Where are we going now? Going over to point E. And alt tab are actually on the wrong side of New Era here as they try and rotate to this point. So New Era, if they want, they can take an early fight. They're trying to rotate towards point now. You can see Achieve and Opener are taking a very safe pathing towards this next point. Dodo, though, he does want to catch him early. He's hiding underneath. The backline is going the other way, but Addo spots him out early. They can still hold this choke, New Era. They are there first. Blade over top. Dodo is so keen to go. He pulls the Blade, but where are they? Slide away. He's going to turn his attention onto the Winston instead. Does kill the Winston, gets that kill. They've lost MCD in the meanwhile, though. So not a clean fight at all from New Era. They can still go back to point, even if it's just their Lucio heals. Top up Ruler. But alt tab, they have the Nano. They don't have their Winston, but if they just want to fight, they can. Pressure onto Dodo. Just not a shot will get deflected. Really want to clear this Genji out. Dodo naded. Dashes in, actually. He's in so much trouble. Susan from MCD to save him, but now MCD may be trapped in. Nano comes out here onto Addo. Lots of damage onto Blink. Can he find the kill? He can find the kill. Downpour comes out. Blink into a jagged wall. But it doesn't make a difference. Or maybe it does. Still messy trades. Point will get flipped by alt tab. Ruler with no support will just back it up, though. Good fight win for alt tab. It was a messy situation. Again, an improvised nano from Achieve finds its success. Opener nearly has the beat for this next fight. The New Era are going to have the Kitsune Rush first, so they can start forcing that objective. Attack has Primal. He's already forced cooldowns out of MCD, so pressure onto this backline here as well. They're going to flip quite far away. This is left Ruler a little bit isolated. Boop is good from Blink to deny this one, but Attack still onto MCD. Has another jump soon, and all the meanwhile, alt tab have a push forward with B. They killed Ruler, but Primal comes out in response to this Kitsune rush. He's cleaving a lot of them, but Attack's taking so much damage. He has to run for Mega. Gets out, sliver of HP. New Era pop the overclock, trying to force their way back to point. But beat now from Blink as well. Kane lands the shot. He's scattered. He's looking in every direction to find kills, but he's found one. Now he's got more attackers having to slow it down. Should be good for the retake right now. They clean up opener. They flip the objective. They're pushing forward. They can catch Addo too. All the way out the choke. Attack might have a hard time getting out here, but has the bubble just in time again. Had to burn all the ultimates for that, but New Era get themselves back in control of point. It's an absolute belter of a Saravasa so far. Kilo has the overclock for the retake, but Dodo very close to the Blade. The Blades have been very feast off famine so far, and there's not been a lot of food to go around. Overclock comes in as they try and disengage. Blink will cop a body shot, but everyone will live. Defensive bubble from Ruler, who is now just matching the Winston. They get the retake for the overclock. One and done. Sleep onto Dodo. He's gonna get. He lives. He lives. Dodo nearly has the blade for a retake. Achieve about to have a nano again. They kill Kane on the point, but the aggression is coming. Dodo with the blade over the top. No nano. Nano is available now. One to attack. Defensive nano as well, and attack will zap down that blade. Alt tab will be taking point E. Nothing Ruler can do about this. Achieve gets the nano just in time. The sleep, actually, the sleep is what bought him all the time. Without that sleep, Dodo gets the blade so much quicker. They can play aggressively so much quicker. And that gives him time to get that nano. The nano comes out. Obviously, he's got the strike perk as well, so he gets self-nanoed as well as nano in Winston. Then all of a sudden, Dodo, no support ults to follow up and help that blade out. Just gets absolutely shredded by it. Now over to point D. Holds from the way over for Addo. Support ult's closer for New Era, but they don't have him just yet. So expect a slow and neutral. It is Winston v Winston now. Jump onto the Sojourn, tries to isolate him out. Attack's taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful here. He's actually just dead. Addo's going to try and get a pulse bomb trade. We'll get two with it. Ruler, was that a delivery for Blink? Unbelievable. Attack. He feeds. He doesn't get primal, but Addo hits a 2-for-1 pulse bomb. And all of a sudden, Alt Tab are on the verge. If they win this point, they win the map. If they win this map, they win the series. It's simple math. Attack has the primal for this fight. Ruler nearly has one of his own, nearly double support ult as well. It is still ult advantage for New Era as Ruler gets himself on point. Kitsune rush to force that one. Kilo is on the long flank, but primal goes out. See you later, Kane. Doesn't even have the time to crater. Will just get killed. Blink nearly has the beat. They might just need this beat right now. Attack keeps going in. The beat comes through the rally from opener. Ruler has a much later primal as he drops it now. Trying to chase the Tracer. Can't find it. Ruler is good on the primal. Trying to catch the Sojourn as well. Sojourn with a double slide. I don't think there's a way out though. Ruler will clean up too. Opener and attacker on live support right now. Very little healing available, but Addo's going to find 2 kills again. Addo can keep fighting for this. They want to win it right here, right now. Attack's going to jump to the left-hand side. They're playing with just brick healing, but just brick healing might be enough. They bully back Ruler. He has to take a back step. We're into 5% to go. New Era, they have to make the move. Ruler is so low as he goes for this touch. He's booped. He can't touch. Old Tab are going to win. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
이게 얼마만에 보는 역수입인지 그 정도로 좀 경험치 많은 선수들이 불리한 구도에서도 본인들의 플레이를 좀 보여줬고 누구 한 명 잡힌 상황에서
Devastating for New Era.
맞습니다.
특히 이제 초반에 좀 도도겐지에게 좀 고생을 많이 했는데
And I guess we're really not in a new era after all, are we?
아치부 선수가 점점 이제 그 템포에 적응을 하면서 받아치는 것 또한 수월하게 됐고요.
그리고 이제 아도 선수도 뭐 자리 여는 것부터 시작해서 필요할 때는 이 트레이서 기용우의 펄스 변수
Devastated.
엄청나게
Attack
많이
MVP.
냈으면서
Great performance from Attack. The
마지막에
Diva on Route 666 was class, but he was playing against a very squishy backline. But then he just gets it done on Winston.
중요한 순간에
New
약간의
Era
좀
can't
그런
find the
실수들,
solution.
그
Achieve.
준비했던 전략이
First time I think I've seen an Achieve match,
트레전에서의
and
과제가 계속해서 좀 남은
really
것
well
같습니다.
played. Attack has to be player of the match. Yeah, has to be.
어택입니다.
No doubt about that one. Good Winston. Couple of one jump, one die situations, but for the most part, good understanding of the space. Decent, really good nanos, honestly, and actually really good primals. Really well played by Chief. Okay, go China, of course, because the Overwatch action doesn't stop, does it? We're over into the lower bracket. Sorry, into the third place match. I keep saying lower bracket. There is no lower bracket. Little Cheap already struggled with the attack last we saw him, but it seems like actually got partway through third point here against Rock's dive comp. Rock also choosing to attack with a dive composition here as they try to approach second. 1.5 minutes left. Kitsune rush around the corner as Belosria jumps in. Jaya with a defensive flux catches and kills Belosria here. That should be the end of the push right now. Suzu on the low ground keeps them all alive for now. They do trade it out, but tank advantage means Jaya should be able to take over. Forces Lengster into a position that's easy for Kim to clean up. Brendan Fraser on the flank will get another kill. Thank you, Mansard, as well, for the prime. Soup indeed, but now it's playoff time. Third place match. Where are we going, Brendan? Chill out. He is going to kill Dia and get pocketed out of that. Always aggressive. The stars of his Little Sheep team really, in a lot of ways, have just been way went out far. Early Rock, more damage onto Belosria. They've got double support in the back pocket as we enter the final minute, and Rock Esports are looking a little bit slim for options. They might have to rely on this Nano Blade ultimately, but if Kim can keep this Transcendence of a Nano Blade, they have the perfect counter. Rock Esports instead might have to do a bit of a 1-2 punch, force the Transcendence with one ult, then commit with the other ult. They're pretty close on this right-hand side now. Alfari's got it. He's found a trade onto Dia as he tries to peek lane. Are they going to double down? 30 seconds left on the clock. They peek for choke. Transcendence will be forced. Overclock comes out. Chu doesn't have the ult. They're going to lose this fight. They lose Jaya, but they're going to win this fight by a large margin, Little Sheep. But that was both support ults and the overclock invested. 15 seconds. If Rock Esports can touch, they have all the ults to win. But can they touch? Are Little Sheep, even without their Sigma, going to try and hold forward? The answer is yes. Look at Alfari's position. Do they know? They don't know. Dia knows now. Dia knows he's there, but Alfari continues to give him the slip. Brendan Fraser speaking early. Dia's 1 HP. Nano comes out to Belosria going forward. But they're just trying to chase this Sojourn. They catch this Sojourn. Alfari still has the blade behind. Blade from Choi available as well. Looking for the backline. The Ana Zen is so close if he wants to go. Kim is separated. Belosria's isolated that one for Primal. Now onto the Sigma, they deal with that, and they're saving these ults for the retake in the end. And Rock Esports, they deal with all the threats just about. They can't really afford any late trades here. Die on point from Kasari. Alfari going to be the last one to fall. And Payload's actually moved quite a lot during this, so the retake's going to be not possible. Yeah, the retake's not possible actually. Alfari wanted to set up for an early blade, but Rock Esports get just enough information to figure it out. And that double support ult in the fight before this one, where they pop Nano and Transcendence, really comes back to bite Little Sheep, and they're going to have to do it on third point here as well. You see the yellow box there just underneath Alfari, right in the archway. So there is time to work with, and Rock Esports have limited time. Rock will come out, will actually catch Dia. They can't find the follow-up kill. Belosria's going to try and isolate him. But Jaya has the flux. He's hit all of the backline here. Does he have the damage? Defensive nade from Chu keeps him and the rest of the backline alive. No value out for flux then. Rally blade available, but Alfari has a blade of his own, and he's looking for an opportunity to go. Jump in from Belosria, deflect comes out, Lengster is walking with it, bash and rail, rally overclock, gets the job done, the nade is good too, and they will clean house with this one. Kasari's going to fall. Kim needs to be careful, has to try and juke his way back into spawn, can't do it. Dia gets the late kill there as well. Now they are pushing for victory, Rock Esports. They have Nano Blade for it as well. Kim is 15% from the Transcendence. If Kim gets the Transcendence, there's a chance, but Kim is going to be the last one to spawn. Oh, he got the wave actually, so no, he got the wave, so it's not too bad. Jaya is 1 HP on point. Nano Blade has come out from Choi. Alfari is looking for trades. Choi's already found one. They shut it down. Chu has the perk as well. Kim doesn't get the Transcendence. Can't touch. And it's just over. Rock Esports take it.
因为其实6 Shape 他们抢节奏的这个动作做得非常的好，他们其实在昨天是有吃到这方面的经验的，在这张地图上，他们选出这张地图也是因为昨天可能自己在赛后做了总结，那他们确实也是把自己推进。
They secure themselves a 2-map lead.
我觉得这个很多很大的。
What's the question? I don't follow China. Why do they ban Zarya? Yeah, Jaya plays a lot of Zarya. In general, Zarya is a much more popular hero in China as well, and especially on Havana, Little Sheep have had a lot of success playing like a Zarya gameplay version. So they just wanted to take that option away from Little Sheep. And it ends up working out, even though it was kind of down to the wire.
那我觉得小杨其实比较关键的一个点，就是在 B 点，他们在最后20秒钟去抢先开了一波圣机超的一个团。我觉得这有点早。对这个团战，如果说时间能够再压缩那么个 3到5
catch
秒
up on
钟。
YouTube
对，就
chat.
不一定要拖到加时，
Attack
稍
is
微再延
back.
缓一点
Attack
点。
is
3 到
back.
5秒钟。
Kate on Adderall. Yeah.
对，就是因为摸不到车了。
呃
在对面摸到车之后，
trying to
刚
locate
刚
his
那波
target.
团他们 OWCS 打得很慢，这意图就是去运营出那波激素。那激素出来之后，这波团就不太好接了。
是的，但不管怎么说，现在比分来到
我
了
对Creds
2比0 ，RC 也是拿到了他们赛点。看一下小杨在下场地图上会有怎么样的一个调整。
I think
是
we'll,
稍事
we'll
休息
stick with
稍后回来。
Korea. I have a feeling the China game might start. It's a question of which game starts first. This is for pre-match interviews. I think this is going to be Pokerface versus Analyte. So I think do Pokerface versus Analyte. I think we're a few minutes out of that. And this is, because it's only the third place match, even though it looked like a pretty decent tail end of that banner we saw, it's still only the third place match and Rock of a 2-0 lead. So let's keep it Korean for the predictions. What language do they communicate with? I'm not sure actually. I presume question obviously for Rock Esports, obviously 2 Korean players, 3 Chinese players. I'm not sure. I remember, was it Hangzhou Spark back in the day who would use English to communicate as sort of like a middle ground between the languages where all the players know a bit of English? So I don't know if it's the same situation with this Rock team. Clone myself and cast both at the same time. I'll give a dual monitor setup. I need the Kane sense to cast both games. Then I can do it. Then I can do it. Yeah, I mean, China is very much playing catch-up, right? Like, right now, all the best players in China really are just all the best players, or all the same players that were the best players in China before the game was made unavailable in the country for however long it was. Like, it was over a year at the end, right, or something? I don't remember exactly how long, but until it was unavailable for a while. Who is on Analyte? A lot of players I'm not really familiar with. We talked about obviously OWCS as the Boomer team. Analyte, the Zoomer team. So Swoo is probably the only player I've really heard of before. Everyone else I'm told we're talking like 06, 07, 08, 09 birth years. So a new generation. We've seen the old guard get it done against New Era. Now the Zoomers are going to try and get it done against Pokerface, who are obviously a reasonably young team as well, give or take a couple. Obviously, Heiser, people might remember from Stage 1, the player who only became, only turned 17 partway through the stage. Pokerface did look a lot better once Heiser was available. You want a new gen Winston go? You never know. Maybe they're in here somewhere. Maybe they're in here. Alright, it says 10 minutes on SOOP. 2 minutes on this. So maybe we can start with rocking the esports sheet. Leave the predictions up for Pokerface and Analyte, and we'll swap over to it when it's available. Analyte is Pokerface's academy team? Oh! So it's a young team versus the even younger academy. You see Cuffer on support there? Surely you didn't. No tank. So obviously this is, if you weren't here yesterday, the way this part of the bracket works before we get to the playoffs is, let me refresh it as well to update the scores. Oh, it's actually not updated. So OWCS didn't win that one, so OWCS are here. The winner of this Pokerface and Elite game is going to go play OWCS. That game is going to happen right afterwards, and the winner of that game enters into playoffs next week, starting up off against White. So yeah, until then, we've also got the China action happening where, well, we're 2 maps, we're about to start our 3rd map in the 3rd place match. Rock Esports 2 up. And probably, you know, Little Sheep have had so much success on the banner throughout the regular season and playoffs. Rock getting it over the line on that map is probably a very strong indication that Rock should be set to secure the 3rd spot. Why does Malga have such majestic hair but CX does not?
是的，目前 ROC
Because
是
he's
2
got
比
that
1
Islander
赢了
DNA and
赛
I
季
do not. He's probably way better at rugby than me as well.
小杨没搬过温斯顿，基本上机动坦位没搬过，
是，
然后安娜也没搬过，
对，
然后其实对面已经拿到赛点了，然后地图的选择，其实我还是那句话嘛，就是现在
So
可
when
以
Asian
让他
both
们打
played
的
in
牌还
Japan
有，
last stage?
确实上方
Okay.
比较可惜
Yeah,
我觉得
Swoo was the only
如果
player who
说
rang a bell on me.
比分能够拖到1
Rang a
比
bell
1的
on me?
话，
Rang a bell
对
for
于
me.
小杨来说，今天这场比赛还有的打。
是。
嗯，
那刚刚的话，其实，在最后一段嘛
You're an Islander, thanks, thanks,
汉瓦
Turner.
纳的
England is an
C
island,
有
yeah,
很
but
多次都是在技能利用率上没有能够发挥的出来。
Our
首
DNA
先
is
是
not
那
the
个
same.
假的引乱流，台后排伤害没跟上，然后后期的话激速被
Margaret
吞了。
would rock my
那
shit
这
at
样的话，一波
rugby.
节奏崩到
Imagine, I mean, I would have to wrap the ankles.
其实
I would
进
have
攻
to
还有
wrap
一
the
波刀，
ankles to
那
even
波
have a
裸刀
hope
有
in
点难
hell.
受，
是
我说实
But
话
it。would be,
就是感觉还是
it would be some
虽然
longest
今天
yard
的
type
这
bullshit
最
where
近
I
的
try and
这段
tackle
时间
him and then
不
I'm
错，但是
just,
整体
he's just
上
dragging me
在技能
along.
的一些细节
He
上
is
面
not going
没
down.
有说融合的特别好。
没错，血性是有，但是细节还要再注意一些。
对，我们来看一下两支队伍在这张地图上的一个数据
Coleman
表
versus
现啊
Malga.
Yeah.
Coleman could do it. Coleman could take him
而
down.
且甚至有一些数据小杨还是领先的。
Concussion
伤
on the
害
first
是略高
tackle.
一些。
对，而 ROC 的话，因为
So,
他们自己的这一套
As a lot you know,
确实从
Mod
防守到
Coleman,
进
he
攻
plays
一
a
直
good
是一套
amount of
体系
rugby.
是。
再加上
He plays for the
我是
local
觉
side
得
at the
说
weekend,
对面不
and he
管
only
是
plays
四
for the
场
seconds.
四
But
场
sometimes they ask him to play for first, but he mostly plays for
双
seconds.
这样的
And
一个
what
阵容
happens when
对
you play seconds
本来
rugby, if
说
anyone else
的
does
一个
this,
发
is
挥
sometimes you don't have
就
enough
是做
players.
了非常
So
好的一个
occasionally
显
some of
示
my
可以
mates
看到引流
will,
流
you know,
四
drop
个
in, play like
五个
play like a
四
half
个
of rugby or something
对
as
所以
well.
这个对于他自己
Not
的
really
后卫
rugby
情况来
players,
说
but you
都
know,
是非常
get out,
优
have a
的
crack at
我
it.
们从昨天 ROC 的一个
My mate
比赛
Neil.
里面可以看出来，因为他们的一个思路其实是让布伦德去做一
I
个拉扯。
I wish Coleman was here because he will remember the exact time. But like Neil goes on, he plays. I think he plays. So it's his debut, big moment, debut, coming in, make a good impression. 7 minutes later, he's hobbling off, injured. Never plays for him again.
由于这边罗西普拿出了一个假的西格玛，引流乱流对于布罗斯维亚的温斯来说压力有点太大了，
对
就直接可以秒杀。那
That would be me versus Malga. If I got to 7 minutes, I'd be happy.
没有的，就我
He can't be stopped when charging. Yeah, it does feel a little bit broken in rugby if you have that. If you have that ability.
上面的画面会稍多那么一点点，特别是
Sounds like that, yeah.
整个比赛
I mean, the other side was from Wales, I'm told, so it didn't look like they had too many Islanders on the
的
team.
一个环节了。其实刚刚也说了嘛，
But
现
it was
在
too much for Neil.
可以选的埃斯兰萨，这个我觉得没办法了，就必须出来了。
是自己打得很好，对面打得不是特别好。
All right, so Esperanza now for the losers pick there.
我们在考虑再
Get
选，
a
然后
little.
或者说
Where are we? We still got 4 minutes
多一
here.
点，我们后面
I don't think they've done
研究
walkouts
一
and
下要不要
interviews
去选
yet, so
但
I'm
是现
hoping we can
在
actually get through most of this
小杨没
Esperanza.
辙了，
对的，绝境了，
绝境了，
直接拿。
这个图先拿出来再说，然后黑人办看一
In an
下，
ideal
主要
world.
是
Either way, we're going to get a lot of
针对
Overwatch.
到小杨怎么样去办。
Yeah, the bets right now are for the Korea game. Bets are for the Korea game. We're just going to watch the China game until Korea starts.
其实
Because I'm anticipating it might be a little bit of a quick
对
one.
布里奇塔
Rock never win in Esperanza. It is true.
他们的这个体系在地面很就是打天上很吃
But
偏地面的
They've
一
been
套
good for
体
it
系
so far. I mean, they have dropped a couple of maps across the course of this tournament. And it is normally Esperanza. Little Sheep are actually going to ban Winston as well, so it's going to force Bellas Reader into a rare
这边
non-Winston
的
map.
话，后续是搬掉了朱诺，
What position do I play? I only played rugby at like
说实
school
话
when it
有两个
wasn't
班
really
都有
set
线到对
position,
面，
so
但
it
是
was only
不
in
太致
like
命。
is it like year 6, 7, and 8.
今天其实
So for those of you who aren't UK, that would have been ages like 11, 12, 13.
确实是比较多的，对。
So it was just for like like a local team and then the school team a
那
bit.
布罗斯维亚的话，
It
这
was
边比较多
just
假牙的话
just played rugby.
低瓦
Don't know what position I played.
好的，那么来到这张地图，这两支队伍我们在赛前也聊过，一支队伍可能在就
Will Shiner play today? Yeah. After this game, there'll be the OWCS Grand Final between once again and Team CC. So you'll get all the big guns will come out for once again.
这次比赛当中，他慢慢越来的是把自己的这个抢节奏能力给提上来了。
对。
You're a goalkeeper, Alpho? I don't know why, but I feel like that
英
fits.
雄来了，破坏球。
Like, when you tell me that piece of information, I'm just like, yeah, that makes perfect
其
sense.
实我又在想 ，Little Sheep 他的这一手
I don't know what it is.
是不是有点 要不干脆就直接把
Broke my leg playing rugby.
要不就直接把安娜，我也不玩，你也别玩
因为
呗。
没了安娜，其实分数就拿不出来了。
leg injury. I always
你
hate
这一套激速
leg injuries. I always
出
feel
来
like
的，
the
你要
worst
抢
as well.
节奏的这种急火，你是打不出来的。
哦，甲这边用奥利莎出门想去强
Tall
行
and fast
接
to
过来
side
这个
strike. Should we lock in?
莎，
对
Alright,
OK，
where
我们来
we
看一
quick
下
check on
奥利
Korea.
莎
A
的
couple
选
of
择。
minutes.
是
Okay.
精神稳
So let's watch a
定
little bit of this while we wait for Korea to start.
把球，布罗斯亚先
Jaya's going to be rolling out and be Orisa. A hero he's done
先
quite a
直
lot
接
of.
走过桥洞，让奥勒高台去落位。
Oh wait, I've got a story about a guy who ran into a
这
javelin
边
as well.
但有
If
命中。
if anyone remembers, we can tell that story
还是要
afterwards.
看一下枪位这个发挥啊。
Which is kind of fitting because we have got Jaya on Orisa here as well. So Rocky's also going to be trying not to run into a javelin. Ball for Belos Rio with the Winston Band, and they're going to catch Alfari on the flank as the rest of the Little Sheep are trying to rotate back. But Jaya's made an aggressive move. He spotted Chu on the floor and he's just bulldozed him. Using all his cooldowns to try and get himself out of here. Defensive nade from Kim will help him out too. But the roll through from Belos Rio. Sleep is good though. Doesn't save Kim's life as Choi is there for the follow-up. And even though Jaya was able to find the first aggressive move onto Viana, it then forced every single resource of the board to try and bail him out there. So when Belos Rio found his next timing, so much space for Dia, so much space for Choi.
破坏球提速上来之后，把你的位置全部踩到了，没办法往后退
Chance to hold forward now, start threatening for the cap.
机动性是很差。
Oh, Jaya, how on earth has he picked Dia from there? Jaya just good for it. Nade doesn't catch anything from Kim, but they're going to keep walking.
75%就能到地上情况。
Choi is going to try and play a bit of an off angle here.
被卡了位置。
要不换个镜头。
Alfari catches
有
Choi.
一点尴尬，但是
Chu is going to back up now. Him and Lex are going to try and disengage a little bit.
立定不动的这样的一个
Jaya's clear of the high ground. He's forced his ball out for now.
那么
Lexer is still threatening this back to retake this high ground, but he's getting contained by Alfari. Belos is trying to play the off angle. Going to get cleared. Whip shot as Lexer tries to take a bit of a foray out here. We're aware of Little Sheep. They've rotated around to the other side just trying to steal the robot, but they've just let this backline from Rock Esports repeat. Copy Orisa comes in as the slam comes through onto Kim as well. The nade connects from Chu. That'll be a nice easy kill. Kitsune rush from Kitsari. They try and walk forward. Terror Surge catches a lot. Wayo and Kasari both find a kill off that. Belos is trying to trade. He's dropped the mines. He's hit the slam. Fortify denies that. Pulse bomb out too. Chu is just out in the open, but Wayan is good for 2 dings. And Nano Lexa is trying to walk forward, hiding to try and survive. Lexa has the rally. Lexa will live. The mines are stopping Jaya pushing this kill. Lexa's had she's a lot to live here. But he just managed to live. But Little Sheep, they're still gaining meters, and a late kill onto Lexa is going to be devastating for Rock Esports. Dia has the overclock for a retake, but they're going to have to wait for 5. And they're just going to get cap off this, actually, Little Sheep. Lexa swaps onto the Kiriko.
分别交出来了，中间是有一个节奏上的断层的。
对，
Cap goes free. Jaya hits the javelin. Choi will be forced out.
将挡板推过检查点。
Alfari also going to be cleared. But now they have control of the high ground. They have the nano for this next fight as well.
对，之前比较怕破坏球那个高台，现在已经过去了。
Third place match as well, Sunless.
第二。
So yeah, both teams are out of qualification for Hangzhou, but they're playing out for third. Belos is going to drop a little boop onto Kim. No great follow-up though, and they'll maintain their high ground position. Patient with their nano as Jaya will just anchor this point for a very long time. Spin has been used. He's going to get naded afterwards. Mismanagement there a bit from Jaya, and D's just going to walk around and oh my god. 3 retakes of a thing every coach hates the most. And D is going to provide a couple of tasty shots to help make that one easy. And his backline is in big trouble. Yeah, Kim's going to die late. Kasari's going to die late. And now Rock Esports have a chance to tie this one up.
大招确实这一波，我们看一下 ROC 好像只交了集体超频啊，就一个进了频。
Belos is down to a couple hundred HP. He has to be a little bit careful here. He is trying to peek from the left-hand side. They're threatening the cap right now. Little Sheep, difficult recontest. Where the objective checkpoint actually is means you have to peek all the high ground positions. Dia is anticipating a flank, but he's just sort of missed for timing, so Alfari has got through for free as Jaya is going to get naded on point. Now he's going to get boot round. Jaya has to, he's just dead. Jaya can't contest there. It's such a hard place. Belos is going to roll through now with tank advantage. They've got a lot of eyes on this Tracer behind right now, so Alfari can't get the meaningful flank. They're paying a lot of attention to that as Jaya will respawn. Alfari now trying to get a bit of an angle onto the Farah here. Can't find it. Does have a pulse as well. Slam comes through. Wales going to get Nano. Choi has the Nano as well. Just gentle spam though. And they actually find the trade. Wales going to get mind controlled into the mines. Jaya's now isolated. Terror Surge onto the Farah. Doesn't catch it. Jaya does live. He wants to keep pushing. He's so low. Cancels the barrage. Drops the spin. Choi's going to try and push for more. The rockets aren't connecting onto Kim. Lex has found a kill on point though. But Jaya continues to walk forward. Kim is now dead. And with his support gone, surely Jaya will now fall. Still a little bit of pocket from Kasari, but it's not enough. But Kasari can find a trade and a TP out. Messy fighting, but Rock have done enough to get themselves a lead. Whale needs to be careful, and he's sort of caught in the open. Happens a few times for Whale here. He's just plays a very aggressive play style, happy to swing, happy to take jewels. But gets himself into trouble a fair amount as well, and now Rock Esports taking a significant lead. They've got Kitsune Rush for the next fight, which Kasari can match. It's worth saying as well, with both teams just mirror Kitsune Rushes, it is better for the Orisa team than it is for Ball team, but an early pick onto Alfari just means more free meters for Rock Esports. Choi looking to catch Kim, can't quite find that one. Is fully scaled at this point as well, so he has the concussive implosion. Shield out from Jaya, surely the shield isn't the answer here. Trade on point, Nano comes through onto onto Choi, sorry, over the top. We'll just delete that Orisa. Now the concussive implosion. Oh my god. Deletes them here. The Nano Farah does everything. And Rock Esports are looking good for the full push here. They've got an overclock. They've got a barrage at the choke. They've got a Nano coming back very soon, Little Sheep. But the touch is going to be strained as this overclock comes out early. Shield is up though, so that will help a little bit. Boot onto Alfari. Dia gets that one, so Jaya now has to stay anchored to the point. They're dying all around him. Nano boost onto Jaya. He's nearly got the Terror Surge, but he has to do it all. There's mines on point as well. A disruptor shot. Jaya finds one, drops the Terror Surge, gets another shield up. Play behind that. Bella's real with the slam. Suzu to keep Jaya alive, and Jaya gets naded, but he will not be removed. Jaya holds the line. Holds the line and keeps Little Sheep in this series competing for third place. They walked up, but they had to burn all their ultimates to hold on to that one. And Whale just dies for nothing. Lex are taking his duel with as well. Choi's going to drop the barrage. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, so this ended into a little bit of chaos here. Scattered 1v1s and fights. Bella's really trying to find a few follow-up kills. They nearly have another Nano. Again, worth noting Jaya's got the shield perk going. Lexer is getting very aggressive on the flank here. Really wants to fight this Tracer. Winning this fight with the Tracer as well. How far he's going to have to recall. Lexer playing these angles really well. It's trying to get 2v1. We'll have to TP out now. Gets back. Diaz died on point as his Nano comes through onto Choi. He gives him a tank advantage. He's low HP on the high ground. Trying to catch Whale. Couple of it. Slam comes through. Slam sets up Lexer for the kill. Now flooding in. Alfari with a good trade favor. Trades will keep him alive for now. But Lexer is still just bullying this Tracer. Finishes off that kill. Jaya will respawn, being able to deny the flip. And we will get a bit of extension. Regroup for Rock Esports. Kitsune Russian Mines coming back next. Little Sheep have a big bank of ultimates. Double support ult, Terror Surge to combine with that as well. But the problem is they have to do this treacherous low ground retake. This is where Jaya has been bullied a lot. Lecter with the Kitsune Rush flag for Sleep is missed. Suzu back defensively, but Bella's Reader and Choi arrive as well. Lecter with the flank push gets so much value. And they will just delete everyone here. Jaya, inexplicably, gets his one, as he so often does. And this means Lex is going to be a little bit back late to the fight. They're trying to deal with Alfari behind. Some rockets from Choi will help out. And once again, 1 minute 24 seconds left on the clock. Little Sheep are going to have to try and hold their spawn. Rock have time to get Lengtser back to the fight before they commit to this. Even if they can't win the fight here and now, Rock Esports will be happy to bleed ults out of them. Mind through coming through all over Whale. He is deleted. She was going to get traded as the overclock pops from D. He slid in aggressively. He's found 2 kills already. Looking for the Ana. Can't find the shot. Tracer pressure onto him as well. He's trying to slow it down. Slides away from Alfari. Luckily, Pelosria, he's tricked Alfari, but the exit was mined. They did lose Chew in all of that though, so it's going to be hard to get the full push. Pelosria will just move the robot as far forward as he can. And take a little bit of a backstep.
其实这一波他就是要放在 这个点位，
对，
他要创造一些自己站位的优势。我觉得对
Back at the choke, gonna hold this high ground again. Nano Barrage shortly
还有
available
卡这个防柄
for
对
Rock
而
Esports
且
here.
现在就本来
With this high ground position, they can just play through the Orisa again. You see a slam come through straight onto Jaya, trying to bully him back.
也准备好了，所以
Bellaria just swinging around. Hiding will come. Bellaria has to get out of that one.
况下阿发日
Gyra's moving the car forward. Alfari's trying to harass the high ground as well. Pulse Bomb is good. And Alfari's just going to bust open this high ground all by himself, trying to give Farah the slip. Choi will end up blowing himself up as he tries to win that duel. Bellaria is going to keep himself behind.
时间已经没有了，进入到加时阶段。
Alfari really wants to fight these players behind as well. Doesn't have the same support though, so we'll just back it out as we're into overtime. So Little Sheep, they have to stay on the payload.
争取到了还有赢的希望，虽然现在只有69。
Rotate aggressively. Kim's going to drop. They've got the robot moving forward now, but a Nano Barrage available for Rock Esports. Oh, wait. Whale's just going to walk forward and kill Chu. He's just there. Now he's going to fight for Farah. 2 for Whale. Nice and easy. They double down for trades. Lexus in deep. Tries to TP out, but yeah, no TPXs, so he's going to die on point. We're going to get a few free meters here. No trades for Little Sheep as well. Surely not. Surely not an overtime comeback. Rock Esports, they have the Nano Barrage. They have everything. Little Sheep, they have the Nano Terror Surge available as well. Might even just be a defensive Nano onto Whale. They love to do it.
大招感觉流星这里不太好接啊。那如果抢劫的话，还是要先手给激素，但激素目标不太好选。
Choi trying to clear out this Tracer. Alfari will be forced back.
来看一下，我感觉
Eyes on Choi for this Nano Barrage.
我
Gyra's looking for it. Think saving the Javelin to try and trade it. Shield is up. Chance for Choi to go past it now for Nano Barrage. Kitsune rush first as well to try and force the cooldowns. Terror Surge comes through. Pulls Zia in. Now the Nano Barrage comes through. The Suzu is good. They can't get the kill though. Bellaria cleans up 2 of those. And it's just about enough. The ults get him over the line at the end. They got a minefield as well. Choi will get 1 final kill before falling. Mines are there. Jaya can't get on point. Rock Esports will secure 3rd place. And now, seamless transition. Oh wait, we actually have time to spare. Oh, that's perfect. It's perfect. All right, so predictions are still open for this one. If you want this, it's gonna be Lijiang Tower. We're just getting the bans right now. Good Esperanza, nearly a big comeback. Thank you, Cinnabaro as well. Or Cinnabar Overwatch, maybe. For the tier 1. Thank you.
그렇습니다. 그리고 어넬리트는 아나벤으로 응수를 하네요.
Tell us about the Javelin. I mean, so when if you guys did athletics in school, there would be like, you know, the like 400-meter track, right? I got it right. I got it right second time. You know the 400-meter track, right? So what our gym teachers would often do is to mark the start line of the 400-meter track, because the 400-meter would be like painted onto the grass. They would just use a javelin to like mark, here's the start line, so you know when you've done 1 lap, 2 laps, etc. And there was this kid a couple of years below me. His class were doing theirs, and for whatever reason, the kid was just running, not really paying attention, runs into the javelin, goes straight through his shoulder. And that's how we ran into a javelin. How locked out? I know I'm locked out at times. There's been times I've not been paying attention by the time we get to North America. But how locked out do you need to be running round a track on a field and not see a fucking javelin as we walk into it? He was okay in the end. I mean, obviously he went to hospital and got patched up and stuff. But but yeah. The worst part of all of that is our gym teacher, Mr. Chalice, God bless him, he'd been at the school for like 50 years. Mr. Chalice, the gym teacher, who always did this, all the gym teachers did. He got fired for it. He got fired for it. Unbelievable. I don't know the exact nature of the injury. Like, it wasn't too bad. I think it avoided anything major. But yeah, they fired the guy for it. This teacher had been at the school for like 50 years. A bunch of the kids in my class, their dads also had Mr. Chalice as a teacher. He was fired. Imagine your 50-year career coming to an end. The kid wasn't like... The kid as well. The kid was like, it was my fault. I'm a fucking moron. I ran into a javelin. It's not his fault. I'm stupid. But the school didn't care. They fired him anyway. Really unreasonable from the school.
모든 경기를 체크하시기 때문에
Heard enough. Orisa should be banned. Yeah.
그렇죠. 스피트가
Not locked out, perhaps too locked in. He was so focused on his lap time.
보여주고 있는 스피트입니다.
Did it get on the news? Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you
어린 선수들이 많다 보니까
we're gonna pause. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I've got my pen.
정말 그 어린 선수에서 나오는 그런 뭐 이런 말씀을 드리는데
Norton.
스피트 선수가
Javelin.
하면서 팔을 든 만큼 과연 또
Here we go. Norton natural pupil impaled by javelin. Kent online. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about.
보였어요.
또 어린 탱커들이
All right, hold on. The game. Oh wait, that's the China game. It's not starting. I got confused by the highlights of the back. Yeah.
특히 이제 어쨌든 수컵이 진행되고 있는
Yeah, fuck you, Susan.
동시에 스토브 리그도 진행되고 있잖아요. 그런 상황에서 탱커 매물 없다는 이야기가 꽤 많이 나오는데.
You know what Mr. Chalice also did? This poor guy. He was he was a great teacher, right? A great teacher, clearly really cared about the schools. One time, we had a pool at the school, so we would do like swimming sometimes in the summer for some of our like PE. And one time, a kid, one of the younger kids, couldn't swim, got into like the wrong part of the pool, started drowning. Mr. Chalice goes in, pulls him out, performs CPR, saves his life. Unbelievable. And another time, he's actually, I think it might have actually been two, because there was another time, it was, what do you call it? It was like lunch break, you know, our lunch, it was summer, everyone was on the field, right? Everyone was on the field, and then this kid has, I don't know what it is, like, maybe it's like some version of like a heart attack or something, but he collapses, right? He collapses and starts going into, I guess, shock. Again, I don't know the medical terms. But he does that, again, who happens to be right place, right time? Mr. Chalice. Mr. Chalice is there. He goes out, CPR again, saves this kid's life. We have to clear the field because, like, the helicopter ambulance, the air ambulance is coming. So we have to clear the field while this helicopter lands. But Mr. Chalice does enough, performs CPR, keeps him going until the paramedics can get there. And this poor guy, so unreasonable. Such a good teacher. Literally saved two kids' lives. And, then gets fired for that after like a 50-odd year career. Disrespectful. Did he get impaled? No, it wasn't. It didn't hit any major organs. It was like through the shoulder. So obviously it still would have caused a lot of damage, but it wasn't in like organ territory. Saves two stabs. He's positive. It's positive, right?
정말 이제 세 명이 한 팀에 있는 것도 저희가 한번 기대해 보겠습니다.
What was going on in my school? I mean, it's to be clear, this was over the course of like I was at that school from year 7 until 6th form. So this was over the course of what was it, 7 years? Yeah, 7 years. This doesn't all happen in like 1 week. It wasn't like every day. What happened to him afterwards? I think he just retired. Yeah, it's. Oh, sounds like we're starting actually. Alright. Alright. No javelins to run into for either team now as we get Poker Face. But there are boops! Gravity still exists. Ether going to be sent into the... Oh, I guess it's Eva, not Ether. Eva is going to be sent into the Ether. And Elite, a team of young players that we're going to really learn a lot about as we go along here. Poker Face we obviously saw in Stage 1. Predictions closed. Poker Face should be favourites on this. And Elite, the Academy team on. And the Academy team should never beat the main team, right? Rotation through White Room here for an Elite. Barragel in the skies. Bubble onto the choke from Hides up. He'll get cleared out by this ram form. Slowing it down for a second as they popped him up. But Missins just found a pick onto Athena. Is it Athena or Athena? Athena, I guess? Oh, Missins not just found one pick. He's good for 2. That'll be a nice easy fight for Poker Face. And they're shredding him right now. They're going to hold forward, complete control of this one. Ivor is going to go on to Diva. All of these names are almost words. I keep thinking it's like Universe and Athena, but it's actually Univer and Athena. Tricky, but I can do it. Gonna engage early here. Heiser's gonna get himself to the Mega, but I don't know if it's enough healing. He's just gonna die. One-way trip for Heiser. Opening pick onto the tank. Tried to really commit to that rotation, but Pokerface's DPS weren't really in a position to follow up on that. It was very much a one jump, one die situation. Either is just gonna fly around in circles trying to clear his Tracer out, as Pokerface just want to keep tapping the point as much as possible to buy time. Missin's gonna find another pick for him, and just as they get the flip, they lose a lot of their backline, and Missin is just causing them havoc right now. He's completely unchecked. He's pushing these flanks, he's pushing these angles, he's taking jewels, he's hitting these shots. And a very quick retake for Pokerface. Heiser's mistake responded. Now holding with a chance of barrage. This time, if Heiser wants to go similarly aggressive on the rotation, he's got the Primal Rage, they've got more ults to throw into this one. But Elite don't want to go White Room, they want to go Bridge. Alien's going to have no on his side, so he's going to deepen his flank as this Ray push comes in. Primal on High Noon there. Heiser has to try and avoid all the damage. Jumping out. Spin drops for Barrage out for choke. Trades Jun. Now they're all piling in. Counter Ray came out from carry during all of that. Heiser comes back in with a Primal Rage to clear him up. Ivor will be getting onto point, but has to try and preserve his mech here. He won't be able to either. Health pack will be denied. Late D-mech. Self-destruct. Actually, Universe able to find a trade, but Ivor can't get back into mech, and it's 5%. They need to find a way to touch. Jun has got a kill. Can anyone get to point? Universe is flying for it now. Universe does trigger the overtime. They need someone else to take over the touch. Azim coming back with Barrage, but very low HP. Rally going to be popped from Athena. Now the Barrage on point. They've used both these ults to get the flip. No value out of it in terms of kills, but the flip keeps them alive for now. Back to a full neutral for this next fight. Everything poured in from both teams. Heiser's going to be forced to bubble defensively. Worth noting, Alien is still behind right now, so as much as Heiser's been pushed back, they have to worry about the flanks because it's always Missin who's finding these opening picks. He's on the bridge area right now. Jun is trying to mark for Winston. He's going to get isolated here. Needs a little bit of help. They TP onto it, and Missin will just get that kill. Jun left out to drive. The rest of his team pivoted towards point, splitting the elite backline, and the dive team will pull that apart. Heiser now lining up a chance to go on backline. We'll just bubble to push for it, and Spin's actually going in deep behind. One rocket onto the Juno, can't find another one. Runs into the Farah core info. He's going to get traded. Commits too deep. Alien still on the flank with Missin, but Missin's going to get shut down as well. Now they are dealing with the flanks. Ivor kept point contested the entire time, so they don't lose the flip. And Annalise showing a sign of, some signs of life. Ray available now for Universe. We'll get it slightly quicker than Karu. Actually, quite a lot quicker than Karu. So, treacherous situation for Pokerface because they don't have a lot of time for this retake. They have to commit to point, but when that Ray comes out, they could be in big trouble. They're trying to play through point again. Ivor's taking a lot of damage, so they're going to have to concede a bit of space here. Maybe a chance for Heiser to go. Really want that Kitsune rush before they full commit. Bow Barrage comes in. Ray there. Oh, Days of Bash away back into the Ray. Well kited by Athena. They're trying to punish that Farah for it. They can't. Kitsune rush is still going. Heiser dies before Primal, though. Azent is alone on point. Split right now for Annalise. They're pulled in two different directions. Some people went to contest, other people double down into Dojo. Pokerface end up punishing the split. And now Ivor is going to die on point. Has the self-destruct, but needs a bit of a miracle from this one. He's getting a little bit of pocket there from Jun on the Tracer. Ivor gets back into mech just to get sent out of it. Does extend for touch. Now here comes Ferrari across point. Athena's going to jump it. Gets Ferrari onto point, but Heiser still has his Primal. Trying to pocket his baby Diva. Aizen drops a Barrage, but Heiser has the Primal, so Aizen kills himself. Trying to live Athena, but there's so much pressure. Needs to touch as well. Can't touch. And Pokerface get a quite scrappy Lijiang Garden over the line.
그리고 카루를 믿고 날뛰는 미신의 말도 안 되는 그 쿠나이 헤드. 예. 거기에 이제 상대가 좀 시간 끌려고 석양을 쓰거나 하는 것도 침착하게 디가 빠진 거 확인하자마자 뭐 그냥 포화로 덮어 씌우는 그런 장면들도 있었고 전체적으로 좀 공격적인 템포가 안 살아.
And Elite's Academy team, yeah, I believe so. That's what I've been told. The Pokerface Academy team.
장면들에서는 받아치는 장면들이 나오긴 했는데.
Yeah, all of these players very young, Annalie. I think this was in here earlier, showing us a tweet where it's all like, I think like 06, 07, 08, 09 birth years. So the kids are out trying to do it against the OWCS team. TP out, going to be Farah, Tracer, Winston again. Annalie, very much playing the same comp as well. Jun going to move up, trying to win this side fight. Eva's going to get involved in that. Heiser will respond. Don't know if he still has bubble. Does have bubble, but it's a quite passive bubble just to make sure they live. So a chance to take a bit more space here. Pokerface with the Winston, much more reliant on the bubble timings to take their actions. Really have to wait for that and base their turns a lot around that. And Elite, on the other hand, with the Diva, can be a bit more active. But the dive onto the backline now. There is that bubble turn, but Heiser's been booped in. Might not... Oh, doesn't quite die. Somehow lives. And Elite, though, after all that damage onto Heiser, are going to try and rotate over to point. They get the first flip as well. Now they can station themselves up the back here. But they have to be very careful because it's a great part of the map for Spin to try and do a lot of damage. He's got the concussive implosion as well. If anything, the boop would actually be better on this part of the map. But... still sets up a lot of rocket damage. Pokerface playing for the retake. Aizen can just try and keep the Pharah contained. Ivor will mark for Winston on point. Pokerface playing it slow right now. Dive comes in from Heiser, but he is flashbang. Full Matrix bash onto him as well. They're trying to full pocket Heiser through all of this. He has to back jump now, but Ivor, he punishes that one. But it's made space for Spin. Spin and Alien have found the kills on the flank right now. Jun is 1 HP. Will get the kill before he goes down. But it's just a baby Diva left, and Pokerface. They sacrifice Heiser. As he jumps in main, he takes all of that attention. You can see an Elite, they're just trying to burst him down as quickly as possible. But all the meanwhile, Alien and Spin, they are pushing the flanks. And when you play point on Night Market, when you play that backside of point, you've got such limited space to play in. It can be really treacherous. Really scary if that Pharah, Tracer, any of the DPS get that meaningful angle on you, especially the Pharah. Oh, Jun's going to get one shot out of a choke. Any sort of point pressure from Aizen is just going to be forced away very quickly. They're sort of committing to this as well. They're going in. Primal's actually going to get popped from Heiser, but there's surely no chance on this one. Atina's getting taken for a ride. Has managed to live for now, but Primal is just following. Heiser will get the cleanup eventually. Don't know if they needed a Primal in the end. They're going to pick onto Jun so early. It doesn't feel great to invest after such an early pick, but they still win the fight. Back-to-back fights now. Decent capture percentage. And maybe most importantly, buys Carry a little bit of time to catch up on this Juno Ray charge. Spinter's holding close on the left. Missing is trying to bait someone into him. Ivor does have Matrix foes, so can he really get away with a barrage like this against a Diva? Let's see. He goes for it. He catches Jump, but there's the Matrix. He only gets one for it. Ray and Rally popped in response, so a heavy-handed response from Annalie after that surprise. And this has given Pokerface, while they might have lost their Pharah, is giving them significant ult advantage. The bash catches Karu as he pops it, though. The Ray is still going. Barrage from Aizen. Missing is awfully low. Has the Kitsune rush if he needs it. Pulse Bomb is out. Alien will get taken down. Great bash coming through from Atina. They keep pushing after they pop double support ult. And a Kitsune rush from Missing. Is there no respect for the economy? Great retake from Annalie after popping both of those, and Pokerface after throwing those ults into it. Going to be having to play for most of a neutral here. Alien's going to have his recall force early. Aizen's in a lot of trouble. Missing will push that one again. Missing popped in his CPS is finding so much value, but it's traded back by Jun. But they are caught on the coast here. High Noon out from Jun. Wants to cash that Kiriko. TP will be forced. Eva's going to try and punch that. Second TP comes through. Keeps running. And Alien and Heiser are walking forward. And his backline is in big trouble. Juno scattered. They're all split right now. Missing will clean up one. Self-destruct will be invested. And actually, it's all to play for. Still gets back in mech, crucially, Ivor. Now the Pharah duel on the coast. Carry was there as well. Ivor is trying to isolate him a little bit. Can't push for the kill, limited HP. They keep control of the objective, most importantly, and Elite. Primal coming back for Heiser. Spinter's going to go now. Nobody was ready. What's Spint doing? Spinter's just made this all the harder for him. They're going to have to take this retake with 4 players. Heiser has for Primal. He has to try and get it all done. Not the greatest jump, really. Oh, he doesn't get the Primal off. He doesn't pop the Primal. Disaster after disaster for Pokerface. Spint throws his life away. Heiser doesn't pop the Primal. And now Jun should be able to clean up all of these kills. Spint is onto point one more time. Ivor is marking him. There's a Tracer behind. And Valkyrie. Valkyrie's 1 HP. The Tracer has been forced back as well. They can't even touch. And Pokerface thrown that one away.
역시 가장 컸던 장면은 스피트 선수 포화로 궤도 집결 뽑고 거점으로 빠졌다가 이제 나가려는 그 타이밍에
all to play for. The kids are just better. I mean, that was a dogfight of a Night Market as well. Absolute dogfight. And honestly, Pokerface had the ults to win that last fight as well. They just threw... Spin and Heiser just throw it away. We'll move over to Control Center now. Pokerface lining up right now still on the Winston, and Elite maybe have something else in mind for Rimbatra and May. Maybe they'll even keep the Sim.
가져가게 됐고 양 팀의 승부는 관제 센터에서 갈리게 됩니다.
These bloody senile 17-year-olds. Alright, so it will be Ram, May, Cass coming out. They're going to clear Missing immediately. Suzu and TP both forced. Heiser's lurked his way into the back right now, but a slow onto Heiser will put him off jumping. But now with no slow, he has a chance to go if he wants. Get some farm off his bubble. Spin's going to push it as well. They try to move forward, but Spin and Heiser, they catch the tail there. Now they're all very split. Missing's going to find 2 kills. Universe is going to take the reset. They got that early advantage by clearing out the Kiriko. And then they tried to push into main, but you saw how far back Alien was. There was no way they were going to catch that. No way they were going to be able to catch that Sojourn. And then as soon as they start walking forward, all of a sudden you start walking forward, you're not controlling all the angles in the same way, your backline gets a little bit vulnerable. Heiser and Spin capitalize off that, they find the kill. Now a Tracer swap for Azens into this. He's already quite deep behind, trying to harass the backline. This has allowed Annalise to take a bit of space. They bullied Heiser back. He's pretty low on HP. He's trying to reset. There is a Tracer behind as well, so Heiser's in a lot of bother right now. Diva pressure on him as well. Heiser's going to have to back jump again. All the space for Annalise, but there is a Pharah behind him. Ivor has to try and keep eyes on everything. The Alien's going to find that pick. They've got all the angles right now as they're trapped on point. Alien behind him. Winston in front. Pharah on the high ground. They're going to get the D-Mech onto Ivor. They do concede the flip, but they'll get it right back here, Pokerface. Brig the last time. Point. And we didn't have to use any ults for that, importantly, Pokerface. And Elite feel like they're good at, they put a lot of pressure onto Heiser. They can force the Winston back, clear a little bit of space. But then I feel like they try and maybe go for blood a little bit too early. Then they just all swing, try and all rotate forward. They're not dealing with these angles from Alien and Spin. Right now, Pokerface, despite being on Control Center, a small map, normally, are making it feel very big. Heiser's going to have his Primal Force very early, but Barrage is going to be used. Torpedoes will finish the job onto the Juno as well, and keep Spins alive. Have to pop 2 ults out for choke there, but they'll get all the cleanup. They're going to stall out this Brig a little bit as well. Spin will show a little bit of mercy. And a chance to hold the choke again. Double supports coming up from Pokerface. Worth noting that again, Univer has actually charged this one faster than Carry. Disruptor shot's going to get eaten as Ivor starts to walk up. They can drop their support ults on point and take this. If I'm Pokerface, I maybe actually want to overclock early, see if I can force the Ray quite far back. Univer has to be careful. Ray's coming through now. Alien is going to pop that overclock. It's a High Noon Ray coming forward. Alien's forced back out into the open. There's a High Noon right there. There's a Diva above you. There's a Pulse Bomb underneath you. Alien gets focused down as Pulse Bomb coming. But another good bash from Athena. Connects every time into this Ray, and Jun is good for the cleanup. Heiser is spinning, and Missin's found 2 trades, but Athena responds to that one as well. He's got the Whip Shot perk. He's got that knockback damage. And now Azent wants to try and catch this Winston. He can't, but they've got control of the point. Kept themselves in this. Spin will be going over to the Genji now too. Double support ult, self-destruct, everything thrown in there from Annalise. But Pokerface also have no ult, so just a full another neutral. The question again for Annalise is how can we deal with these angles and these flanks? With the Genji, they might be a little bit more direct. But still to make sure they keep control of these side spaces. Heiser's going to jump onto point. Ivor responds to that one. Spin will dive in. Flashbang is good. Jun needs a bit of help here. And Missin's found the trade. TP onto the high ground as well. Keep Spin pocketed up. Again, they're losing these side fights here. Athena's going to find a trade somehow out of this, but they've lost their mech and they're on life support right now. Easy for them. Primal comes through. Athena's getting taken for a ride. Torpedoes from Carry finish the job, and it'll be an easy retake for Pokerface in the end. Bit disappointing there on some of the holds. Felt like Pokerface, their DPS, and maybe most importantly, not so their DPS, but Missing as well. Playing all these side spaces, playing these wide angles, winning those duels most importantly as well. All of a sudden just left Annalise in too many situations where they're just standing somewhere with no control of the angles, no control of the space. And if you give the other team that kind of option, they're going to hit a shot eventually. Alright, what's happening in... okay, so there's a few minutes. We're going to get the grand final for OWCS China. So I do want to go over to China for the grand final. And like the way it should work, what I'm hoping will happen, I guess at least, is where's my browser gone? That one. What I'm hoping will happen is we'll watch oh, not that game. We'll watch refresher as well, so it's uploaded. We'll watch a little bit of this game. Then OWCS China Grand Finals will start. We'll watch all of the Grand Finals. Then maybe we miss the end of this game. But then hopefully OWCS Grand Finals finishes in time for Alt-Tab to play the winner of this. So we can watch the OWCS Grand Finals into most of this game. That's my current thoughts. Am I enjoying the SOOP Sunday? Is it time to hydrate? I might be. I've still got enough water and Pepsi, I think. I get scammed out of breaks sometimes here. Would it be another map of Poker Face before the Grand Finals? Probably not. It's online as well, isn't it? Yeah, let's... They've not put a clock on here yet. Yeah, I think actually the China Grand Finals is going to start first. We have a bit of a pre-game. It's next. Do the predictions for the Grand Final, I think. For the China Grand Final. These 17-year-old boomers taking away opportunities from these 15-year-old prodigies. we really have to keep moving the goalposts to to justify all this. Do I actually like... Yeah. I enjoy Pepsi Max. Predictions for which game starts first. Yeah, I don't know how much pre-game we're going to get in China. So we'll sort of play it by ear. Yeah, SOOP has been pretty entertaining. I mean, even though like the Rock was a 3-0 over Little Sheep, which is what most people I imagine anticipated. There was some decent maps in there. The Havana was pretty good. The Esperanza even had a pretty good finish actually. Look at those odds. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Any believers? Any believers? Not even a cheeky map. Worth noting this is actually best of 7 as well for these grand finals. We're up to 12%. What's the prize pool? I think it's... Oh my god, I think it's pretty similar to what we had. What was it in? Was it 30,000? 40,000 for first place, 20 or just on 38 and 19. So actually, it's whoever wins this gets twice as much as second. So yeah, first is double second, second is double third, fourth just behind. So yeah, like $19,000, $20,000 on the line compared to, let's say EMEA, similar. Oh yeah, 30,000. So it's actually worth more. What about the Asia playoffs? Oh yeah, worth more than Asia. Only 10,000 for Asia playoffs. I think you won't pay these guys anything. 9,000. Yeah, it doesn't pay to be a Korean player. I mean, obviously it does pay because you get to be dominant and be in the best region in the world. But it doesn't pay in terms of money. Yeah, they get Korea then Asia, but if you win Korea and then you win Asia, it's still less than winning EMEA. Or we just have a 100k prize pool. Ah, okay. But then obviously Japan Pacific will dilute that a lot. Or it's just more places to put the money. For movers to get imported to China. It should be easier to qualify for the LAN. At least that was Rock's theory. Doesn't work out. I don't know what it is. Are Rock just, as an organization, are Rock just cursed? Do you remember the EMEA team they had last year? It's like, oh yeah, Checkers is a good team. Yeah, Checkers, they got Checkers and stuff. Checkers, Izzyaki, this is going to do pretty well, right? Decent Saudi League player. Yeah, this will be all right. What could go wrong? Absolute shambles of a performance. Absolute shambles. And then All right. We'll do it. We'll get a lot of the top Chinese talent that isn't on once again. And then Bellatrix and Choi, 2 players who had a pretty successful season with Pokerface towards the end of Stage 2 last year. What could go wrong? We got to be slam dunk for that second spot. We'll get our brand. We'll get our org. We'll get to represent at the first major of the year. What could go wrong? Fortunately. Unfortunately. Oh, don't forget about the Esports World Rock. Yeah. Yeah, so the organization's cursed. Sometimes you're just cursed, right? If you're cursed, what can you do? You gotta just make the best of it despite the curse, you know? Just try and live your life without it. Oh yeah, confirmation of a bracket. Obviously, so also as it feeds into Hangzhou, winner of this game will play at Virtus Pro. Loser of this game will play Nightmare once we get to that major. That's on the 18th of April and that all starts. What kind of motion do we have in Korea? Oh, they're already starting the map a little bit. Okay. Ooh, maybe Korea's going to start first. They will break the curse. I don't know. Normally you have to do something like, you normally need to make some kind of big sacrifice to break a curse. So we need to figure out what's the right sacrifice to break them free of the curse. Korean match, it's Pokerface versus Alter Ego, and I think that map is actually gonna start sooner. So we can start with a bit of Korea, as I don't know if they're gonna do like a bigger pre-game or something while we wait for this. We'll leave the predictions up for China, with the China Grand Finals, and we'll tune into that sort of when it's starting. Is it going to be uncoachable before LAN? Yeah, we're planning to record it, I think on Monday the 14th. Yeah, we're going to Circuit Royale, actually. Yeah, Circuit Royale, and everyone's going to play Winston? Okay, alright. EU, I'm EU. From the UK. Not from Texas. There's going to be no way you mistook my accent for Texan. Alright, so we'll leave the predictions open for China. We'll watch a little bit of Korea while we wait for that Grand Finals to get underway. And I think what we'll do for Grand Finals is we'll see how close it feels. Because Rock versus once again felt close enough. To be interesting. Alright, opening pick for Jun. What I was going to say is we'll see how close it is. If it's close, we can lean into it more. If not, we can always go back and watch a bit more of this. But nice little opening pick from Jun. They're going to be playing the Ram here. And really, this first point, a lot of flat ground. Not great for the Winston team. Especially not great if you concede an opening pick as quickly as Pokerface did. They're going to concede a lot of space. They can keep bullying back for Winston. Jun's actually gone all the way back to swap onto the cast. So again, lots of chance to punish Heiser. But it means they're limited in how much space they take here. The nade is brutal. Form, shield, everything forced onto Ivor. Worth noting Dumbo has come in as well, playing the Ana here for Annalie. Ivor's down to 1 HP again. He's getting absolutely brutalized in the front line. And they are struggling to swing this corner. Eyes on the ult charge, and there's nothing too much to speak of. Agent is just going to try and make the move in the neutral. Tries to take the statue position, regrets it immediately. Gets caught in between the two decisions, and Carol will get a kill there. Jun also trying to take the statue position. He's going to get full pocket. He's going to get booped out past that shield and the bubble. Jun trying desperately to live. Speed drink there. Jun is just walking through, but the nade will connect, and that'll finish the job on Jun. Now they can walk forward. Ivor is awfully low as well, trying to get to his health pack. Spint will drop down, trying to get back kill. Is stuck in there, has to reload. Heiser's there with him, bubbled off for heals. They'll clean up that kill, and Pokerface, they've stabilized. Azent now flying over the high ground. Spint has retaken this initial position he had on the left-hand side, so Azent's going to come and try and clear that one out, but nice little position for Spint. Does get full pocket here. Farajul on the coast, and Azent is losing that one pretty hard. Full pocket comes through. Heiser's going to come get involved as well. Overload the flank. Win that side fight. Eva was trying to get involved too, but set up there as they try and clear that angle. Really, if I'm Annalie, if I want to clear that position, I need pressure in 2 places. It's defensive Nano, but the nade is good. Oh, disaster Nano for Annalie. Bad to worse. Ults down. A late kill onto Spin. Will force Pokerface to concede probably back to this far corner where they took the first fight initially. Again, after Spin died early. But Pokerface, they have 5 ults to work with. Ivor's going to use a shield to try and swing and clear this Winston. Heiser will drop. Get full pocket back on the high ground now. Rocket spam trying to bully Heiser out of his position. Or sleep onto Alien, a chance. He's booped away, actually. Maybe booped to safety. They're going to swing now. Speedring out in main as Universe trying to clear this Winston. Nano barrage from Spin deletes John. Turns his attention onto Ramatra. Gets 2. Ray push from the Farah, but Spin is good for all of them. Now just for Juno left. Playing for a desperate trade. Just get the Anna, which is about as high value a trade as you can get in the situation. But Anna Elite, that was their Ray push. 50 seconds left on the clock. One more chance at it. And it's looking increasingly difficult. There's a Ray push now on this next corner, so even if Elite try and swing with the High Noon or the Annihilation, this Ray can really overwhelm them. Best chance is to try and find maybe some barrage value while the Annihilation takes all the space or takes all the attention. They're going to swing with High Noon first. Spin is going to boop it backwards. Heiser's going to bubble out the chokers for Rail comes through. Overclock was using response, and Annihilate are going to be happy to disengage that one as well. So a stalemate as hit scan ultimates are traded. Caro with the Ray, ready to turn the corner. Heiser's going to jump in. He was caught in the slow. Might have to Primal in this situation. Low HP. Primal's now wants to boop it in. Sleep onto the Ramatra. More damage as well. Awfully low. Heiser's been naded and cleared. So it's Annihilation puts us back. Now Caro has the Ray to turn it back onto him. Nano comes through. Barrage catches 1, catches 2 for Aizen. All over it as well. Heiser's found 1 in the back. The Anna is stuck in this room. Aizen can't find that kill. Worried about Spin, but Ivor's dealt with that. Then they deal with the Anna. Now it's just for Winston left. 1 HP on the coast. Will be taken care of. Has China started? Oh, 10 seconds. Alright. So we'll see him get first point. And then let's tune in for our China Grand Final. Timing is good. The Overwatch action will not stop. Okay, so Farah ban, Brig ban coming into play. Farah very powerful here. Once again, really playing the Kiri Lucio version. And Farway is going to be playing his trademark Moira. They're on Reaper Sombra Moira. Team CC going to be putting this tank under so much pressure. But it's actually Gaga who's lost the HP trade by a significant margin. Lucio separated and Gaga will just be killed. That's not how this fight's meant to go when you have the Reaper Sombra. But Winston should have all sorts of hell propelled onto him. But Gushway's just good for all the follow-up after that early Winston kill. And maybe this is a bad indicator here for Team CC. We talked a lot yesterday about how Rock Esports were actually finding a decent amount of success playing a different version of Dive with that double flexible backline, having Lengso rotate and swap around a lot. Playing some Kiriko, playing some Zen even at times. Team CC, Hayukian doesn't really have the same flexibility, so we'll be playing more of this. TP onto the high ground keeps Kaneki alive. You looking for another boop off the map, sends for Lucio over. Hayukian should be okay, but separated a bit from far away, keeping everyone pocketed, but Gargo's just going to get obliterated again, despite the Reaper, despite the Sombra. Gaga is losing these bubble trades massively. Kaneki's going to get cleaned up as well. Lee will polish off a few of these. No trades at all. Double support ult in the bank for once again for this next fight. Team CC, look at they have support ults coming up soon as well, but look at this Reaper charge compared to the DPS on once again. Look at this Winston charge, Gaga versus Gushway. It's devastating. Moira coalesces to start. Is pretty good against the Kitsune Rush, but Shy's popped the overclock first instead. Rail comes out, now getting focused down. Beat comes through from Mew to keep him alive. Hayukian has the beat, catches everyone, actually catches all 5, including Kaneki. Gushway's going to disengage to the high ground as his Kitsune Rush comes out. Gaga jumps deeper, they have the EMP to chase. They're all scattered. Shy kills Pineapple as he pops it. They'll trade that kill onto Shy, but only 1 kill after that EMP. Not really worth it. Now the pressure onto the Moira. Gushway and Lee find that one. Now the attention onto the Lucio. He's 1 HP. Gushway will clean that one up. Kaneki's the last one. Oh, Kaneki and Gaga are alive, but low on HP, no supports. Kaneki's going to try and run. He can't run. Gaga can run, though. And we're getting down to last fight territory. Primal available for Gushway. Only ult for once again, other than Leaf's pulse. They need to get a touch, and the touch is going to be the hardest part for Team CC, but if they can get the touch, they might be able to turn with their ultimates, but Gargar is locked in a corner right now. Yushui is trying to separate everyone. He's now on the back line. Mew has moved Gargar off the map. The Blossom goes out for all of a second as Shy shuts that down. And that is 100-0 in the first round tier for once again.
对于整个队伍来讲，只要是抱团走，他又能打输出能奶，他需要有快速的这个大招进账的能力。Alright. 但是我们可以 a blowout here. The Moira not being the solution they hoped for. I'm being told this is for SOOP for the SOOP team. But I'm told AZ and Univer are twins. Is that true? We kind of locked in straight to the game, so I didn't see him beforehand. Was Rock clearly better? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think what the situation is Team CC and Rock are actually pretty evenly matched, but Rock match up better into once again. Gushway now going to try and clear out his Sombra. Pineapple was on life support, but Kaneki's found a kill, and now Gushway's going to have to back up. That's the main source of healing gone, just Lucio heals, so that opening pick is going to be brutal for them. They have to disengage, and Team CC are going to win their first fight of the day. Took them until the second round. Pineapple going to be in a spot of bother. Gushway's going to try and follow up on that kill. Will get himself back behind the pillar. Bubble comes out. Gushway with the later bubble again. Gushway obviously had a lot of success playing into this type of composition on the Hangzhou Spark back in 2022. Continues it here. Playing around the Reaper as best he can. Really, the frontline pressure. Oh, Shy finds the opening pick. Gushway with a bubble off onto Gargar as well, but Gargar finds the trade. Kaneki's going to swing it aggressively, and they're going to all push off the back of that, and now it feels like Team CC trying to find a bit of the value they want. Really, in general, if I'm... a lot of it comes down to who gets better bubble value out of this, but with Team CC's comp, they should be able to break that bubble quicker. Even if Gushway gets a slightly better bubble, Kaneki and Pineapple will kill it a little bit quicker. Gushway and Leave need to find more timings here to put the Lucio, put the Moira under pressure, just try and deny some of that, or even punish for Sombra. Now Gushway's going to walk up, get a cleave, will jump back, trying to bait out the Coalescence, I think, here. They're going to go the other way. Oh no, Pineapple is caught. He has to TP in front of anyone. Coalescence to try and save him, does save him, catches one. Just a nice little cleave angle for Farway. Pineapple nearly punished on the flank there, but good response by Team CC and Farway to keep him alive. Double support ult coming back for once again. Pineapple has EMP now. Once again, want to try and take it through White Room. Gushway's going to jump across. Pineapple's on the flank, but he's kind of missed the timing here, so Kitsune rush on point already. HYOQuan doesn't quite have the beat yet, so Gargar's going to bubble defensively. Buy Pineapple time for this EMP. He's coming in behind. EMP comes down just as they lose their Moira. Beat from Mew is good. Well handled. Now counter out the EMP perfectly. And Gargar won't even invest for Primal. They know they are losing this fight. Well played by Mew. Counters out the EMP, gives once again the retake, but 82% conceded. And that was both support ults invested from once again, so Team CC have beat advantage coming into this next fight. If I'm Team CC as well, I can rotate White Room, I can clear out this side of the map, I can get myself on point. If they overclock or anything, I can use the Primal to mark it out, beat Blossom. Should have all the ults for a good retake here. Once again, really need Shy to carry. Gushway has the Primal soon as well. TP in, so they're looking for an aggressive Blossom here actually. Eyes on the backline, Susan comes out and Shy shuts down another Blossom. Beat not in time from HYOQuan, and Shy is deleting so much of them. Oh, just about has all the slides. The Winston is still chasing him. Gargar hasn't given up the chase. Gargar finds two in the end with that Primal, but they've lost their backline on the way into this. Gushway didn't have to use either. And really, starting with the Blossom there is so hard, because they have the Suzu, so Shy's going to get one shot. And most of the time, Shy only needs one shot, especially against a Blossoming Reaper. 3 ults invested, not the value. Gushway still has this Primal. He's caught the Sombra as well, crossing all over him, has the Primal to finish the kill. Pineapple just going to die anyway. Lucio in the corner as well. Gushway will get it, pops the Primal. Chasing Gargar, wants to send him off the map, will send him off the map. See you later, Gargar. And now we're going to head to one more chance for Team CC. They'll have Coalescence advantage, but they need to win this fight quickly. Because if once again can get to the beat, get to the Kitsune rush, it will swing in their favour.
They're holding forward here once again. I don't think they want to commit to this forward hold. They just want to try and buy a little bit of time. Slow down Team CC. Monk has the Kitsune Rush now. Gargar's going to jump it. Coalescence comes around. Kitsune Rush response. Gargar's going to get deleted there. Now they're pushing into the back line. Boop is going to be denied, but everyone gets back on. Hyokyan trying to play for it, and Shy connects the shot as he comes back on. Hyokyan is trying to play for the touch. Kaneki will get the first one. Disrupt a shot to make his next touch even harder. Needs for Lucio to get the next one. Hyokyan. No, actually Gargar's able to get it. Fireball is EMP at 20%, but Shy has the overclock right now. Gargar is 1 HP. No chance to get to that. Beat through from you as well. Shy just clean with it, isn't he? Will dink onto Farway as well. Once again, a win the first map.
那么我们恭喜 Once Again 啊，先下一城，在他们这个理想塔一直是保持不败啊。
对，关键是我们看到 CC 拿到这一套，我们还是跟大家分享这套阵容。
And all right.
只是说，如果说
Few signs of life, but honestly, what was most surprising is given that compositional matchup, the fact that Gargar was the player to die first so often for Team CC, that they would lose the bubble trade so aggressively when their comp is designed to punish for Winston to win that bubble trade, seems really insane. One thing that does become a little bit true is when you play the Reaper Sombra, when you play the Reaper Sombra versus a Sojin, if you were playing your own Sojin, the other Sojin obviously has to worry a lot about the other Sojin as well. The other Sojin has rail, you have to play that duel a little bit. Whereas, when you don't have a Sojin to worry about, Shy can actually peek quite aggressively and can really bully the Reaper in a large amount of areas. What was this? Sorry, Pacific Guardian. Where is it? Kian is pronounced like Xian, so it's Hayo Xian. Is that closer? Am I getting it in the right? Hayo Xian?
不过我觉得今天晚上这场决赛要精彩了。Team CC 第一张图就有新东西拿出来给 OA 准备着呢。那后面要到 Team CC 选图了，他们肯定。
The Shy Guy's pretty good at Overwatch. I think he might be onto something quite.
后面做些调整或者针对吧，因为打 OA 这种队伍，你需要去真正的点。
I mean, it's wrong, but what? But whatever. What's the right one then? Just say super rich? This is a classic. This is a classic man and his donkey situation. People complain when I say, don't say super rich. And now I complain because I can't say this one either. Is Gooshway wrong as well?
大家知道这个 KD 刘文森，他但凡看到哦，死神加黑影是吧，我就不去跳你脸了。
而且他在
Chrysler could transcribe it better. It's actually pronounced Choi Say-wan.
对，你就
What's the... Hey Lexa, I'm good.
我在后场举着个盾，然后让晒打的舒服。
Yeah, I remember. I told this story before, but I used to work with a girl called Jess. Jess wasn't her real name, but she was Chinese. But she picked the name Jess because her name was like Z-I, or spelt Z-I-X-I, and nobody in England could say the Z-I part. Because I think we just don't have that sound in England. So I think there's a few situations in Chinese where we just don't have... We've just never had to pronounce them before. So it's really, really hard. How many stories do you have? A few. I think you guys have heard a decent amount of them. I do an interview for China Major. Yeah. Put this on Google Translate and listen. Is this for Gooshway or is this for Hayo Xian? Well, let me turn this down. Wait, is Korea? Oh no, we're still in between games. Google. Where's it? So rich.
So rich.
Wait, other way around.
这么有钱。这么有钱。
Have I messed it now? Is it wrong? Wait, let me go. Okay.
Hayo Qian.
Hayo Qian. Hayo Qian. Is that close as this? What do you mean? Is that not right, Bo?
Hayo Qian. 好有钱。
That's close. SOOP in English. Yeah, but
好有钱，
Hayo Chian.
好有钱，
Hayo
好有钱，
Haoyo Chian. Is that closer? Close enough. This is exactly how the interaction went with Jess, who I used to work with as well. Where it was where we would try for a while, and then eventually she was just like, let's just call it. Let's just call it. And this one's Gushui.
孤雪，
Gushui? So what do I say like Gushui? I basically just say way at the end of it, but it's like a softer sound.
孤雪，
Gushe?
孤雪，
Gushe.
孤雪， 孤雪，
Gushe? Is that closer? No, not going to China, no. Last one was good? Alright, we're getting closer. The problem is, can I do it while also, do I have the, what do we call it, like the, the jaw elasticity to fit it in? Literally everyone says it. Well, this is also where it becomes like a... What's the word? Because it's like we have this same thing with a lot of the Korean players, right? Where we say their names a certain way in English, but they say their names differently. But it's almost more confusing to say the names like they say it, if you know what I mean. Like, what's the sound in Korean? Is it something like the words that start with F are actually pronounced with a P? Or is it the other way around? Maybe someone knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, phase is P. Yeah, but think of all the players that we have beginning with F. Right? So actually, it's not been Fleta this entire time. It was Pleta. It's not Flora. Fuck. You know? Like, there's all these things where I was like, is it actually just better? More understandable for, like, a viewer coming in, right? To actually, to have it closer to what is just written on screen in English. Because it's an English word, so it sort of makes sense to pronounce it in English. I think if it's like an English word, because this is where the super rich one and Gushui is not an English word. Yeah, but there's also like if everyone's said it wrong at this point for so long, are we really changing it now? You know, are we really changing it now? So, I mean, I can just say super rich as well. Because the only problem with super rich is because, like, when I say Gushui, I think everyone, if you're new, you can figure out who I'm talking about. I guess there's maybe not too many people who haven't heard of Gushui before. But with super rich, he has just got a different name on it as well. As in a different name in game. People say chorizo. Yeah, I always say chorizo. I mean, the thing is as well, like, Like, honestly, guys, of all the people I've met, and bear in mind, I've been in esports for like over a decade, meeting all people, different languages, etc. And I feel like most of the players never give a fucking shit. Like, I don't think I've actually met anyone who's given a shit. Like, except for maybe Twitch chat. So, you know, I don't want to, again, don't want to be disrespectful towards the players or anything like this if they want it pronounced a certain way. That's really fine. But also, all the people I've met in my lifetime from different countries who have names that may be hard to pronounce, they don't give a fuck.
对，可能还得去卡。对，还得去卡车，其实还是非常吃力的。它是一个偏进攻性的一个地位。哦呦
Not once have I ever met a Korean who's corrected my pronunciation of the Korean name, you know? So, I reckon it'll be okay. We can do Super Rich, that's the easiest for me. And I think we all know who I mean. We're not really trying to cater to an audience that hasn't seen Super Rich play before. Easier for my mouth. We've actually gone to Dorado here, so this makes, I think, quite a lot of sense here for Team CC. We're also going to ban Winston, try and force a different type of matchup. And he's actually going to even swap onto Ramatra now as well, so a very different type of matchup. So we've had an Ana and a Winston ban, so we're going to see a very unorthodox Dorado here. Once again, obviously, we saw yesterday them struggle with Rock playing that Ana Brig in the mirror situations, preferring to play the Kiri Lucio. So they're going to take the Ana out of the equation here to force it away from that. They're going to try and exploit the fact that there's no Ana. Team CC are going to try and play a ground-based comp to use it against them. High Noon with the ram in the corner. Gargot's just pinned in here. Kaneki's going to come dashing in, trying to find a trade. No trades just yet. Kaneki gets shut down. They should be able to clean up the backline here. Gu Shui with the body block. 2 minutes off the clock already. Good start here. Leave has the barrage for the next fight. And once again, actually have a whole bank of ultimates in all of this. What if it's meant to be supper rich? Ah, you're right. As in a person who is rich with many dinners. Many layers. Double support are available for both teams. Blade and Barrage to combo with it as well. So a very volatile fight here. Lever's going to drop the Barrage. And he just catches Gaga. Little wall, little Barrage. No chance to peel through that. A quick fight with a quick reset. Gonna chase him into spawn, even a late kill for Gu Shui onto far away. Complete control of this. And it's not looking pretty at all, is it, for Team CC? They're starting to run out of time. I'm actually pretty deep to running out of time. They have 4 ultimates. And they have the Blade to combo with these ultimates. Their first step, though, is going to have to clear Gu Shui back, try and take the fight towards point. The problem is, as they rotate underneath, Leave and Shy are just going to play in this high ground, so they're going to go the long way round, all the way up top to clear this one. Choice now for once again, do they fight him on the stairs, wall off onto the choke, and they are just trapped outside? Pineapple caught by the wall. Ray rally over the top. Kaneki pulls the blade. And rally it back now from Super Rich. Will get deleted for... I don't know about that one. There was a point there where Kaneki had used blade and once again had used double support ult. Where maybe if you're Team CC, you just go, ah, we've lost it. Okay, we've lost it. They've used too much. We lost our cast early. But now we have double support ult for this final retake. Would have felt a lot better. But they still have great ultimates, right? We are still talking about Array and Annihilation at High Noon. Gu Shui has the downpour, but such a big ask to get that kind of value out of the downpour. They're trying to, again, hold early, just make this rotation as difficult as possible. The best chance for, once again, really is to find one of these players on the rotation. If Team CC get everyone to point and get to use their ultimates, they will just win the fight. But they can't get Super Rich to point. High Noon comes out. Gu Shui will back jump. Ray on point now. Gu Shui still has the downpour, but the Ray is kind of just to live and move to point. Once again, I've kited this for free. Ray gets nothing. It's all down to Garga's Annihilation. He's going to drop a form. Downpour onto the high ground. Don't know if it catches anyone. Garga is caught. Annihilation in response. Famba Hammer just being thrown in, but Garga's going to run him over. Now anchoring point. We're into overtime. Garga needs more support, but finally Team CC get a bit of room to work with on this point. But another barrage form comes out from Garga. The block for damage is just too much. Now far away will be able to trade for kill, but Gu Shui is coming back. And the Hazard's so good in these situations. Getting peppered from all sides, but Mew is right there with him. And they C9. Oh my god, they C9.
没想到的几个结局啊！没想到，感觉侧边全是人，但又没有人，
有好像又没有。
哎，薛定谔的有。
这个时候其实说实话， 保证车边有人呢，其实更多的压力是落在 Gaga 身上的。Gaga 一旦没有的话，其他人会忘掉会去补位置。我们看到很多时候的
CC9 CC9
车边有谁啊？
Fuck
不是有4个人啊？
哇
Look, they're just all there, aren't they? They're just all there.
那这就不
那
能
你怪不了别人了，你这4个人。
Often with a C9, you normally try and blame. You know, sometimes there's a single culprit who's vulnerable. With a CC9, the whole gang is responsible. Oh, just as they finally break for choke, 4 minutes, and they all just step off at the same time. Disaster here for once again. Oh no, sorry, disaster for Team CC. Once again, really happy with that. And this is lining up to be potentially quite a straightforward attack for them. In case anyone wondered just how big the gap is between once again and some of the other teams, they are demonstrating it here.
没办法，我们来看一下进攻吧。进攻看 OA 怎么安排。
而且那场比赛嘎嘎还是
Oh really?
就是那个这个极限低网，
对，就打了很多关键几下，把人撞下去啊之类的。
No more Winston ban either. Yep. So. I mean, CC's approach, honestly, in terms of we go to Lijiang Tower, they play the Reaper Sombra, a different look. I can get behind it. It's an early aggressive TP. They call this one the Glad's TP. At least that's what we called it in London. Goosewave's going to get all over them here. Pineapple was awfully low, gets finished off as well. Surprise TP, catches them napping, a couple of easy kills, and they break what was a part of the map we saw Team CC really struggle on. We'll get back to Team CC's approach to the series so far, because I think there's actually a lot of positives in terms of their approach, even if it's not translated into a lot of success. For now, though, Team CC, they just have to try and survive. Oh my god, it's a buy block. Where are we going, far away? Oh, it's just a disaster. Gooseway gonna play the Ram. Show him, this is how you play Ram on Dorado, you idiots. Far angle for Kaneki, Pineapple back on Widow, but boy oh boy do we need a few Pineapple miracles to get CC out of this one. Gaga is coming back for the touch. They don't have to push it all the way, remember. We need to move now. Don't see 9 again. 3 meters to spare. Pressure onto the Lucio as well, but Gaga has to stay anchored to point. Trying to hold on. Half HP already. Farway's going to die again. Shy takes care of Kaneki. Leave will get traded by Pineapple, but he needs so much. Gaga's dead on point. It's going to be over. Pineapple finds 2, actually. Can he find more? We need 3 Pineapple and a touch. 3 and a touch. Oh, I see 9. They would have lost it anyway. That one's excusable. That one's more excusable.
洗不掉。
但是导播给了回放了，你不给回放，我们还能圆一会儿。
没得洗，圆不回来这个。
Yeah, little surprise CP.
太离谱了，这死了一个 T。
Little surprise CP. Glad we can call that one the Glad CP back in London because they always just do it against us.
对，这个确实没办法。但是我说实话，我们其实整体的进程。
And yeah, blowout, wasn't it? But what I was going to say is I think Team CC, I really like their approach. You look at this first map, and they know they're going to play Winston, Kiri, Lucio on the once again side. So they play Reaper Sombra. They try and play a comp that should have a very different win condition, and therefore a clear goal to play for. Thank you, Keros333 as well for the prime. So, in all of that, it feels like a reasonable matchup. They lose it in a way they shouldn't be able to lose it, or like, you know, by losing through the Winston. So, that's all bad, of course. But again, when we go to Dorado, they ban the Winston, they get the Ana ban in response, they force this sort of different type of matchup, which again, you've forced once again into uncomfortable series. So I've actually liked the draft approach so far from Team CC, even though it's not actually worked at all. Do they have a known coach? Let me check the coach quickly, and then we'll jump into that Korea game for a little bit, and then we'll come back to the grand finals. Oh, it's extra. I'm pretty sure he was on Guangzhou Charge and stuff. Hold on, let me just wait, I need to unmute first. There we go. Alright, so Pokerface find themselves 2 maps up. Attacking King's Row here. And 4 minutes in for time bank. They're winning the fight. And I think we might just be in time to see the end of this one. Karu's going to have Wraith in this fight. Analyte coming back with Rally, Primal, DPS ults as well. But the pressure early from Spint is so much. A sleep onto point, he's pooped off. He has to jump back for the touch. Swoop is going to take so much damage here as he tries to find a trade kill. Can't find a trade kill just yet. He gets Alien right at the end. Bob's going to come through as well from Jun. A chance to stabilize maybe. Hyder's caught in the back with Karu. They've got players on both sides. Now they're going to target Karu. Heiser's going to jump onto the point as Spin comes back in, catches Vegino, catches 2. One last jump on, but it's not in time. Wow. Can anyone in any tournament this weekend touch for point? He was in a 2v1. It would have been tough either way. But remember the P is an F, so it's Fokker face. Nice try. Alright. Thank you so much for watching Korea Games, of course. I am watching the stream in VLC as well. Yeah, so I've got the Korea stream on SOOP, and then I've got Straight Error help me out with I don't know what the technical word for it is, but basically like a plugin that allows me to stream Bilibili through VLC through like a network stream instead. Alright. So we're probably going back into another map from China. I'm gonna grab a drink. Maybe a sandwich as well. Cheeky mid-grand final sandwich, as it feels like once again us sort of running away with it. I'll leave you with the Korean audio. That probably makes the most sense. Oh, sorry, I'll leave you with a Chinese audio since that's, I think, the next map we're going to. And I'll start predictions for map number 3. Or should we do a full hold spread? Let's do who wins map 3. Come on, surely CCO good for one. Oh, you want to do full hold? If you want to do it, Juby, that's fine. I'll do this one. Yeah. Wait and see what map type we get, and we can go from there. I'll grab a drink.
更是太阳之子。他们以各种方式帮助族人，供应能量，治疗创伤，危急之时也会挺身保护我们。大家总说我将来也能成为一名勇士，那是一份重担。可我拥有能够帮助族人的天赋，于是，我接受了训练。 终于有一天，他们说我做好了准备，可以成为勇士的一员，可以拥抱太阳。我永远不会忘记那段日子。没人知道我的力量有多可怕，这是我的错吗？直到今天，我仍不明白自己究竟做错了什么。不过这都不重要了。 我会弥补我所做的一切，因为我是伊拉瑞，世界上最后的太阳之子。
亲爱的观众们，大家好，欢迎回来，我是莫子，
我是解说老陈。
2比0啊，将会来到第3张地图，当然这不是赛点啊。
哎，刚才那个杭州的大屏，这个确实可以啊，
有点帅的，
很顶。好，那第3张图，我们现在还剩下2个地图类型，打过了控制图和纯推车，那么还剩下一个是混合闪点，混合闪点是一种啊，还有一个是大白。
对，这2种类型的图，看一下 CJ 怎么去选。我们刚刚也看到了，就是他们在。多拉多上面想尝试去打这种长短枪的这种体系，但是还是没有打出来太好的一个效果。那还有混合图跟这个 push 大白图。
就我很好奇，就是 Team CC 今天是全部想用自己准备的一些方案呢，还是会不会参考昨天 OA 怎么输图的这个方案？
哎呦，这个就没办法了。
上一张图的 KD 好像也是0点几来着，
对，
这张图还是0点，
主要太快了，
没办法，
太快了这个。 哎，关键还是那个失误啊，那个 C9失误确实有点可惜。
而且 OA 确实是有备而来，这个
对
传送门直接传上来，拉玛打这一套，就是说你如果没见过的话，第一次基本上是必输的。
对。其实，在看到对面带传送门或者听到这个声音的时候，作为我们在之前看这种比赛，你知道他想传什么地方的时候，最好的方式就是你要看好，能把对面的阵型给打散就打散，因为这个阵型如果能打散的话是最好。对于这种地推抱团体系的阵容来说，把阵型打散是一个非常好的选择。因为在以前的版本里面呢，我们也看到过有人选择去带法老金，或者是说带破坏球，对吧？把你的阵型撞散之后，其实你可以分开来拆开来打。但是讲道理，如果你第一时间没有反应过来的话，就被对面切到脸，你可能是确实处理不了这个阵容。
对，所以这个东西最难的是什么呢？我们在这儿说，或者说你赛后去复盘，都知道这个该怎么办。
你当时看到了，你能想到是最好的。
最难的就是。你知道，如果是欧洲赛区，我就不会担心，因为他们天天打这个，天天打这个。他多拉多这个图可能训练赛打了10次，然后10次里面有5个队都是传送上来这么打的。
对，
哎，那他就习惯了，他就知道哦，看好了这个地方可能有个传送门，我原地在这个传送门，我给个什么技能什么之类的，就好准备了。但你如果是第一次见，谁都反应不过来。
对，艾斯佩兰萨。
好，那这张图有没有什么高招？我想想，反正
道具赛
昨天 OA 输的那个是混合图暴雪世界，那个到现在还没选过 ，CC 可以留在最后一个来选。那么
where have they actually China on Billy SOOP Korea
班卢肖在这张图用掉了。
班掉卢肖打这张图的话 ，OA 这边搬掉拉玛差。
All right, full push question.
斯顿布里奇安娜。
How many bites of my sandwich will I
加
get?
上安娜的长短枪，我觉得几率可能会高一些。
因为搬掉卢肖的话，如果你要强行还是要带加速，就得是朱诺布里吉塔。
对，
朱诺布里吉塔其实挺怕近聊的。
对，
感觉还是安娜布里吉塔更强势一点。
在 C 位上的选择的话呢，要不然就是长短枪，索坚加裂空或者卡西。
One it seems like is the answer.
索坚概率应该大一点，对，桥头嘛。
对，索坚加上法老金的组合，两边其实都拿得出来。
我现在比较好奇，其实我
I'm hungry now. Yeah, I always make 2 sandwiches in the morning because
安娜这几个几乎
need a lunch as well.
看另外2个位置，因为除了布里奇塔以外，还有一个选项。
Yeah, first of all, yeah.
乌子加安娜或者布里奇塔。
So not championship point yet, but once again, well and truly on their way to it.
这个算了，先看右边这吧。
Day old sushi. Not a sushi guy. I don't really like fish in general.
好，以前这个朱诺很可能是出门给个加速，然后他就换物子踢出来了。
对，有可能会拿物子，当然也有。
Like crab and lobster is okay, but like actual fish, not that into.
主要是看 OA 这边 ，OA 这边的话打
Coffee and snooze.
文斯顿安娜是要拿卡西迪吗？这张图
不是，我在看啊，换了啊，没问题啊。卡西迪
That's a little bit more like it.
标准长短枪，非常标准。
Day old Dominoes.
真要用，他们带了一个。
Now we're more in line. All right.
加速的话
Ram banned from once again, Lucio banned from Team CC. Again, Team CC trying to interrupt this Kiri Lucio that they want to play, and they have now got them onto an Anna Brig version of dive here once again. Which even though for the longest time was the strength of this core of players, with Mew, seems a little bit weaker than when it was the length iteration of the roster. Initial jump in from Gushway onto the high ground. Doesn't really connect on the back line, but he's got Farway in a treacherous situation. He has to disengage off the high ground, and they've lost a lot of the space here, even though they've lost no players. But now they're going to lose a player as well. Kaneki separated, forced back. Now Gushway zoning the back line. Shy has the high ground. And Gushway, another bubble in a few seconds. Might just use this to get some cleave, but they'll be happy with the cart progress as Gushway stages top right. Pinned in here, waiting for Kaneki. And obviously the Tracer versus the Farah, Leaf has much more opportunity, much more access to follow up with Gushway here. Going to be a staging jump from Gaga. Has to bubble quite early. Not a lot of value out in this bubble. Trying to threaten the backline a little bit, but he's going to get cleared out by Gushway. Much later bubble. Now you see Shy drops aggressively, but there's a nano from Gaga. Shy might regret this drop. Tries to get out of dodge. Gets the defensive nano. Kills Farway on his way past. Drops behind me. Just wanted the bullets back. Realizes there was more value to get as well. There's a sleep behind Fan the Hammer. Shy loves to fan the hammer. Deadly with both left click, right click. And that'll be first cap for him there. Nearly baited Shy into an unfortunate position there as he drops down. You saw Gushway very much aware, the whole once again team very much aware they had the later bubble. And when you have that later bubble, you really want to apply pressure to the Winston. Shy drops aggressively for the punish. Nano nearly bails Gaga out, but counter Nano good from Monk. They'll get the checkpoint, gaining more meters after this as Nano's a trade. And Gushway's actually had his primal pop quite early. They're quite far back, and the seems good from far away, so this primal's going to get a whole lot of nothing from Gushway. Gaga's even stalling point out as well. Gucci will be forced to regroup with his team, and Pineapple finds the shot onto Leave during all of this, so Abby disengaged. Bubble onto the backline again, they are on the run. Gucci has to try and get out of here too. And Shy's actually inside still. Well, maybe that's Mew. Mew's been slept up. Is Mew okay? Gucci's jumped to Bubble to try and save him. Mew is on life support. Gargoyle's popped for Primal though. He'll chase down Shy and Mew. And the disengage fair. Slightly different directions there from once again. And Gargoyle's able to pounce, punish them for that mistake. And this will allow Team CC to get their first meters on the board. But Gargoyle, he doubled down for the Ana kill, but the sleep is good. They do get the Ana kill late, so they will also be able to gain a few meters. Gaga will race back to the fight. They're going to keep trying to hold for high ground, I imagine, but once again, as soon as they get Monk there, they can start trying to walk. They're trying to walk a little bit before Monk is fully back right now. They peek all the doors at the same time. Team CC don't have their Winston just yet. He's here now. Blank barrage opportunity for Kaneki. Doesn't find anything. Was hoping to drop onto something a little bit more squishy. Have the high ground for Pineapple. Overclock available as well. Keeping that rail topped up. Looking for the Tracer or a squishy target. Jump comes in from Gushway. Ray in response. Nano there, but he is antied. Barrage comes through. Delete Shy. 1-for-1 trade only. And Leave is stealing the payload. The downside of the Farrakhan is this lack of payload control. And Leave is just going to move it away. They are winning the fight here, CC. But Leave is going to limit their progress. They're going to come back and deal with this Tracer now. Pulse Bomb attempt actually is wide. Sleep good from far away. Will kill Leave late. A Pulse Bomb trade there would have been devastating for CC. But far away avoids the problem. And CC can now threaten the cap. Primal and Rally coming back for once again to try and deny this checkpoint. Trying to take a little bit of space, but still an overclock of a high ground. Pineapple wants to go in. He jumps past for Winston. Defensive Rally straight into that bash. Pineapple's got no fear. Nano onto him as well. Delete Shy through all of that. Looking for more. Leave has to run. Can't find any of those exit kills. Gaga is awfully low. The sleep onto Gushway will save him for now. Pineapple needs more pocket. Leave is just pushing it. Gargoyle's on low HP. Doesn't have it. Gushway comes back in now. So aggressive with that Nano overclock. But the bash from Mew is good. Pineapple can't find any of those late shots after he kills Shy. And they don't get checkpoint. Once again, get to move forward back to the high ground. We'll see now if once again if they want to hold forward or they're just going to keep the high ground position. It looks like they're quite happy just to keep their backline on high ground. Force a retake out of CC. Low ground to high ground always the hardest of the retakes. Once again, have no ultimates either, so they'll be happy to play it slow. Gushway just going to keep the payload and the robot at choke. Gaga has the Primal, so they have ults to work with here. Monk will have the Nano. Might just use it defensively as well. Obviously, when they have the Sojin instead of the cast, the defensive Nano isn't quite as scary. Shy actually wants to flank with this rail as Gushway walks around the corner. Nano comes in, Shy's going to peek at the same time. Gushway gets super rich by himself, body shot onto far away. Leave is there for the cleanup, but Kaneki finds the trades onto the back line. Coming back in, they will win the fight once again, but they've lost their backline. Nice little setup there. You can see Shy starts to move early. Nicely timed. Nicely timed with Gushway's Nano in main. They get the kills, they'll gain a few more meters, but as they did lose backline, they are going to be forced to concede a bit of this space after CC moved to block the point. Oh, Shy! Just far away, just walking out in the open! Bubble didn't quite cover him. Pulse Bomb is missed from Leave in all of this too, but that pick is going to force CC to take a back step, and now all the time of the world. Mew is back on Kiriko here as well. But Bubble has actually split the backline here. Pineapple was slid backwards, but his backline is caught in. Super Rich is isolated. Kite problems for CC, different directions, and once again get the easy kills as a result. Nano and Primal still available, but Gushway wants to give him no time to reset. He's chasing Pineapple all the way back into spawn. That sets up the kill on Kaneki as well. Sage is on the left now with Leave. No ults left for once again, but they are threatening a full cap. Gaga is just going to get bubbled out here. Has the Primal. Will have to pop it here. Now needs to try and find it. Has juggled Shy away from the Ana, so no chance for Monk to sleep that one. Now going in deeper. Monk's in a lot of trouble. Has the nade. Juggle one is good. Kaneki will be able to finish the kill. And CC hang on. Have to be careful because Leave is still behind, maybe trying to catch someone coming out late from spawn. Back onto middle, Nano advantage for far away, at least for a little bit if they're quick with it. We've seen a few of these Nanos go in different directions, onto Pineapple, onto Kaneki, instead of onto Gaga. Gushway's taking so much damage actually, so we have to... He's just dead! Just dead! Caught too many of those rockets in the face, but Shy is still good for a trade. Nade onto Gaga as well, and Shy just wants to keep the high ground. He's going to drop it. Nano overclock comes through. Shy good for it. Body shot to far away. Leave will finish it. Has the double slice, who doesn't have the same height he would normally do, but he's just good for it every time, isn't he, Shy? No Winston, no problem.
太熟练了这个节奏，在这个英雄刚出的时候，当时他们队伍所有资源都是拉给晒的，拉
Back on the front foot once again.
真的能一个人随便2-3个起。
Kitsune rush to take this next push. Now barrage is available for CC, so again the ult situation looks good, but every time CC seem to have a good ult situation, it's always in this same position trying to retake low ground to high ground. Kaneki's going to try and get over the rooftop. Get a little bit of a flank going here, pulls them in. A little bit of a rocket, don't really commit to it. Now Leave's going to try and clear out this Pharah. Runs into a Brig as well. Shy's there to help him, but the Nanos come through on main and Monk's going to fall. Kitsune Rush comes out, but it's not enough. TP away from Mew, they trade Gaga thanks to the Kitsune Rush though. 1-for-1 trade, but main source of healing gone. All sources of healing gone. Pulse bomb out from Leave, in between all three players. Recalls to the high ground, but now CC. They can consolidate, group up, walk forward together, clear out these remaining players. Rocket connects from Kaneki, so Leave has to be careful. Gushway still trying to hold for cap and early bubble just to prevent progress. Jumps back out as once again need to regroup with their backline. Mew back onto the Brig. They're trying to rotate back onto the high ground. Pineapple has also gone cast in all of this. Gaga with the bubble over the top. Jumps back on. Nade is good from far away. Catches Mew, but they can't find the kill. Leaves managed to kill the Pharah during all of this. Primal now from Gushway all over Pineapple. Pocket coming in, trying to find some separation. Sleep is there. How much damage can they put into Gushway? Only a little bit, so they can keep walking forward and far away. He's just caught out in the open. Rally from Super Rich. I mean, I know he's super rich, but he surely can't afford to invest in these type of situations. Devastating for CC to lose the rally there as well. Monk is going to have the Nano for this next fight. CC do have ult advantage still. DPS ult's Primal. Still a very winnable fight, but they are so far behind, and they just haven't been able to break out and gain meters in a very long time. Still no checkpoint for him. Gushway holding close. Little whip shot from Super Rich. Kaneki with the barrage. Doesn't find anything. 12 HP. Does survive. Gaga's trying to get the Primal going in the back. Shy is on the run. Can't escape though. Eyes on the backline here. He wants to look for Mew, but they've lost everyone else in main during all of this. Asleep and a pulse bomb. Unnecessary from Leave. He was dead anyway. Gaga's going to bubble on the point. Just try and hold it, but he's so low. There's no Mega. He's going to die. Threatening the full push. Time might expire before that. Push back. Nano from Kaneki comes out. Deletes Leave, actually. Rally from Mew on point still as they stabilize, but he's trapped in the corner. Monkey's trapped in the corner, but Kaneki will get the kill as he peeks. And they're not quite done yet, CC, but my god, are they on life support here. 80 meters down still. We're heading to overtime. Shy has overclock. Gushway onto the high ground will get cleared. You can see the backline from once again. Just at the back of the map right now, trying to come up that Mega side. Gushway's a little bit separated here. He's low and has to be careful. We'll regroup. Leaves actually come back on Sombra, too. Kaneki actually runs into Leave on the flank. They just get both DPS for free. Okay, that should be a nice... That's a cheap checkpoint. They'll get checkpoint. They've still got a long way to go. Remember, we're deep into overtime, so CC, they need to win multiple fights, and they need to win them cleanly. Any form of trade will cause them a lot of problems. Kaneki is hiding for a barrage. CC trying to do... extremely difficult. Gushway is hiding with this Primal. He's been spotted by Kaneki. Both teams trying to hide players, and they both run into each other. Now looking for it. Catches Viana. Sleep will go wide. Mew is still caught in here. Takes a lot of damage. Kaneki's killed the backline. Gushway found a trade on point. Shy's found another trade on point. It might not matter. Gushway's and Shy are going to do it all themselves. Overclock and Primal on point. Kaneki killed the backline by himself. But once again, they're just too good. Impossible! Kaneki, he made the play, didn't he? He made the play, right? He kills the backline. What more can he do? Kaneki kills both supports before the fight even starts, and then it's just a primal overclock on point. We call that one the skeet shooter. All set up. Shy finds a couple. Gooseway finds some more. And I guess the question isn't it is no longer once again still the best team in China. They most definitely are. But the question is, could they do it with 4 people? Could they do it with 3 people? How many players do they actually need to be the best team in China? Only 3 in that last fight.
无穷无尽的要去攻桥头，进入这个循环，很难翻盘。
对，
所以说大家也看
All right. So now 3 maps in a row once again. Now on championship point. Should we see what's happening in Korea as well? Have we started? We haven't actually started yet. So this, if we're lucky, if once again close this one out properly, which it seems like they might just do, we might line up perfectly to tune into ult tab poker face at the end. So let's do. We can do same things prediction wise. We can wait and see what the map type is. But we'll stick with China for this one. And I get a chance to eat my sandwich. What a treat.
OA 绝对会用卢肖物子去冲你，
对，一波就直接散掉了。所以说看一下会不会另辟蹊径。如果他们真的实在是想去打法老星这样的一个地图，我的建议就是国王大道可以不是，就是这种混合图可以尝试一下。
就是混合图的3张暴雪世界，艾辛瓦尔德和努巴尼。
对。 尤其是这个艾辛瓦尔德，
但我说实话，艾辛瓦尔德、努巴尼都是温斯顿图，
确实，那你没办法，你总要就做决策嘛，对吧？
但是
Yeah, Face It Masters is later today. EMEA in North America. I'm only going to be covering EMEA. That starts at 7 BST. So like 6 hours and 20 minutes from now.
虽然说出来效果不是特别好，但如果真的要打这几张地图里面，可能就只有艾辛瓦尔德是最好打。
或者我觉得啊，目前来看打长途就是参考刚才多拉多这种。
Keep the hot takes coming, guys. All good hot takes. All really brave opinions we're throwing out there.
东西团队方面的确实要更胜一筹。
对，
要不要换个思路，打个短途，打个苏拉瓦萨，干脆就肉搏。
肉搏也行啊，
拉玛刹。
肉搏也行啊，反正现在拉玛刹也不能搬了对面，我直接给你打肉搏。
拉玛刹对一对，因为刚才 OA 也打拉玛刹嘛。
High Lonely Destroy. I'm gonna sad that Rock won't get to play at LAN since it's single limb. Yeah.
苏拉瓦萨这张图的话
I don't know. I think
如果他们真的要打拉玛刹，
CC earned it, right? They won the game. If Rock wanted to go, they could have always not got reverse swept. They still had like fate in their hands and all that. Can't wait to see how South Korea seems to screw up next Overwatch World Cup. I feel like next, if there's another Overwatch World Cup, South Korea are going to come out swinging. They need redemption after last time. Cheers, Stream Elements. This is the finals? Yeah, this is the finals. So, both these teams are qualified for the Hangzhou Major, playing off the first seed, second seed. So, first seed, when we go to the Hangzhou Major, is going to play, I think it's the right way around, it's going to play Virtus Pro. Second seed is going to play Nightmare. Yeah, that's fine, Julie, I got it. Yeah, sausage sandwich as well. Free stacks, baby. Believe in the reverse sweep. I wish I had your level of faith. Lonely Destroy asks, how do you think once again would fare against Korean teams? So I think, once again, even with Liga and a bit more, I guess, depth in their roster, I'd still really worry about them in non-dive metas. I think as well, once we get to, especially the 2 Korean teams in question, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, the big problem for once again, I think, is they're playing this Kiri Lucio version wherever they can. They're getting banned around it. They're getting like banned and forced off it quite a lot by Team CC. but they really want to play this Kiri Lucio style. And when they played against like an Ana Kiri style or an Ana Kiri version against Rock yesterday, they looked a little bit rough. And that my worry is, people always talk about Winston players when we talk about Dive Mirror, but I always feel the biggest difference between teams in Dive Mirror, the team that wins is the team with the best backline. Or the backline that plays best. And I really worry that, especially off Lucio, Mew to Lengtha, or sorry, Lengtha to Mew is a big downgrade in that sense. So I think all of a sudden, some of these sort of classic dive mirrors where I feel where the Hangzhou Spark once again, China Core have been so close and even beaten the Korean team on multiple occasions, isn't as scary. So I think what that means is, once again, we'll still have really nice matchups into a lot of the Western teams where they can still have dive advantage, essentially, rely on the strength of Gushui and their DPS. And Monk is still a world-class Ana, right? But once they face the Korean teams, and the Korean teams have like, two of the best backlines we've ever seen on those heroes as well, I think once again, they'll take maps, but they're not winning a series against Korea.
是这个赛制，就现在地图类型不是5个了，是只有4个，是把混合图和闪点图合并成了一个类型。那闪点只有一张苏拉瓦萨。
如果像我们前面说的，就直接来肉搏，那就苏拉瓦萨。
反正我是稍微倾向于肉搏一点，我觉得打长途目前来看 CC 没有什么优势，而且关键是。昨天那个班卢西奥打双枪斧的这个思路现在已经不可行了，因为从班位上来讲没有了。
对，
所以那我觉得不如打个。
Once again, would you rather face Nightmare or Virtus Pro? I think Virtus Pro. I think both the EMEA teams are going to have a pretty bad time into some of these, into all of the dive. I think that in general this might be like a very tough land for the EMEA teams.
还是就是整体就是这个节奏。
It depends how well D.Va can act as like a sort of side grade, I guess, maybe especially for both, right, Vesta and Ziad. But I think it's I'm more concerned about the EMEA teams than I am the North American teams.
去来到我自己最舒服的那个位置去打。像老人说了，我们前面在这个塔楼这附近嘛，就2个高台是最舒服的。然后高台下面这个长直道也是他们能控高台一定是最舒服的。那除了这2个高台之外呢，在另外2边过弯之后的2条长直道的拐角，也是如果说你有一个比较不错的节奏的时候，你可能会垮。
Carrying Lucas as well.
相对来说比较舒服的一个高台，2边位置都有高台的。总体来讲，基本上任何
Better than MCD earlier.
布局类型的大白图还是这种纯对射还是火高。
Yeah, so that's my anticipation. We obviously don't know exactly what the meta will be, right? We've seen a lot of dive type stuff in China. Seen a decent amount of hazard, everything like this. I think Virtus Pro are already in Korea. Nightmare, I think, I don't know when Nightmare are going. I know SSG are flying, or at least Unsel's flying today. I think most of them are flying soon, if not already. So over the next couple of weeks, we might get a bit more of an indicator. But it really does feel like kind of what we saw towards the tail end, particularly North America and Korea, and all the Asia playoffs, was a lot more leaning into the Winston where it was possible, a lot more even leaning into the D.Va. Yeah, True Musket. Yeah, we'll get a little bit of a preview between Nightmare and Virtus Pro against some of the other Korean teams. That's really true. What's the update on Zeta and Violet? No new news. I guess maybe the biggest piece of information, the biggest clue we've had on what's going to happen is Lee Soo-min has been announced on the SOOP roster for Wei. My expectation was that Lee Soo-min maybe felt like the next up player to fill Violet's shoes there. But since he's playing with Wei in the SOOP Cup, I mean, obviously he can still play for Wei in the SOOP Cup and then join Zeta immediately afterwards, since Zeta aren't competing in the SOOP Cup. So it doesn't rule him out completely. But if that means he's not going to be on, if he's not going to be on Zeta's division, it raises more questions over who's actually going to replace Violet. And in terms of where Violet is going,
如果说想打的表示，我觉得海贼是可以尝试打一下。
that's a mystery because Violet's. When we talked about it initially, we talked about how late in the day this Violet announced looking for team compared to when other teams were making their roster moves and negotiations.
来看看防守方最后离开这个位置是不是点法老之鹰出来。
So I imagine lots of teams have entertained the idea of Violet because he's such a high caliber player. But I don't know if anyone's actually been able to pull the trigger yet.
这是个野猪子啊！你不说我还没注意到。
愚人节快乐！
Yeah, I think to be fair with the scrim bucks things, a lot of teams still haven't started scrimming properly because they've not. They're not in Korea yet. So I think over the next couple of weeks we'll get a bit more indication. Aren't Wei going to split by stage 2? Well, I think what happened to Wei, I'll give you like a short version, but I think Wei were trying to find they really wanted to stay together, coach, players, everything. Oh yeah, I was meant to press. Hold on.
那拉玛差没有加速他又很难打，所以我就带一个加速，是朱诺这个加速环。
他只需要去配合自己家拉玛就行。
Yes.
对
No, we'll do 30 seconds.
相当好啊。那 CC 这边的话
，30 seconds quick, will not be a full hold. You'll get a little 30-second preview as well. Yeah, Wei wanted to stay together as a team. Oh, we got a pause anyway. I could have done longer preds. Tricked again.
我觉得他们很难越过拉玛差。
对，拉玛过不去的。
就这个布里奇他肯定
Tricked again.
拉玛差看到布里奇他就跟
what was I going to say? Yeah, so Wei really wanted to stay together as a team, and we're trying to find an organization to represent them. But nobody wanted the whole team. So then what happens is their priority was stay together as a team. They couldn't stay together as a team. So instead, what we get is some of the pieces are picked apart, right? And that's why I think obviously we see Who Are You announcing he's not playing with Wei in this SOOP Cup. We're going to see a few of those pieces taken. You heard they got offers, but not any good enough for them. Yeah. I mean, it's hard, right? Because with the partner teams already sorted, T1 don't want to blow up the whole roster. I think rule-wise we're not allowed to either. So there's just limited options for an entire team to get picked up at this point. In reality, by the time we get to Esports World Cup, there probably is time there is time to get a whole roster. Like, I think we'll see the same thing we did last year, right? Where the Esports World Cup starts, and a few orgs sort of just coming for the event. So I think, and to be fair, there might still be a chance for Wei if they continue some of their good performances, even without some of those key players, then there's a real chance like maybe someone comes in for the Esports World Cup. Now you have to keep 3 players. Yeah, that's true. I presume that's the exact. It's definitely the rule in NA and EMEA, but I presume it's very much the same in Korea. Yeah, the rumor is Who Are You is going to Genji. It seems pretty likely as well. Nothing official, but it feels like everything's there. If Falcon said you're up, would you step up? No. Unless the money was outrageous, which I guess with Falcons it's always possible it is. But coaching a team in a different language, really fucking hard. Really fucking hard.
就像一堵墙一样挡在那儿，你根本过不去。你敢过来，我就直接。
BP and Nightmare need to add a new player to the stage. Nightmare don't because they have clearer vision. Ooh, we're unpausing. VP do technically, but they'll probably just put Smash. Final's going to get an immediate trade. It's a 1-for-1 though as they try to swing this quarter. Gushwei playing Ram, not something we've seen too much of Gushwei in the past. Not a great start though. The backline's flooded over them. Gushwei's been forced all the way back into Baby Diva, but he's getting flooded. He's going to try and kill the Baby Diva. If anything, that's going to help Gargon more than anything else. Can't find any more with the form timing. He's going to try and stall out point. Try and get out here as well, Gushwei, but Super Rich is all over him. Gushwei stabilizes, gets back to his supports, but it's Iconwald, it caps faster! So Gushwei preserves his life. They get out. And they can't put Smash because he's Korean. Oh, they'll just put one of their managers or something then. That's predictions gone. Unless CC hold once again. It's still open. He's just gotta believe it. You gotta root for something very different now. Classic pause merchants. Insane's got the pulse bomb. Bit of pressure onto Shy, doesn't commit it. And again, CC have to give credit to their map picks and bans. They probably found themselves in a matchup they want. The problem is, once again, they're still bloody good. Deflected torpedo over there as well. Leave and Gushwei will combine for 3. Insane finds a trade onto Mew, which might scupper the chances of a forward hold for once again in this next fight.
看这个卡西蒂是真的走不动啊，
确实
真的走不动。
Depending on how quickly CC can walk, they're going to have rally for it.
大家一定要注意打拉玛要留。
Annihilation advantage for Gushwei as well by a large degree. Insane's going to kill Shy as well, and Insane playing a solo role separated from his team, but he is destroying this backline. Pack will keep him alive. Pineapple tries to use for hiding against the Annihilation, does not work. Annihilation still going for Gushwei all over his Brig. Brig will fall, looking for more. Gargar separated. One more form timing. Connecting every punch. Gargar's trying to leave. He can't leave. And CC will be repelled. And Insane keeps finding him these openings. But it's not enough. Now they've got double support ult. Both teams, that is. Blade for leave to combine with it. Gargar nearly has the Annihilation. But with the Ray especially, the Blade should be so powerful. So once again, can just match support ult. Use the Blade when Leave gets the option here. Ray comes round. Big slow onto the backline. Gushwei gets deleted, actually. Leave drops the Blade onto the back. Kills Pineapple despite that flashbang. Super Rich wants to fight him. He wants to fight him. He pops for Rally as well. It's a Rally Jacks from Super Rich. Disaster ult trade fair. It looks so good when they one-shot Gushwei at the start of the fight. Post bomb from Insane is good again. Jukes for shot from Shy, which is no small feat from what we've seen of Shy so far in this tournament. Or, so far, his entire life, I should say. But once again, are still going to have to disengage thanks to that trade. Shy doesn't miss for second time, though. Overclock now from Shy. It's just the first bullet, the first shot accuracy for Shy is so fucking good. Honestly, the best in the world at it. Gonna slide forward. Catches everyone. Once again, he'll stuff them back in spawn. Now they'll get to hold close. No ults for him. And Gargar, is he going to go Winston? A change of plan. Going to combine with Insane. Try and go over Gushwei. Slow at the choke. Shield at the spawn. Gushwei doesn't want to give him any space. Cut off for heals. Bullies him back. Won't let him leave just yet. Insane is fighting the point. Mew is there to battle him. Gargar's actually caught Shy. They were pulled in two different directions. So again, Insane's work behind this independent tracer role, pulling once again in different directions. And they're struggling to deal with it. They're still winning every fight regardless, but they're struggling in the short term. Gushwei has the Annihilation on point, but Insane has found another kill in the back. And once again, I'm going to have to disengage. Insane is going to do it all by himself. Bubble onto the high ground has once again come out here. No ults just yet for CC. Farway nearly has that Ray. Gushwei's pushing forward. Ray not quite there for Farway yet. Super Rich is going to die. All over Pineapple. Choose not to use the Ray. They do trade Gushwei. Insane is still behind. Mew is going to try and mark him. Oh, he runs into Shy. Shy onto the high ground. Leave runs into him. He's going to ignore Leave. Goes for the pulse bomb, but it's short. Insane will play his life now. Get out. And then once he gets his cooldowns back, we'll look to probably do a lot more of a similar staging. Try and set up. It is a Lucio Juno, of course, from once again, so there is some vulnerability here. Gushwei going to swap onto the Hazard as well, so more of a direct matchup into this. Insane's going to be cleared from the low ground as Gargar jumps to the high ground. Overclock coming out from Pineapple now, but he's shooting uphill, so difficult angle. He jumps into the rail, but Monk torpedoes and a dash from Leave. One-shot Pineapple as he goes for that opportunity. They're trying to steal a little bit of payload here. Super Rich drops for Suzu. Really low afterwards. Trying to get out of there. Wall onto him as Gushwei clears that one up. Gargar finds a trade, but only a Lucio one. And we're into the final minute now. They have got it to one-fight territory here, CC, thanks to the cart pressure from Insane and Gargar at various times. And they have double support ult, and they have a Primal coming back, CC. Best opportunity yet. The worry is, Beat Blade is available here. The Kitsune Rush and Ray are very good at fighting on point. A little bit worse at surviving ults used very aggressively like this Beat Blade. So if CC can get their backline into position to move to fight on this payload, they're in a good position. But can they do that? They're going to start with point pressure to try and pull Leaf backwards. Look, Leaf is marking point right now, so he can't Blade forward. Ray comes out now to clear a lot of space. It's not going to find a lot of value, but it gets him closer to point. They find Shy too. Pressure onto point. Leaf pulls the Blade. Finds one with this Beat Blade. Goes to point. Couple of slices onto Gargar. Kitsune Rush now on point. He's one ult to get to point. The other ult on point to force it. Now the Primal comes out, trying to chase this Juno. Not an easy juggle, but Insane is there to finish the job. Gargar goes back to marking the chokes, forcing the point. Hazard's going to come out one more time. Gushwei has kept the point contested. 20 centimeters to spare. Pulse bomb underneath. Shy avoids it, but Farway is all over him. Back on the Lucio. Gushwei's killed one on point. Mew and Gushwei now, but it's Gargar. alongside Insane. They've got Pocket as well, so it's just a matter of time. They should be able to convert third point. There we go. Farway will probably get himself back onto... I don't know what he'll go here. He's go back onto... He's going to say Lucio? Oh, he's going back onto Juno. Yeah, Juno... Oh, they're going to go Juno, Brig, Ram for this last one. Seems quite reasonable as we go into this third point. Obviously, a lot of the dive here has just become a lot worse. Not a lot of space to work with, not a lot of places to stage. Not as much high ground. Gushway's going to keep the hazard as he still has the downpour. Not the worst matchup into Remark as well, but don't be surprised if Gushway actually takes the Ram mirror if he gets a chance to swap it anymore. But there's only a minute left on the clock, but an empty pick on Shy will go a long way. Looking for Leave as well. Leave is 1 HP. They swing on it. Insane's going to finish that. Pressure onto Mew. Gushway's going to die on point. They're going to have to play for a desperate recontest here. Insane's got him pinned back. Pineapple nearly has the overclock. Gushway used downpour and all of that as well. They're pinned at the choke. They need to run through all of this. Right door is too hard. There's a disruptor shot. There's a Ram. Gushway's trying to come left. Leave has to get on point. Leave will stall it out. Gushway can take over the touch now. Still getting gate kept at it. Pineapple has the overclock now. They're so low on point. Hits the first one. Mew's going to try and swing out as well. 2 for Pineapple. Pulse bomb out as well. Will finish it off. Pineapple good for the cleanup. 18 seconds to spare, Team CC. Ooh. CC with the full cap.
慢吞吞、磨磨唧唧，一直不往前面走，然后在正面打消耗。
Hi Kelly，
是等不到机会的。
有点保守，而且Insane这个换上来还真的是非常有表现。
对。然后今天其实我们看到前面拿了很多法老金。
The game's been good. A lot of beating up. This has been the most promising map so far.
然后我们可以看到，在Insane拿这个裂空之后啊，效果还真不错。当然。我们前面分析的防守一点的位置啊
I thought Team CC were meant to get dogs. They are 3 maps down. You know, it's not been a great grand final for him so far. Start of a reverse sweep.
对，时间很足啊。
哎，都是因为暂停吧。
Now once again, I'm going to cap with 3 minutes left. We'll see, we'll see. But this is what we always talk about with once again, right? They have their comp for Winston Viana, and this is where they're at their peak. But forced onto some other competitions, don't look like the same indomitable force. This is a problem they're going to have to run into at the Hangzhou Major as well, especially where teams are going to try and bully them off dive. And CC, again, a lot of respect for the draft so far coming out from CC. I feel like they've got a lot of matchups they've wanted out of their picks. The problem is, once again, still really bloody good. But they've got the matchups they wanted at least. That's step 1. Step 2 is beat. Step 2 is beat once again, which is step 2 is really hard. Now going to be Ramattra Mirror again. Insane staying on the Tracer. Juno Lucio as well, so again, kind of invites a lot of value really from Insane here. It's a great chance. They're going to swing super aggressively, push into the back. Pineapple is going to get smothered by the Farah and the Ramattra. Now looking for Farway on the coast. He's trying to hide behind a tree, but they know he's there. Gargar's found 1 trade, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Super Rich is going to have his cooldowns forced. TP, Suzu both out. Booped away from cover as well, so Mew can finish that one. Now they'll pile into the room, take care of Gargar, but Gargar's punching back! You can put him in a corner, but he can still swing. Insane is still around as well. And actually, Pineapple's back on Farah. Pineapple's got a kill on Mew. Gushway's all alone as sudden. Fighting both DPS. He has got a bit of pocket from Monk, but he has to concede the space. Gushway's going to be forced back. What a turn from Gargar. And now they get a chance to stabilize. No rewards in his next fight, so it's looking at another neutral. It is a Farah Tracer now. Pineapple has shown decent flexibility. I think the Farah was more for speed than choice. Trying to get a bit of an angle here onto Shy. Early damage. Keeps him pinned back. They've forced Insane to recall, so now they can walk forward with a little bit less worry. They are all over Gargar on this swing. Trying to get full pocket is far away. Has to dodge the rockets as well, but he's been separated just enough from Gargar. And once again, can win the front line. Now Shy is going to slide on. Farway is stuck on a wall. Won't be getting out of that one. Pineapple was trying to take a duel with Leave. But once again, no respect. Will interrupt that duel. Get the kill themselves. That's first point taken care of. Second time of asking. Farway is now going to go... I don't think he's... Is he going to keep Baptiste? I don't know if he's swapping just so they can change heroes. No, he's walking out on Baptiste. Okay. Insane has killed Leave, and he's going to drop a Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb's a miss. But Insane, he has no recall. He's trying to blink behind. Shy will force for trade. So 4v4, slightly closer spawn for Leave. He's going Tracer now as well instead of a Pharah. Now he can keep more direct eyes on Insane, try and limit some of his impact. Gaga has used his slow and his form aggressively out for choke. Gushway's got the later form, but Gaga has Annihilation. Wants to keep him contained, but only Gushway's come out for choke. Now the wall off. Gushway's form is about to expire. He has to be careful. Overclock swing now. Gaga has to pop the Annihilation. Pressure onto Gushway. He's going to get a later one. Shy finds for Baptiste on the high ground. Ray coming forward from Monk to keep pushing forward. They'll delete Gaga as a result of that. Everyone else is going to die on point. Pineapple on the high ground, rather. He'll be able to get out. With the Ray too much for the Annihilation in the end. They're going to hold close. Gaga he's swapped to Ball. Is it just get out faster and spawn? No, he's rolling. Kiriko from far away as well. They're changing the composition again. Ball, Tracer, Kiriko. All of a sudden, again, they want to target this Juno Lucio backline. They're trying to contain the choke now, but look, you can see Insane's already gone deep behind. He's so happy to play this extreme flank style. Gaga's going to be joining him on some of these flanks now, but Gaga is just dead. These aren't the glory years of Ball, I thought. I was filled with nostalgia when Gaga went Ball, but now I'm just filled with the dreading sense that things were not quite as good as I remembered them. Gushway is pushing the backline in spawn. Him and Lee have cleaned up Pineapple. They'll clean up the backline as well, and this payload has not stopped its motion at all. Gaga's going to be cleaned out. I don't know if they even really get a touch here. Didn't have to use any ultimates for that at all once again, so they have cheated the economy. Gaga's gone Diva. Pineapple's gone Sim. I think they want to try and go for it here. No, not going to go for it. But SimCP was in the window, but they couldn't get the touch, so they have to take a back step. Now Gaga is probably on Diva, which doesn't really want to be again here. Won't be surprised if he swaps Ram. Okay, no, he's going to stick for Diva and they go in Zen Juno. So a squishy backline, and look at these ults once again have the Annihilation. Good pushing ults. SimCP don't have anything. Oh, and it looks like the prophecy about once again getting a 3-minute time back might just be true. Insane has a pulse bomb behind. They need a little bit of help to get them out of this difficult ult situation here, CC. They're trying to play it slow, but they're conceding meters, so now once again they can use all these ults on point. Leader's going to dive in onto Pineapple. Slow comes through. They finish the kill. Trade though on to leave. He dies for it. Gushway's used the Annihilation to try and live. Farwave gets the kill onto Gushway, though the Zen Discord does a lot. Insane was stalling point out. Pulse bomb is a miss onto Shy, but Insane has drawn so much aggro that Farway's cleaned up 2 people on point. And they hold. Shy is going to slide into a wall. Will get reset. Monk is going to get out with Gushway. Gushway's got Diva as well. With Diva mirror here, Gushway? An interesting choice. He's going to swap back to Ram. Because he wants to play the Diva. Beat's still available for Mew, but that fight winner's brought valuable time for CC. And Farway has just got an entire Transcendence in that fight, by the way. He has it already. Leaf trying to walk forward with his team now. Keep an eye on Insane. They're going to Beat to go forward. Transcendence respond from far away. Pulse Bomb connects from Leave in the midst of all that. They flood forward trying to catch Shy. Shy gets the Mega. Matrix coming his way as well. Farway has gone so deep for this kill. Gushway's pocketing all of it, but Insane is there to pick up the scraps. Gushway's low on HP. Farway's going to get the D-Meg. Super Rich and Farway. They're going to go so deep. But the point! No! Oh! Monk and Leave. They just steal it. They were doing so well. And the prophecy can't be overturned. It is a 3-minute time bank. A CC9. Even more egregious than the first. The backline, Super Rich and Farway did so much. What an insane Transcendence push. Even as they lose their Sojourn, they go through, they deal with all of this. They chase Shy to the ends of the earth. But Pocket is really good from the backline here. Gargoyles with all of them. But look at Monk, he's got no interest. He's just walking to point. Pineapple has to try and give a touch. Leave takes care of Insane. We're into an overtime round. Oh, CC, so close to glory. They're not out of it yet. Not out of it yet. But they do have to face down a bigger time bank. Challenge here for CC. You have a smaller time bank, but it snowballs quite a lot. Icon World as well, quick first cap, etc. So just give yourself something on this attack. It doesn't need to be anything crazy like end of second or third point. But if you just give yourself something to defend. Pineapple's going to go Widow. We're going to Matrix this one. Only Gushway peeking, so just a little bit of ult charge for Pineapple. We'll be taking the Ram. Cast Tracer versus Genji Sojourn. Insane though. Loves a flank, doesn't he? He's already in the back. Mew knows it too. He's got eyes on him, but now a shield through the choke. Slow on the corner to stop everyone peeking as well. And they take a little bit of space, but Super Rich goes the scariest way possible. Pineapple is separated. And Leave will punish Snows. They try and go left and right at the same time. They split quite hard. And once again, just pounce on one of those sides. 2 people go left, 2 people go right. We'll send 5 people right then. Pineapple's gonna go Farah. Insane is deep, deep, deep behind. We're into overtime. Insane is behind us, so Insane should be able to get the touch. So once again, can't hold too far forward because they need to be wary of his tracer touch behind. It's a Mercy swap from Super Rich. The emergency Farah Mercy as they try and flood in here. Gaga is secured for touch. He's down to half HP. Insane is behind. Pull in. Gaga dies on point though. They need Pineapple to find something. Super Rich is dropping for the touch, but he's just dropping to his death. No ticks to work with. No ticks to work with. That doesn't count as a full hold. No, the overtime does not count. Grow up. Grow up, betters.
他们其实今天整体来说的话，尤其是像
Is this game available on iPhone? I don't believe so, no.
我看最多的可能对于国内的队伍来讲，就是这 OA 怎么好像啥都能打出来一点。
Where are the terms and conditions? Speak to my lawyer.
效果又打出来了，而且这个节奏是对的。如果说是如果是欧洲那边队伍来看的话，
今天看 OA 看的最多的，那肯定是
Only on BlackBerry. Thank you, yeah.
看哦，什么情况？什么情况？什么情况
Okay. 3 minutes 18 seconds to hold on. They are playing for the draw now, Team CC. Desperate to keep themselves alive in this grand final.
Team CC 这边想到了奥丽莎这个英雄，
可以，奥丽莎是可以的。
奥丽莎是最典型的一个
But it's a big ask. It's a big ask.
很厉害啊。
Gaga is going to start on the Orisa. Yes, Jill. Yes.
OA 如果要打托比昂，其实也是可以的。
Anyone watching on their Nokia 3510 right now?
现在进攻方 OA 这套体系，他们的近距离
In between games, a Snake.
秩序之光、拉玛叉加上托比昂的变身。
There's a few people too young in chat who might not know. We'll probably only give a Snake reference. All right. All to play for championship point for once again. Looking to crown themselves the kings of China once more. It's a Sim TP out. It's Sim Torb. They're happy to take the piss. They want to finish it in style. They flipped around to the point. Shield out from Gaga. He's got the shield perk. Form early from Gushway. Doesn't find anything. Turret's been taken down. They're just trying to force the objective. Need to be careful with the touch here. Insane is isolated for Torb and Sign will get that kill. Gushway finds a trade. That's main source of healing down right now. Still battling away. Pineapple is low HP. Doesn't matter as well. Gaga is now isolated. Limited heals available. They've just flooded onto first point. They've killed them all. Gushway doing it with one hand. Full beam for the Sim. Fun final touch. Here comes Pineapple. Won't be able to get it. Once again, are your OWCS champions.
是的 ，OWCS 中国赛区第1赛季总冠军 ，once again， 恭喜！
What do I mean by that? You know what I mean by that.
在世界赛里面有非常好的发挥吧。
4-0 for once again in the final. Signs of life when I could hold a chance to take a map, but this is the sort of bargaining you have to do if you're a non-once again team in China. Can we take a map? Can we make it close?
应该是哦，下一场 OA 那场是那天的第2场，然后
All right.
第三场对北美冠军 Nightmare。
所以现在
What a shock. Would it be a full hold? No, no full.
还蛮多的。
对，而且我觉得他们
All right.
看一下
Has Korea started? Are we able to do a seamless transition? Ooh. Okay, we're coming in hot in this one. Right.
무섭더라. 뭐 이런 용도죠. 왜냐하면 지금 딜라인이 계속해서
Did they drop any map at all? I don't think so.
포커 페이스
Oh no, they dropped one to Rock. They dropped one to Rock yesterday.
하든 제일 거슬리는 건 루시우와 함께 템포 잡고 그냥 투서필이 이득 보기 전에
Unless I crazy. I think my memory worked a little bit. Yeah, that was the only map. That was the only one though.
자, 어쨌든 서로의 플랜에 대한 인정을 좀 하면서 왕위기를 맞지 않는 양 팀입니다. 좀 어떤 변경?
Para Mercy was a wild decision. Desperate times, desperate measures. All right, should we get some predictions up? Where are we? Map 2. Let's see. Who will win map 2? I presume it's map 2 anyway. Alt, tab versus poker face. We'll put a minute on the clock. Yeah, it is map 2. Alt Tab versus Pokerface, minute on the clock for anyone who wants to get their predictions in. We're jumping right into SOOP Cup, so now obviously, I know we're gonna end that one really soon. OWCS China champions are going to be, once again, they will get the first seed. They're going to play Virtus Pro in the first round of the Hangzhou Major in that best of 3. Team CC, they lost. They finished second. They still get $20,000. They still qualify. And they will be playing Nightmare in that first round at the Hangzhou Major. But the Overwatch doesn't stop just as China has stopped. The SOOP Cup is still going. This is the final day of the game in the SOOP Cup. Pokerface have taken the first map. I don't know what it was. I don't know what comps were played. But I know the result. We're over onto King's Row here, which is the choice of Alt Tab. A few players you might recognise here. Opener Attack, Kilo, Addo. You know, you might recognise some of these players from your history books. Or if you watched NRG last season, you might remember Attack. Attack's actually been playing a lot of Winston today, along with the Ana. And he's actually been pretty good for it. It's going to be an Ana mirror here, opener onto the Brig. Forced all the way out. Opener's taking a lot of damage on that nade onto Addo as well, so we have to go further back. Remember, winner of this will qualify to next week to play in the SOOP Cup, where they will play. The winner of this plays Wei, and then the winner of that game gets to face against the Western teams. Alien trying to hold for high ground here, alongside his backline. Jump in onto Opener, actually, as he comes around the corner. They get a trade onto Spin, but Alien's got that crossfire, making it hard for Octab to make any kind of progress. They will be sent back. And Pokerface will be able to get their Genji back in time for this next fight. Just about. Nano, a lot quicker for a Chief, though, just down to all the damage they've taken from this Ashe walking through, really. Dynamite's going to be wide, but a timing for Attack to make something work with this Nano. Dink onto Kilo slows him down. Bit of a space jump for Attack, trying to get close enough. Heiser wants to mark the backline. A TP forward from Karu here, but might be a one-way trip. Spit has found the kill. Karu has the Suzu. He's so low, but he's found 2 kills. He will get traded, but Karu finds so much. And Pokerface, they find the engage timing to go before they can pull the trigger on that Nano. Karu forced a TP forward. There are some trades here from Attack which will go a long way for. Oh, they Nano on the back jump so Attack can live. They know they have player advantage, so it's not gonna be the greatest Nano you're ever gonna see, but it allows them to keep the tempo going. Attack still gets the kill regardless and gets naded out. Makes it work. Now they're going to start forcing the objective. Late death onto the Ana is brutal as well. Spit's going to try and force some kills here. Got the support of Karu in this one. They need to deal with this Tracer. They're slowed down. They have to go for the touch. Kitsune rush out. There's a High Noon Bear Blade over the High Noon. Dashing in. Misses the slash. Jump in from Heiser. Gets the kill. Gets out. They've traded it. They've stalled out the point. Attack still has the Primal though. They are all over the Tracer. Opener has the Rally. He's going to turn the Rally now. Bash onto the Nano Spin. They one-shot him. Pulse Bomb out. Aliens found a trade. Primal now from Heiser trying to take him for a ride. Brig has been separated. Whip shot is good from Opener. Saves Achieve's life, but now he's going to turn his attention onto Attack. But Attack has the Primal. Slept in front of everyone. There's a lot of damage coming his way. Bob onto point as well. Tries to boot that one off. They're trying to one-shot Bob. Attack has cleared it from point, but he's taken so much damage. Kyo's cleaned the Bob, but Spit's able to find the kill. Alien with the dink. Can't convert the kill though. Sends him back to the choke. Heiser's gone too far. He's traded back. Trades back and forth. Opener is on point and Kilo is found 2 kills in main. An absolute scrap for this first point. Opener with a cheeky teabag. Kilo's going to follow that up with some more. Trying to get in the heads of Pokerface, but Alt Tab. An ugly first point. They get it over the line. They are going to have a slightly quicker Nano and missing as we make our way on to the second point. Karu's going to go Zen as well. Now the Zen really allows you to play a more controlling version of the dive. Play a lot more through the Winston on a lot of occasions. Attack's actually going to go Diva once he sees this as well. We've seen Attack do a lot of good work against squishy backline. So reasonable swaps on both sides. I think, to be fair, the Zen is going to struggle in this street stage where Pokerface are trying to hold right now. But once we get to the checkpoint part of the fight, the back near the cap, the Zen can play these longer sightlines and come into their own a little bit more. For now, though, they're trying to stall it out at the corner. Kilo will just keep headshotting at Winston as he shows his face around the corner. And Attack will force Heiser back. Looking for a Nano timing. It goes on to Attack. Eyes on the backline. Defensive Nano onto the Ashe here. And Attack will just be happy with that trade. But Nate's good, actually, so Alien has to be careful. But Attack had backed it up. Heiser has found a kill in the meanwhile. Opener is trying to disengage. Sleep is good, actually. Nade out from Missing. Does catch the Ana, but Achiever's tucked away safely there. Spinter's found the pulse bomb. Missing can't land for sleep. He's got Spint to help him out, though, versus his Tracer. But attack is still coming. Looking to pressure him back. They can keep this payload moving. Spint's going to try and stall it out with full pocket. And he's doing a pretty good job of this. Addo's going to be forced back. The rest of OWCS coming back into the fight. Rally available in 4% for opener. They can start with High Noon, keep going with Rally. Carry doesn't quite have a Transcendence, or they don't quite have the Primal. Really need this Transcendence and Primal Poker Face to deal with these X-Ults. Addo's Pulse Bomb goes wide. Carry getting ever closer to that Transcendence, and maybe just OWCS have just missed their timing here. Attack's gone deep, but Alien's just killed for DPS in main. Attack can't do anything now. He has to try and back it out. Achiever's killed one, taken one with him, but a D-Mech onto Attack will force him to reset as well. Trying to force damage onto the Ana to force for reset here. Attack actually nearly has mech, that will force the reset to come out. 1 minute 20 seconds left for OWCS on this attack. They have double support ult, and they have Behind and self-destruct. Behind and self-destruct not the most impactful. Poker Face though, they've got all the answers really. If a Nano comes in, they can transcend. If a Rally comes in, they can always bob to deal with that. And then they'll have a Nano and a Primal as well. So I think Poker Face's ult situation actually looks pretty good, even though OWCS have 4, just because of the weakness of some of the OWCS ults. It's going to be an engage around the corner. Transcendence push, actually. They want to kill the backline, but Disengage is good. Sleep and a Rally. Opener now trying to catch a Bash. Bash onto the Zen. Caro is low, but Opener has gone out of the Chief's sightlines. Anti-synergy from the backline of OWCS. And Alien is just walking forward, finding all these stray kills. Nano Boost comes out. Attack is going to kill one. He forced the payload as well. Achiever's fighting for his life. There's 3 people behind, but they have to go back and get the point here because Attack is trying to C9. But only Team CC could lose the objective from this point. Attack will preserve his life, go regroup with his team. That was double support ult used for OWCS in that previous fight, which means they're going to have to do this one with just a High Noon. They found Caro though, so Attack continues to make magic happen with the Diva. Nano Primal still available as we head into overtime. Pokerface have the Bob to anchor point as well, which means Heiser can be unleashed with these ultimates too. Alien swinging onto Kilo. Can't find the connect with even that Dynamite. Heiser's going to go right-hand side. Pops for Primal. Bob to stall out the point. Primal now trying to get someone separated. Attack's going to try and deep-peek that Bob. Heiser is in the backline. Will get the Nano as well. Kills Opener with that one. Missing his walk forward into a very vulnerable position, but Heiser's found 2 kills. He's found 3 kills. It will be fine. Attack was trying to make a play onto the backline while it happened. Oh, advantage overwhelming for Pokerface. And they get the hold on second.
궁극기가 너무 좋았어요. 왜냐하면 이게 조합상 디바를 넣었다는 게 교환 싸움에서는 디바가 좀 느려서 윈스턴에 비해서 좀 밀리고 준호가 있는 것도 아니니까 루시우가 있는 것도 아니고요. 그러다 보니까 이제 헤이저 선수에게 선템포를 계속 허용할 수밖에 없고 받아치는 구도인데 상대가 나노가 있고 원시의 분노가 있다? 헤이저 거의 못 잡는다 봐야죠.
I feel like Attack could have stayed Winston. Yeah, I think the Diva swap is reasonable enough. I mean, a lot of the time in these, when we're in these versions of the Mirror, where it's like Ana Kiri, Ana Briggs, something like this, you're always going to get these situations where one tank and a Tracer or something is going to dive the Ana Brig or the backline, and both teams are going to do the same thing. So we're going to have one front line versus one back line, and the other back line versus the other front line. And it all comes down to who outplays those situations. And I think saw an opportunity there for Achieve and Opener to maybe outplay some of that when they hit the sleep on the Nano disengage. Then Opener goes right, Achieve goes left, a little split, and then all of a sudden, as soon as your backline splits like that in those situations, they both just become so much squishier than you want them to be. What's going on with the borders? I don't know. Have I just moved it slightly?
근데 진짜 앞뒷 라인 소통하면서 자리 쥐고 있는 게 대단한 거예요.
맞습니다.
이게 막 멤버도 바뀌고 신인이고 하면은 저거 무서워서 죽을까봐 뒤로 빼고 그러면서 결국에
That fix it? Maybe not.
되고 이런 경우가 많거든요.
Oh well. Little bit of colour, some stimulation.
자, 이번에 포커페이스가 공격을 준비하게 됩니다. 다시 한번 힐백과 함께 밀고 들어갔는데
Bubble Trade on point right now. Tracer pressure coming out. Spin wants to force this battle. He's got full backup as well here, so he can really bully Addo out of this all the way back to his backline. Takes the high ground, and Addo's going to get get finished off. Attack, though, was used as a chance to go forward. He is on the Anakiri. Anakiri much worse at surviving, but Attack, he's on the Lamb. He's stuck behind. He's got the Mega, but where is my Winston going? Heiser and Spin will turn around, get a nice easy kill. Now with tank advantage, they can use their bubble timing to start playing through point. Heiser's going to get himself onto that point, start forcing the objective. Kilo's going to drop to the low ground. I saw someone asking if it was Kilo from San Francisco. Shock, it is indeed the same Kilo. Tracer battle again. This time Ado wants to give it back, but again, Spin has more backup. Brick coming to help out. Opener getting involved on the flank here, but the kunais are going to be very valuable in that trade. Now a bit of space for Ado, threatening Alien, forced him to TP to a more passive angle. Coach gonna get Alien out of dodge. Sleep comes out, Alien will avoid that. Trying to battle their way through Hotel. It's Heiser who finds the first kill. Still with their Ash on the high ground here, but Attack is on life support, no heals for him. They've taken care of Kilo on the high ground. And Spin, happy to go trade on that Tracer. Heiser's there to follow. Quick and efficient first point for Pokerface. And remember, they only need to get to the end of second tier to win the map, give themselves a 2-0 lead. Clearing this Winston out, keeping the payload moving forward. No ult really invested so well. Literally no ult's been invested so far in this attack. So they're gonna have the Ana, they're gonna have the Nano, they're gonna have the Kitsune to keep pushing with. Opener's rally is awfully slow in all of this as well. We spent a lot of time trying to play with Ado, fighting that Tracer. But obviously, much less healing going out. Much harder to get consistent damage. Slower building. Ultimate. Carol, on the other hand, already has that one. Pulse Bomb is a miss from Ado. He's still got Alien isolated a little bit here. Nade tries to come help Alien out of that, but it's a miss as well. Spin's Pulse Bomb's gone wide as well. Attackers drop for Primal. Trying to catch this Winston. Keep him in. Attack can't find the finishing blow vote. We'll get forced back. Now the Primal from Heiser goes. He is all over Opener. Defensive rally and defensive nano. 2 ults for 1. Heiser will just take that and get out. Not too shabby at all. Nano to turn now. Bob comes out. He's all over Keo, but the Coach Gun whip, it's just enough to keep Heiser at bay. They manage to trade the ults, but Achieve, he's completely alone on the high ground. Now they can push forward, looking for more kills. They're cleaning up everyone else on the point. They want to catch anyone who's trying to straggle and live, but actually they're finding trades. Kilo's found one. Ado's found a second. And these trades might just bail ult tab out. Ado's still there, actually, but Alien has got full pocket. Dink from Alien, Dink from Karu will finish the job. They made it pretty messy and traded a lot of ults, and have given themselves a chance in this retake here ult tab. The biggest problem is they have to stay on objective in this next fight. Alien's going to drop the Bob on the objective. It's going to be so tough for him. You see Spin on the left-hand side of our screen right now, already positioning for a flank in behind. This is going to threaten the backline as they try and pocket their tank on point to deal with this Bob. They try and avoid the dive, all of it. Bubbles will get traded. Now open the door for Alien to drop this Bob, and it goes super deep. Attack has been one shot as well. Bob is going to kill Kid. It's just over. Just over. Pulse Bomb out. Doesn't do enough. Don't think it could have done enough. And Pokerface, second map in a row.
여전히 잘한다. 근데 포커페이스의 완성된 팀업은 정말 무시무시합니다.
그렇습니다. 그리고 그 중심에 이었던 헤이저 선수.
Entropy on the edge is like the universe. Exactly.
아까 중간에 짚어주신 카루 선수.
Now you pointed it out, you can't unsee it. Yeah, let me see if is it. If I do that, I'm gonna minimize that. Is it gone now? Maybe it was a little bit of like VL, because I had the VL, the way it is on my screen is I have the VLC, the China OWCS full screen behind it. So maybe it was a little bit of that bleeding through. It's still there? Yeah. Is it just, wait, what's the size of this? No, it says it's 1920 by 1080. Well, let me preview. Preview. Full screen. Let's see. See if I can. I don't know. It sort of snaps. It looks okay on my preview. The slop stream isn't filling the stream. I'm not really sure what to do about that because it's full screen on my side. Or has that fixed it? Maybe just playing around with it has done enough. Oh, okay. I don't know exactly what I did, but it's just press a few buttons. Sometimes it fixes itself. Who is this Insane guy? Obviously, yeah, referring back to that final. Yeah, Insane was actually good for it on Tracer, right? Really good performance. Playing a very independent style of Tracer as well, having to play. It's always harder, right? When you have to play only off health packs. Playing flanky, you have to just take duels and one-on-ones all the time. Really a test of your ability in those situations. Insane actually did a pretty good job. I get Kellen or Bliss to pretend to be 100% of an next uncoachable. I don't know. I feel like, obviously, we got a lot of respect for how intelligent our audiences are, and I reckon they can tell the difference between Kellen, Bliss, and Hunter. Old Tab are going for a second reverse sweep of the day. Just takes him a couple of maps. Get the blood flowing. I think you're very mistaken. I shouldn't have that high regard for the audience. Alright, yeah, predictions open for map number 3. Alt Tab gonna have to try and reverse sweep again. Is Christopher Lolcow? I don't have a reference. He has never ever won anything. Don't fact check. Okay. Nothing convinces me a fact is true and accurate by saying, yeah, don't even bother checking it. It's definitely true. I wouldn't even bother checking. Don't even bother looking into that. It's true. You showed your girlfriend the Yaki section from a funny ass reference. She was dying of laughter. Every so often she calls me to ask how to close. Some of us stuff at team houses, you know. Nerds out of their natural environment. What can you do?
엄청나게 큰 멤버 변화 없이 이런 부분이 된다는 게 좀 굉장히 좋은 부분인 것 같습니다.
네, 맞습니다.
단순히 뭐 오늘 한 명의 선수가 컨디션이 좋아서 경기를 이기는 게 아니라 경기 내내 한타 내내 골이 잘 되는 게
Alright, Route 66.
자, 그리고
Alright, last time we went to Route 66, this is where the reverse sweep started. Attack did wonders on the Diva. But you do maybe have to question, did New Era give them too much of a helping hand by playing Zen Juno? Any tips on closing my blinds? Just complain about it until someone fixes it for you. Just complain about the line. Like, this bloody sun, I can't do anything about this. Just keep complaining. It's a good life lesson. If you're ever having trouble with something, just complain as loudly, as publicly as possible, and someone will eventually fix it for you out of pity.
그러다 보니까 앞선 알트탭 경기와는 다르게 디바트를 쓰지만 뒷라인까지 도달하기가 쉽지가 않아요.
Can I smite all the alt tab believers? Unbelievable. People are so... Donghyun is coming in. One in chat if you've been to the Donghyun University. Donghyun coming in for Karu. Probably expecting him to play mostly Brig here. Did MCD play well today? Actually pretty well. Yeah, pretty well. I mean, he had a lot of problems on Zen. A lot of alumni in the chat, good to see. He played some Zen, that went really badly, but they were playing Zen Juno into Diva, so it even just felt like the problem was with the choice of comp rather than anything MCD was doing individually, but his Brig actually looked very good Brig performance today.
맞습니다. 반대로 알트탭은 좀 멤버 교체는 없는 것 같고요. 연인분들께서 이렇게 보고 오셨군요. 또 오랜만에 복귀한 선수들에 대한 좀 환영을 해주고 계시네요.
Yeah, Pelican can play Tracer. He's probably better at like the Pharah, the Genji. There's the Mei Echo. Fuck, he is good, isn't he?
말도 워낙에 또
He's only really good at these other like 4 or 5 heroes. He's still a top level tracer.
아마 저분들이
But you know, like, so maybe in the Zeta equation, he's probably better than he's probably worse than Alfie on Tracer, even though he's better at probably most of the other heroes.
이어가 나갈 수 있을지 그것은 이번 세트의 좀 승리 유무에 따라서
Who's new as main support? Oh, I can't remember now. All these Korean rosters are blurring into one.
분위기가 좋을 수밖에 없을 것 같네요. 물론
Go in
16번
here.
속도로 가면서
I
본인들의
literally watched them earlier as well.
눈썹하라 포커싱이 날뛰기
Oh yeah, it's
하면서
Blink, isn't it? Yeah.
그냥
Okay, yeah.
기본적으로 운영과 콜이 잘 되는 게 너무 계속 보여서요. 계속 말씀드릴 수밖에 없습니다.
특히 이제 저희가 이제 세트 끝날 때마다 선수들의 마지막 한타 때의 마이크를 좀 오픈해서 들려드리잖아요. 보면은 사운드 겹치는 거 없이 좀 깔끔하게 가고 있더라고요.
네, 그런 게 진짜
Alright, Pokerface have already gained the lead in the predictions. Back in front as favourites.
안 하는 선수들은 안 하고 아무리 이렇게 침착하게 만들려고 해도 흥분하는 선수들은 흥분하기 때문에.
그러니까 보드진과 선수단의 시너지 자체가 너무 잘 나고 있다는 게 좀 느껴지는 것 같아요. 그런 데서.
네, 그렇죠, 그렇죠.
Didn't Blink play for Team XX in qualifiers? I think you're right. Was it him and Argon, if I remember right?
약간 유망주 선수들도 포커페이스에 약간 좀 가고 싶다라는
You know,
생각도 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
just keep entering tournaments. You got to be in it to win it.
일단은 멤버 교체가 있다 보니까 경기 시작에는 약간의 시간이 걸리는 듯한 모습입니다.
그래도 이제 또 세팅하고
Alright.
확인해보고 또 이제 이러다
Always feels these last couple of days I felt so much more high tempo jumping from game to game to game. It was weird to be in a natural break between a game again.
I've
got used to the pace.
자, 피오 팀이 헤이저일지는 좀 지켜봐야죠.
네, 오늘 헤이저 선수가
Oh yeah.
있긴 한데
That's right, Sam.
앞 경기는 미신 선수가 안 주면 안 된다는 듯이 키르코를 협박을 해가지고 굴할 수밖에 없고요.
Shane Cannon. Who came second? Team CC.
혼자라고 하시네요. 벚꽃 말고 수컷 보러 오셨다고 하는데 뭐 벚꽃은
커플도 보러 왔잖아요. 앞에.
그리고 뭐 벚꽃은 평일에도 볼 수 있어요.
그렇죠.
이 시기 때는 만약에 대학생이시라고 한다면은
사진으로 보면 되죠.
그 수업 하루는 빼도 돼요. 전 자주 그랬어요.
그리고 또 이제 오시는 길에 봐도 되고.
그렇죠. 이쪽도 길이 되게 잘 돼 있잖아요.
저는 오면서 지하철로 봤습니다.
역시 양지수 해설은 사이버 공간이 익숙해요. 자, 그리고 팬픽 볼까요? 알트탭은 윈스턴을 배납니다.
Why do Korean fans always bring in fan art? Because they're all too bloody good at it. And they're just a bunch of show-offs. Look how good we are at Overwatch. Look how good we are at art.
오, 아나.
이게 민스랑 가장 또 합이 좋은 힐러긴 한데 어차피 민스가 벤이고.
Grow up with your talent. Oh, you've got a skill you've worked on. Great.
다른 걸 할 때 그런 존재감 차이가 있다 보니까 겨냥하는 느낌도 있습니다. 우린 다 되는데.
맞습니다. 자, 뭐 결국에는 양팀 모두
Be glad to know they're going extinct. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is one of those problems that will solve themselves. Do we think banning before roster was better or worse? I miss banning before. Yeah, I prefer it. I prefer banning before roster. I think that's better. I think inadvertently what's happened with the rules this way round is made multi-person rosters worse, especially multi-tank rosters.
여기서 볼 쓰면 너무 잔인한데요. 아나라는 카드가 없어서 견제가 안 돼요.
Will I be a father soon? No.
아나 벤 다음에 알탭이 하는 게 주노블인데.
No, I'm going the other way. I'm getting the snip.
높지 사실 젠부 상대로 화력 싸움을 걸 수 있지도 않고 무엇보다
Are the SOOP Cup codes anywhere? Not that I know of.
진지하게.
자, 윈스턴을 잠궜더니.
These odds are sus. That feels about right. 76%. Pokerface, bit of a favourite so far.
알스텝이 이거 아나 없이 볼 어떻게 잡을지 한번
Oh,
봐야겠는데요.
alright. Donghun is into play Brig. Let me get these predictions closed. And it's going to be Ball, Zen, Brig. Honestly, Zen, Brig, Ash, it's still a bit squishy, but into the Diva it's quite reasonable. Obviously, Winston and Anna have both been banned as well, so they have been forced very much off this. Kilovo has killed Missing on the way up. And actually, they're going to lose everyone as they swing this corner, so this is going to be pretty good for OWCS. Need to be careful not to lose any more trades. Spin's still darting around in the backline. Might even be able to get a late kill onto Spin here. Yeah, he's just dying on payload. Heiser will get out. Eddie will swap onto the Cass.
확 올 수
If
있다.
I had children went back to
네,
TF2?
인지를 해야
Yeah.
되고,
Yeah, probably it'd come
그냥
up.
둘이 버틴 사이에 디바키서지한테 젠프가 좀 거리 조절한테 서웠습니다.
Retake now, no ults really to speak of. With the Zen Brig here, I think especially when you play, because you often see it a lot historically with like Tracer Sombra or something. I think when you play with the Cass, all of a sudden you've got that extra target to pocket. Can be a little bit tricky, and this will just provide attack with opportunities. And as we've seen throughout the course of today, attack doesn't need much of an invitation. And there we go, backline deleted again. Too squishy, too easy. And it's a Route 66, attack taken over. He eats for Pulse Bomb as well. Is anyone else feeling a strange sense of deja vu? Have we been here before? The payload's going to keep rolling forward. Spint and Heiser are behind. The attack is keeping this backline contained. He's going to turn on the ball now. A little bit of a body block from Opener as well. Secures Nat kill. Recoil has been forced from Spint. Bit of space for the backline, but only for a second. Attack is back on them. The payload goes through. First point secured. We're going to look for a few late kills here if they can. Addo's going to go left-hand side. They're all rotating back still, Poker Face. Need to get their backline out. Trying to get themselves onto this high ground. Really need these support ults as well. Attack's going to be forced all the way back. We'll just keep the payload moving for now. Tracer battle going on underneath. Opener coming to try and help out Addo with that one. Addo has the Pulse Bomb available here. Brig is pretty close. Rally's going to be forced as well. Heiser's getting involved. They're all in. Donghoon is in the corner. Pulse Bomb out on the floor. Only though the Rally from Opener in over top. Transcendence to try and save him. Doesn't save Donghoon, but it does save Alien. He's killed 3 people. Couple of shots onto the Brig as well. They have to use double support ult, but they win the fight. Attack is trying to just stay out of sight, out of mind as he wants to preserve his mech here. He has for self-destruct if he really needs it. Is he going to go for it, or is he just going to accept? Yeah, he's just going to accept his fate. Try and get himself reset. Alien's going to run into Addo there, so a bit more time off the clock. But those were the 2 support ults. That's tricky for Poker Face because you talk about how squishy the backline is. Quite often, if you can have Transcendence one fight, then Rally the next fight, then you can maybe sometimes get a Transcendence the next fight. You can sort of have yourself an insurance policy a few fights in a row. If you end up using both in the same fight, you're now going to end up in this just period of time, a couple of fights where you don't have it. Mines over choke as this Ray comes out. High Noon in response takes down Achieve, and actually Opener, they try and walk forward with the Ray. But they have the sight line, they have the High Noon, and they just walk into their death. Attack is going to get demexed. Can't use the self-destruct here either. We'll have to just get reset the old-fashioned way. Beg someone to kill him. They're going to leave this Diva for a long time. 70% on the remake. Just trying to de-peak the damage now, make Attack get it passively. Goes in, Pulse Bomb. More time off the clock from Spin, just as Attack gets his mech back as well. Nearly blinks into the remake there. Attack is half HP. Will get cleaned out, and all of Poker Face are walking forward here, looking for another kill. Heiser's pretty weak, so that might be the end of their exploration forward. But they've dealt with a lot of difficult ults, and these 2 fights for free, all of a sudden those support ults we talk so much about for Poker Face's comp, the Transcendence and Rally are nearly back in play. High Noon for a bit of space from Kilo, but nothing meaningful. Attack is on the high ground, though. A chance to drop onto the backline. Addo is trying to force payload during all of this. I mean, Attack is alone. He's going to fly in. Has for self-destruct. Separates Alien. The torpedoes help finish the kill. Attack is going to regroup with his backline now. Looking for this Zen. He is all above and missing. Has for Transcendence. Pops it. They're trying to play aggressively with their support ops here. They kill Achieve as they rotate forward. Spin's going to catch... You know, good Transcendence push there. You see Missing and Donghoon, when they don't have the support ults, they are playing these long sight lines as far away as possible. Attack's going to go for a Poco Bomb. He's not going to get back into mech. Go up, Attack. As I was saying, when they don't have the support ults here, Poker Face, we see the Zen Brig playing them on the back high ground, playing these long sight lines, making the Ray push really difficult when they have to push into the Discord, into the High Noon, etc. Once they have the support ults, they don't want the support ult to be forced while they're out in Narnia. They want to get value, they want to push with the Transcendence, so they take a more aggressive rotation. So when Missing is forced to transcend, as he inevitably will be on Zen Brig, they're able to actually push with it. Now Zarya swapped from Attack.
결과론적으로 말씀드릴 수밖에 없으니까요.
Interesting, you'd normally want to pair this with a Genji or something so you can just keep bubbling your Genji into this Zen break cast. We'll see how it works out. Slam onto the choke, forces him back a little bit. They managed to find a kill on Addo. And Attack is just walking forward. He's plowing forward into this rally. Openers with him. Rallies will be traded. Mine's now on point onto Attack. He's going to catch one of them. Shield up in front of him, but the boot through from Heiser. He's going to get bashed afterwards, but he's got far too much health to be worried about this. Addo's going to blink into a mine out of respect. And another good hold here for Pokerface. 40 seconds left on the clock.
문제는 여기서 집결이 빠졌다는 게 너무 큰 거죠.
그렇죠.
왜냐하면 이제 디바도 아니라서 억지로 제냐타브리 상대로 몸통박치기로 교환 볼 수도 없고.
They have the Ray to push with. Last Ray they weren't able to close the distance at all. They have High Noon, so I'd really like to see maybe some kind of early High Noon. Ray to keep pushing, but the Ball Tracer are behind him already. Pulse Bomb is dodged by Achieve. Or a miss, really. Transcendence in exchange for this Ray. High Noon's being played by both. In play for both, but Kilo, his is bigger. He gets the kill. Now he's got eyes on the Ball, eyes on the Tracer. Lots of threats still everywhere as he gets slammed in front of everyone. Gets himself back behind Payload, holds on. Attacker's cleaned up one. Needs more help. There's a Zen behind him. Attack will clean this one up as well. We're going into overtime, so they have to stay stuck to the Payload. They'll clean up everyone except for this Ball who is deep behind him. Attack has the first perk as well. So he is bunny hopping his way all the way through. Might just run into Alien here. Clears him out. 91% on this Grav as well. A Grav Pulse available for Alt Tab. And despite all their struggles on second, they might just have the ults to get them out of it. Attack holding close. Grav is available now. Spinter's got a Reaper. Slam onto the high ground. Defensive bubble. Walking round. Drops for Grav. Cass in it. Reaper. Both DPS. Pulse Bomb out. That's 2 kills. Now just trying to deal with these players on high ground. They're going to drop to the points. Touch. No touch. Couldn't slam in time. I don't think it would have made a difference anyway. Opening with a body block on the exit. They'll get all the cleanup kills. Alien's going on to Ash. Spit onto Tracer. Heiser has the mine, so probably stays Ball here. Even though I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to make a swap at a certain point. It's going to be Zen and Kiri from Pokerface as well. Addo's going to kill Spit a couple of times now where Addo's just been able to find his pick onto Spit before anything happens. Whip shot comes in, mines are still out on point, but Alt Tab are pretty safe from this, and there's not a whole lot of follow-up at all. That's an ult out for free. They can keep walking forward here, Alt Tab. High Noon if they want to take some space, potentially, even rallying. Close the distance with their Zarya, put this backline under pressure. Just need to be worried about these players coming in behind them. You can see Spint and Heiser both on the flank, eyeing up his Zen kill. Achiever's going to get bubbled forward. Again, a greedy backline here, the Zen Brig. Slam's going to come in, lot of damage. Rally comes out right now, defensive bubble as well. They get that bash onto Heiser, they clear him. Kilo has to be careful. Is Discord, Attack is still trying to walk forward. Opener has gone in deep to chase that kill. He catches a dynamite from Alien though. He's so low, he's got the orb. Attack has got the backline pinned in, but he can't find the kill. Coach come back, look at Missing. Missing is on the long flank now, he is behind. But Kilo, eyes in the back of his head, deals with that one. There's an Ash behind, he hits the dink before going down. 14 HP for Alien, he has to DP. The payload's getting forced in, but now he has the angle. Alien bob towards point. Alien survives on 14 HP. Will get all the cleanup with that final flank. And Pokerface will hold on.
에리언 선수가 정말 그 유망주라고 불릴 때부터 봤는데 와 진짜 그런 애쉬 에임은 최근에 사실 뭐 애쉬를 막 고정적으로 쓴 선수가 많이 없는데
Alt Tab reverse sweep. I mean,
오랜만에 진짜 눈호강했습니다.
good last fight from Pokerface. They double down on the flank and Missing gets shut down immediately, but Alien gets the job done. But it's plenty to work with. Plenty to work with for sure. Felt like Alt Tab had to really improvise that Zarya swap. I mean, obviously, my impression is that roster has been thrown together a little bit just to play in the SOOP Cup. So to be honest, if they can even threaten a result here, it's a pretty decent achievement. Right, fighting for their lives now, Alt Tab, but they've given themselves something to work with. Gonna be Zen Kiri again. We talk about squishy backlines, and it just feels so squishy, this Zen Kiri. Oh, we are on the attack, sorry, it's the other way around, yeah, so maybe they will change it. They did play it for a bit on third point, and I just feel it's going to be so vulnerable to the Diva. Obviously, attack is going to start on the Zarya here, so maybe it's they'll get away with it.
그 멀티킬을 진짜 잘하는 것 같아요.
It's going to be slightly tricky. Once attack has that knockback perk, which gives him the extra jump height, the extra mobility. A lot of Route 66 is quite viable for Zari, but until he gets that perk, so especially in this first part of the first defense, will be a little bit trickier for him. He's trying to hold top left right now, but as soon as he gets booped down from there, he's going to have to play a much more defensive position.
예. 아, 구매도 안 맞는구나.
TP onto the left-hand side. Heiser is already through underneath. Not a lot they can directly do about that. Just need to keep eyes on it. Moving the payload around the corner. Achiever's found the angle under the side. Takes Alien down for free, and Attack's going to walk forward up top. Try and find another pick. Now joins his Tracer to try and ambush Spin on the side. Spin will get cleaned out as well.
이번 일찌감치 여택 선수의 자리아가 좀 등장했죠.
Heiser will stage underneath as Pokerface will give it another go.
신경전이 계속되고 있는 아도와
Trying to swing in, but they need to really try and clear Attack off. Surprised Heiser doesn't look for maybe a boop in or something behind Attack there. Boop him out into vulnerable. Go through the tunnel from the other way. He's going to swing in now. Has to bubble himself out. Has got the speed ring to play with there as well. Dynamite's going to be thrown out. Kilo trying to help his Tracer underneath, but has to be careful of his ball as well. Ban for Hammer, and the payload has been moving this entire time, even if they've taken a lot of damage. Attack is just trying to keep this pack line gate kept. Will drop to the low ground. Has to use a bubble. Has to get himself back into cover though. Now pushing out. Pressure onto Bizarria. Pressure onto the Tracer. Trying to keep all these sides marked, but Pokerface are getting more and more angles. Bubble onto his Juno to push out the ball here, but his Juno is so trapped. Where is open to go in, no way out. They TP to try and save him with the opening pick. Suzu is good. Attack can't finish that kill. He's going to peek again onto the Kiriko. Gets the Kiriko. Gets the backline. Attack's just walking around here. They've not been able to deal with him. Trades keep coming through, and the point. Oh no, he can't make it. It's just a Zarya and a cast. No one's fast enough. And they were so diligent with the point touch at the start of that attack. Pokerface always nudging it forward, gaining centimetre by centimetre. That then, by the time we get to that fight, they're trying to hold forward. And they just can't. Their backline gets traded. Attack now. In a messy situation, everything being thrown at him here. Spin even through the pulse bomb in. Now they're going to try and respond. They catch Spin behind. And Attack will keep holding. He's got the grab. I don't think they've got player advantage. He doesn't need to commit for grab right now. He's just going to back up. Oh, sees all of their backline here. Catches Alien for free. Missing is really low as well. Will surely go down. There we go. Free for Attack. Nice series of play. Really making the Zarya look pretty comfortable, especially now we can go between low ground and high ground. In control. 3 minutes 45 seconds still for Pokerface's attack. Got double support of which to do it. Alt tab. Have all the ults to match that though. And they have the grab to throw in too. Attack's going to hold top left. Kila's going to try and keep eyes on his flank on the right-hand side. Ado had to recall early. Looking for the grab. Catch is missing. Just wants to force for Transcendence. We'll be happy with that trade. Now supports ult advantage as we go later into the fight. Kilo has to backstep a little bit. Aggressive Kitsune rush here from Donghun. Attack is in trouble in the front as well. Missin's going to swing. He's killed Kilo. Missin now is for high ground position 2 for Missin. And while the support ult trade goes on, they are just overwhelmed. Missin's now got the power position. He's got an all-body Sojin on the high, or on his Ashe, sorry, on the high ground. And Vel will be able to hold forward. Did have to use both support ults, but ult tab, play through in theirs as well. Attack's going to go on to the Diva now. Thought this swap would be on, and it should match up very nicely into this Zenkiri. Gives him more options to bully Heiser around as well. Heiser's getting harassed quite early, but he's got his Tracer with him, so he's not getting harassed at all. He's the one doing the harassing. They've killed both DPS, but Payload's still rolling forward. And Alt Tab are going to be in another situation where the cat might just go through for free. Spin and Heiser all over this backline. Attack is going to walk out, but he has to walk into a Bob. Bob now to start forcing the objective. Opener's actually got a torpedo kill immediately. Attack is going to get demech, but Bob has done so much damage. Pulse Bomb is a miss from Ado, just a little short. Now the High Noon, they want to keep a swing going. There's a Bob on point. They're keeping it contested. Drop onto the point. They're looking for something. TP just in time for Donghun. Spin has the Pulse Bomb if he needs it. Trying to battle it away, but they are so low on players and resources. One more recall from Ado. That'll finally be it. They get themselves a third point. 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Pokerface, they have time to work with. Ball will get a little bit harder on this third point. But Alt Tab, playing for their lives in the SOOP Cup. Remember, elimination game. Loser goes home. OWCS need to secure the hold.
어택 선수에게 시팅을 해주는 지금 조합이 됐습니다. 준호 야타.
맞습니다.
정말 사륙전차 발사.
Back on Brick now, so this will be a little bit of a nicer matchup for him into attack Steva.
자, 어택은 약간 앞에서 좀 상대방을 막아서고 있고요.
Trying to start forcing the point, want to get to one fight territory if they can. Eats the flashbang.
이제 이게 헤이드 선수를
Kilo trying to shoot back as well, keep that cart contested. Attacks lost a lot, and Spitz just got in the back and killed the Zen. Oh no, they're just falling over, OWCS. They double down looking for a kill, but Donghyun has kited this one. Attack is going to try and get on point, but Payload is still moving. He has to self-destruct. Addo goes down, trying to get the remake attack. He can get the remake so they can extend this one just yet, but Opener's going to die. Attack again, just has to try and play his life. They need to touch soon as well. Spint has the pulse bomb, and Chief dies one more time. Attack will get on point. No more self-destruct. Mine's there as well. It's just a matter of time. No Ray for Opener. Every ult for Poker Face. They'll secure it 3-0, and they will be going to next week.
이게 정말 기세가 좋았는데 에일리언 선수의 활약에 수비가 이제 그 수비에서 막히고 그리고 본인들의 수비 단계에서는
Okay, and Poker Face will get their shot. Maybe playing one of the Western teams next week.
백도어에 너무 힘 허무하게 준 게 사실 거기서 시간 더 끌었으면 몰랐는데 그게 너무 좀 아쉽게 됐네요.
맞습니다.
You know what happened to Torb? I think Torb originally became such a big part of the meta, I think, mostly because he was one of the better hit scan-esque heroes that matched up into Hazard. I think as we've seen less Hazard, we've also seen less Torb. I think also a lot of these teams, especially the Korean teams, it's true, at least for the top Chinese teams as well, most of them are quite happy to kind of just handshake Winston. I think Winston is really viable in this meta, and we'll see plenty of it at Hangzhou too. But they're really happy just to lean into it almost exclusively. But I think it's still viable in the, if it's got something like if the Hazard is in play. And I think it's probably still got its place even on some of the smaller maps as well. But I think with especially with Cass getting buffed, if your Cass can live, Cass has that really high damage as well. And I think into Winston, the Cass is just better for the most part.
사실 저렇게 공격적으로 파라를 하는 선수들이 흔치 않은데 저게 되면 다른 게 아무래도 좀 아쉬울 수도 있잖아요. 왜냐 그만큼 파라에 시간을 투자했다는 거니까. 근데 오늘 뭐 썸디라면 떠오르는 겐지 트레이서.
So if you watch Mohan Benson, I reckon we'll get it. Spin player of the match, is that reasonable?
파라만 막아서 될 게 아니구나. 라는 걸 느끼게 했던 경기력이었습니다.
Maybe I think Heiser was actually pretty good for it. And even on the ball near at the end, didn't feel like he was hard carrying, but wasn't feeding, constantly behind, getting his job done. Oh, this is the first map. This is the one we missed. Maybe this was the start of. Oh. Yeah, okay. He seemed to do pretty well on this Pharah map.
겐지도 오늘 킬캐치, 템포 잡은 킬캐치도 좋았고 오늘 컨디션이 정말 좋았던 아두 선수로 마트레도 굉장히 또 그래도 잘해주면서 오늘 한 모든 영웅이 다 너무 좋았어요.
맞습니다.
펄스 너무 잘 붙죠.
깔끔하게 또 붙였고. 그러니까 상대방의 어떤 모든 가능성을 차단해버리는 플레이들이 계속해서 빛이 났던 스피트.
바로 일단 백도어 하나로 너무 많은 걸 했죠.
맞습니다. 승리를 만들어낸 백도어라고
What do we say? Yeah, more Han Benson. Can't wait to see if a win Solar. Would you take Hanbin on main tanks heroes only or normal mag? You mean if Hanbin can't play any of the heroes he's good at? Then I take mag. Just need someone to give him a shot. Probably both in reality, no idea. Maybe the comp versus comp stuff is maybe the more interesting. I mean, what are we counting as like main tank heroes? Like just I was mainly thinking just like Winston. Or do you, if you want to include stuff like Ram and Mauga. Ryan Winston Bull. If it's Ryan Winston Bull, it is Mag. If you count Ram and Mauga too, then you probably go Hanbin's way. It depends if you count like, because obviously a lot of the heroes that have come out since we went down to 5 players are kind of just everybody plays him because there's only one tank. You like, do you throw Junker Queen in there as well or something? You need to aim on those heroes so they count as main tanks. As for qualification, unlike Ball, famously no aim hero. Is Ram main tank? Good night, Brown. I mean, most of these things are like antiquated terms, really. Because if you look at like the newer generation of players, they just have hero pools that sort of align or don't align. It's a term that's not really used anymore. It's I guess it's still used, but it's less applicable now than it ever was. Back in my day, there was no ran. We just ran Ryan. Exactly.
말씀하셨던 것처럼 좀 더 공격적으로 하는 게
Alright.
제 특징인 것 같아요.
Think we're all done then, eh? All done? Is there a world in which he's also woke up says fuck it, do something? There's no way at all. People are actually like, I don't know. Apologies, no offense, all of that if you are one of these people. But if you are one of these people who genuinely think 6v6 is coming back, you're so fucking delusional. You're off your fucking rocker, I'm afraid to tell you. It's not coming back. It's not coming back. They're not going to do it at Esports World Cup. There's not going to be 6v6 Esports. Come on. Come on. Like, it's a fun mode to have in the game. I don't think... I'm not like... So I don't want to get into this. I don't really care. The whole sort of like, one is fun and one is shit. It's like...
3대 0으로 졌었는데
what do you call it?
이번에 다시 하게 되면
It's like I think like a not very interesting discussion because we're all just in the subjective territory. It's like I use this example all the time, but it's like this genre of music is shit. Only this genre of music is good. It's like, is it possible people have different tastes? Yeah. Same true with 5v5 6v6. But they're not going to swap it back because it'll fuck the biggest thing. Is it not just going to fuck the queue times for everyone? You know, like that's probably the biggest priority. Like, forget the esports side of things or anything like that, right? Which political pie represents 6v6 for most? I don't know. It probably would it be the Reform Party because it's just if everything was back the way it was. If everything was back the way it was, it would be better. So I was like, are you sure? Are you sure it was all better? Cheers, Adam. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against people who enjoy 6v6. You know, whatever you enjoy is what you enjoy. If you have fun, you should keep doing it. But the idea that it's going to come back as the main game mode or anything like that just seems... It just seems so pie in the sky thinking. It's not even... Like, it's just not going to happen. 6v6 has been a super fun mode to play because it feels like an arcade mode right now, but yeah, 5v5 the most enjoyable competitive mode. Yeah, I think to be fair, everyone who has played 6v6 has gone like, oh, this is fun. But I think there's like a key difference between like, this is a bit different, we've not done this in a while, this is kind of fun, and this is what it should be forever, you know? Tank is more fun in 6v6 than 5v5. Not to Hansan. The question is, do I want 6v6%? No. The tank is more boring in 6v6. Like playing Marbles, but I find Overwatch more fun. Yeah, I mean, I have nothing against the mode as like a concept, right? Obviously, we did 6v6 for ages, but pardon me. But in terms of like, I think the queue times are the biggest thing, really. Like people, I know some people were talking about like esports costs and stuff in some of these threads on Reddit. But it's not about the esports costs; it's just about queue times. Do you prefer watching 5v5 or 6v4? I don't really have a preference. This is why, and we won't start the conversation because I'm sure everyone has heard me talk about it enough. But this is why when people tell me like Malga is boring or something like this, I'm like, it's all the same. It's just different things are interesting, right? I think if you really, in any sport or esport, there are so many different aspects of the game that you can enjoy. You might enjoy some more than others, but there's so many different aspects of the game to appreciate and understand. You can understand and enjoy all these different parts of it. So whenever this stuff comes out, people do it all the time on patch changes as well, blah blah blah. It's like you just appreciate different things. There's not another sport in the world where this isn't true either, right? If you watch the NFL, you can just watch it from quite, I guess, like a newcomer point of view. You just wait and see where the ball goes, see if they do a big run, big catch. You'll see big feats of athleticism. That'll be very impressive, right? Or you can watch it from a few different perspectives. You can be really into it. You could be watching how they're lining up, what the read is on the other team. One of the most useful things I think I learned, I watched a video talking about, maybe it was actually just, it was on their broadcast, and they were like, the best way to watch NFL to see what is going on is watch the offensive line. Watch the offensive line, see how they line up. If you watch that, you'll see whether space is created or denied. And once you see whether space is created or denied, that's where the ball's going to go. And that will tell you what's going to happen next in the play. And there's like all these different levels of understanding. And I think the same's true in Overwatch, you know? You can appreciate different aspects. You can appreciate the macro. You can appreciate the individual pop-off. And really the most enjoyable thing about Overwatch, at least for me, isn't that it has these interesting big decisions or it has these interesting small plays. It's that it has all of them. There's so many different things to enjoy. And I think that's the same when people ask about like 5v5, 6v6. They're just different things that have things to appreciate about them. Like, whenever the game changes, whether it's a significant change from 6v6 or 5v5, whether it's just a small patch where the heroes change, my approach, always as a coach, and same as the streamer, well, let's just see what happens. Let's see what people are playing, and let's watch the game. I don't think there's any real change there's no real change I think they can make to the game. That would be like, oh, now I don't enjoy Overwatch anymore, you know? Right? I'm not fence sitting. If anything, I'm going against the grain here. Everyone is telling me I must hate Malga and I'm just lying and I'm just coping. I'm not. All of it's fucking enjoyable. I'll watch a goalless fucking draw. I always remember, what was it earlier? Cheers, Oren. When it's where it was like Arsenal versus West Ham, and it was like a 0-0 draw or something. But my god, the defensive performance, the work rate from West Ham, I could actually watch that all day. A goalless draw, fuck it, yeah. Let's just see Arsenal get shut down. Everyone's getting fucking piled up on. Everyone's getting 2v1 whenever they get the ball. Impregnable defense, organization, work rate. It's enjoyable. Yeah, I very much agree with the idea. I agree with the idea that variety is, like, when we talk about compositions, variety is good. Because invariably as well, because what the biggest problem with everyone playing the same comp is if you have 8 teams at an event, right? If you have 8 teams at the event, I'll do it to the right app. What do you think the chances are if you have all 8 teams at the event? Now, if I went down the list of all these 8 teams and said what type of composition or what type of heroes would be best for this team, if I go down the list for all 8 teams, what are the chances it's the same fucking comp for all the teams, right? Based on their hero pools and stuff like this. It's impossible, right? Oh, is it going to start again? Start again. But it's impossible, right? So I think one of the biggest problems when everyone runs the same composition is that it's invariably just much worse for some teams. But they don't feel they have their own way through, or they can't find something else that works. Has that 5 had a stroke? Yeah, several. So yeah, and that's what pisses me off the most with people who complain about X is boring or X is not interesting. I was like, I don't know. I just don't get it. It doesn't resonate to me. If the Overwatch is close, it's interesting. You know, I agree. And someone just gets rolled 3-0, it's not very interesting. But as someone who watches a lot of fucking Overwatch, it all holds up. So get this guy started on an actual divisive topic like climate change? What? I don't understand. How am I sitting on the fence here? No idea. Everyone is telling me the majority of people feel this way, right? That's what Reddit seems to suggest as well. And I'm telling them they're all wrong. And that's me sitting on the fence? Come on. Great point as well, Stingray. All right, it feels like everyone's lost interest in the conversation, so we can just end the stream here and we'll come back to Face It. Doesn't feel like anyone's actually got anything to add. Like, cheers. Cheers. Nightmare out of Soup? No. They start next week, Mask. Yeah, I'm doing EMEA of Face It, but not any of the others. You know, I was happy to have the conversation, but it felt like a few people wanted to engage properly. Everyone else was just like in it for a quick laugh, so it's fine. But you know, it's fine. But I don't have to sit here. You can have a conversation amongst yourselves. So I'll find us someone to raid. Appreciate everyone watching the actual Overwatch, enjoying the Overwatch. Regardless of what comps are on display. So I'll find you someone to raid. We'll be back in just under 5 hours. Maybe I'll be live a little bit before that for EMEA Face It Masters. It's the lower bracket final today and the grand final as well. So now the lower bracket final obviously decides our 2 teams that go to promotion relegation, or the second team that goes to promotion relegation. And then obviously the grand final is the grand final, so it should be pretty fun. We'll get a clean feed and stuff for it as well, so it should be pretty decent. I need to raid someone who isn't Cran, because I've raided Cran twice in a row. Time's online. Okay, I'm sending you to Time. Yeah, same page, Wilder. All right. I'll see everyone in a few hours, all right?